Chapter 47:14. Although neither of them spoke, their hearts grew closer. A moment later, Princess Wuxia asked softly, Xiaolang, since there's no news from the Thunder Temple, why don't we go to the Immortal Palace? Perhaps His Majesty will find something. I don't want to see him. Xiaohua shook his head. He's too selfish. Even if there's any news, he won't tell me easily. Unless the 9 provinces' grand array failed and the world-destroying mayfly attacked the Immortal Palace. For the sake of the 3 mainlands' billions of lives, for the sake of the Fortune Gate's disciples, for the sake of the Shao country's citizens. Princess Wuxia looked at the man who was already arrogant and proud of the world. She inwardly curled her lips and cautiously persuaded him. Ah. Xiaohua sighed. He waved his hand and took out the Pegasus flying chariot. He pulled Princess Wuxia's hand and said, Let's go with the Pegasus. We'll go wherever it goes. Hee, this concubine will listen to Xiaolang. Princess Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. She then looked at the vast land and the whistling wind and said, Xiaolang, I heard that your Kunlun mirror has a lot of spirit fruits and spirit wine. This concubine has never tasted them. Hee, it's not just spirit fruits and spirit wine. Xiaohua chuckled. With a wave of his hand, several large immortality peaches appeared from the space and handed them over. Princess Wuxia cried out in surprise, You? How did you manage to grow immortality peaches? Hee, what kind of person am I? Xiaohua proudly said, I, Xiaohua, am a cultivator who doesn't know how to give birth to a child. It's fine. Princess Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. This concubine will take care of it. I don't need you. Seeing Princess Wuxia blushing like a peach, Xiaohua smiled and kissed Princess Wuxia's forehead. He smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble your highness in the future. Then it's time to nourish myself. Princess Wuxia nodded solemnly. She picked up a peach and took a small bite. Then she exclaimed, Xiaolang, why is your peach so sweet, compared to mother's? As she spoke, Princess Wuxia seemed to have thought of something. She hastily covered her mouth with her hand, and her large eyes darted around as if she was afraid that the Empress would hear her. Don't be impatient. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few jade pots and jade cups and handed them to Princess Wuxia. This is spirit wine brewed from immortal peaches. Try it. Wow. Princess Wuxia was overjoyed. She cried out, Wine brewed with immortal peaches? Xiaolang, you're definitely the first one in the 3 continents. As she spoke, Princess Wuxia picked up the jade pot and poured out a cup of dark green spiritual wine. Then she placed it under her nose and lightly sniffed it. After that, she closed her eyes and appeared to be intoxicated. After she carefully finished drinking the fine wine, she clapped her hands and said, This wine should only exist in the heavens. I wonder when it will descend to the mortal world. Ah! Xiaohua laughed loudly. He seemed to have said this in the meteor belt in the Star Moon Palace. He didn't expect Princess Wuxia to be so telepathic with him and actually use it here. Xiaolang, quickly come and try it. Princess Wuxia handed another cup of spirit wine to Xiaohua as if she was presenting a treasure. This spirit wine is really rare in the world. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. He looked at the dark green wine and said, I don't really like to drink wine. Princess Wuxia tilted her head and pouted. That was in the past. No. I like it, so you have to accompany me. Otherwise, I won't be your princess. Okay? Then I'll risk my life to accompany you. Xiaohua also smiled heroically. He took the jade cup and drank it in one gulp. As the spirit wine entered his mouth, an indescribable fragrance emerged from his mouth and nose. It was like a clear spring that cleansed his body and mind, washing away all inappropriate thoughts. Wonderful. Xiaohua couldn't help but praise. He poured another cup of spirit wine from the jade pot and took a sip. Seeing that Xiaohua was happy, Princess Wuxia's heart also relaxed. She handed the peach of immortality to Xiaohua and said, Xiaolang, you should also try this. In the next few days, there was a sense of harmony. Princess Wuxia accompanied Xiaohua and took advantage of the heavenly horse-flying chariot flying across the sky. Princess Wuxia would either point out the mountains and rivers, tell Xiaohua about some Buddhist classics, or take out musical instruments to play for Xiaohua. Or she would drink spirit wine with Xiaohua and carefully taste spirit fruits. This allowed Xiaohua's tired heart to slowly recover and also allowed his Tao heart to become more orderly. On this day the sun rose from the east. The brilliant light rushed from the horizon and sprinkled on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua slowly stood up from the flying chariot. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he looked at the morning sun. A kind of aura soared straight into the sky. After the earth, fire, wind and lightning energy rushed out of the big hole, they quickly returned to Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua once again stood upright like a mountain. Princess Xixia had a smile on her face. She knew that the indomitable man she was familiar with had returned. A short rest allowed him to have a stronger ability to shoulder the burden of the 3 continents. Accompanying such a man is the dream of many women. Princess Xixia's eyes were somewhat blurred as she secretly felt happy. "My princess, your highness." Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and whispered, "Where are we going now?" "This concubine will follow Xiaolang. Xiaolang, please make a decision." Princess Xixia smiled and softly replied, "The Immortal Palace is now preparing to set up the great array of the 9 regions. His Majesty is definitely the most important one. We are not in a hurry to go to the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua already had a plan. He said, "After the great array of the 9 regions is set up, I will go find His Majesty and explain the matter of the immortal formation and the 4 great continents to him." "Good." Princess Xixia still smiled as brightly as the morning flower. "Now we are rushing to the hidden immortal continent. There is no need to use the Pegasus flying carriage. This flying carriage is too slow." Xiaohua said again, "However, Princess, your highness must point out the direction for me. Otherwise I will definitely get lost." What a pitiful child. Princess Xixia naturally knows about Xiaohua's problem. However, today, in order to divert Xiaohua's attention, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You are already so big yet you still get lost. It seems that other than not being able to give birth, you will also get lost." "Of course, who asked me to be your princess, your highness? I will also take care of this matter." "Great." Xiaohua put away the Pegasus flying carriage with a wave of his hand. He grabbed Princess Xixia's hand and flew towards the South Sea using the lightning escape technique. However, while he was flying, Xiaohua released the Netherworld Origin Force. Xiaohua originally planned to go to the South Sea and use the South Sea Dragon Palace's transmission array to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace or the East Sea Dragon Palace to return to the hidden immortal continent. However, when he arrived at the South Sea, he discovered that he had collected more than 1,000,000 incomplete souls along the way. All of them were killed by the world-exterminating strange insects, the human race, sea tribe and even the dragon race. Since the prelude to the slaughter had already begun and the Fortune Gate's disciples were busy moving to the West Sea, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to use the Dragon Palace's transmission array. He directly used the lightning escape technique to pass through the South Sea and East Sea and return to the hidden immortal continent. After all, if the incomplete souls stayed in the world for too long, there might be some changes. Xiaohua needed to put them into the inside of the space as soon as possible. Several months later, in the depths of the East Sea, a streak of lightning streaked across the waves like a bolt of lightning. It was none other than Xiaohua, who was enshrouded in lightning, and Princess Xixia, who was wearing a smile on her face. At this time, Xiaohua had already hidden the heaviness in his heart. No one knew that in these several months Xiaohua had actually collected more than 100 million incomplete souls. Moreover, no one knew better than Xiaohua that the world-exterminating mayfly had quietly stretched out its ferocious face all over the 3 continents and 4 seas, beginning to reap lives. Xiaohua flew into the hidden immortal continent and did not stop for a moment. He directly flew in the direction of Yu province. "Darling Xiao." Princess Xixia was a little worried. "This concubine is tired, can we stop for a few days?" Xiaohua naturally knew that this was Princess Xixia's excuse. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's continue for another half a day." "Alright, it's a promise. Just half a day, no more than 2 hours." Princess Xixia smiled faintly. She reached out and pulled Xiaohua's earlobe a few times. After flying for another half a day, Xiaohua's heart slowly relaxed. This was because in this half a day he had only collected several tens of thousands of human souls, which was much less than before. He already had a plan in his heart. He knew that although the curtains to the end of the world had already been drawn, those world-exterminating mayflies had not formed a trend of crushing everything. The 1,000-meter-long mayflies that Xiaohua had seen before were still very few. There were not even a few hundred meters or a few thousand meters. Most of the mayflies were only an inch long. Therefore, in the boundless seas of the 4 seas, these world-exterminating mayflies could do whatever they wanted. Of course, while Xiaohua was relieved, he also raised his vigilance. After all, from what he could see, the mayflies had a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, they might not be inferior to the human race, monster race, or sea race. Xiaohua told Princess Xixia his plan. Princess Wuxia did not hesitate to suggest, take the initiative to attack. Kill the world-exterminating mayflies before they can sprout. Moreover, the more mayflies we kill now, the less pressure our 3 continents will have in the future. Good. Let's rush to. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement. However, before he could finish speaking, Princess Wuxia smiled and said, Darling Xiao, you only need to preside over the overall situation. I will take care of the small matters in your place. As she spoke, Princess Wuxia raised her hand and took out a phoenix hairpin from her head. As she spat out a mouthful of true qi, the phoenix hairpin instantly transformed into a palm-sized flying phoenix. Princess Wuxia raised her hand and touched the forehead of the flying phoenix. The flying phoenix let out a clear cry and rushed into the sky, disappearing in an instant. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, layers of lightning surged high up in the sky, and a distorted illusory figure of 1,000 feet in size fell down from the sky. When the illusory figure appeared in front of Xiao Hua, thousands of pillars of vast spirit qi crashed down and condensed into a celestial palace inspector dressed in Confucian robes. Chapter 47:15. The inspector stood still with a respectful expression on his face. He carefully handed over the phoenix hairpin in his hand and bowed. Inspector Jianghu greets Master Xiao Lei and Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia received the phoenix hairpin and ordered, the Fortune Gate's first master, Daoist Xiao Hua, has decreed that the world-exterminating mayfly is still in its infancy. If our 3 continents and 4 seas want to win the war, we must first suppress the enemy. I hereby inform the Immortal Palace, Dragon Island, Great Holy Hall and Thunder Temple that from today onwards, according to the agreement made at the Jade Pool, they will be the first to fight in their respective defensive zones. Yes, this general understands. Zhang Hao dared not delay. His figure flickered as he was about to fly away. Princess Wuxia added, Daoist Xiao is currently traveling all over the 3 continents to find a way to exterminate the world-exterminating mayfly. He is unable to send a message to the other sect's venerables. Your Majesty, please do it on his behalf. This general will definitely report the truth. This general also thanks Daoist Xiao on behalf of the world. Zhang Hao bowed, then turned into a streak of lightning and flew away. Xiao Hua frowned and said, XNXN, the Immortal Palace's time is different from the 3 continents. Wouldn't it take a lot of time to send a message back and forth? Rest assured, darling Xiao. Princess Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled, the speed of sending a message depends on the importance of the message and who is the sender. Darling Xiao's name has shaken the world, and the content of this message is related to the lives of the 3 continents. I can guarantee that this message will be sent to His Majesty's Jade Desk in less than half a day. At the latest, the message will be sent to Dragon Island, Thunder Temple and Great Holy Hall. The immortal soldiers and generals on the hidden immortal mainland, as well as the 100 schools of philosophers, will also receive the message. Hehe, the Xiao understands. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it seems that the Immortal Palace always used time as an excuse to slow down their actions. Were they all excuses? Not necessarily. Princess Wuxia replied, we should talk about the matter as it is. Speaking of this, Princess Wuxia asked, Darling Xiao, do you still want to send a message to the Fortune Gate? There's no need for the Fortune Gate. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, Lu Yi and the others are all young disciples. They are more belligerent. Moreover, Jianghu is overseeing the West Sea Dragon Palace. She must have established her prestige first. Who knows, the smoke of war might have already risen in the West Sea. Where should we go now? Gun Prefecture, Xiao Country. In the end, Xiao Hua was still worried about the citizens of the Xiao Empire. He still wanted to see for himself. Now that the situation was urgent, if possible, he still wanted to bring them into the Xinhua continent. All right. Princess Wuxia raised her hand and pointed into the distance. She couldn't help but smile as she said, Darling Xiao, let's go there. Princess Wuxia really loved this adorable Xiao Hua beside her. Through her observations during this period of time, she knew that Xiao Hua, a Taoist Mahayana realm cultivator and a supreme being of the human race, really had a poor sense of direction. He wasn't pretending. The lightning escape, which was known as the fastest in the world, was indeed fast, but the direction was too horrible to look at. However, it was precisely this flaw that made Princess Wuxia feel that this was the kind of person she should love. He had both advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes he would even cry in her arms. For a moment, Princess Wuxia was overflowing with happiness. She really didn't care about the apocalypse in front of her because she had a strong and blind trust in this man. She firmly believed that this man she loved deeply, This man who couldn't give birth and was a grandmaster and everything else, would definitely be able to save the lives of the three mainlands from this crisis. Xiao Hua naturally saw the deep love in Princess Zixia's eyes. However, he was even more sensitive to the faint smile on Princess Zixia's lips. He blushed slightly and said embarrassedly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Other than giving birth, cough cough, and finding directions, I can't do it. It's okay." Princess Zixia smiled sweetly and said, "Darling Xiao has no eyes, so I am Darling Xiao's eyes. This Xiao has no legs, so I am Darling Xiao's legs. If Darling Xiao can't find the way home, then I will bring Darling Xiao home." Then I'm relieved. Let's go." Xiao Hua's heart was also filled with sweetness. His previous nervousness slowly disappeared. He pulled Princess Zixia's hand and rushed towards Gun Prefecture with lightning around his body. Sure enough, in less than 2 days while Xiao Hua was flying, he heard the sound of wind and clouds surging in the sky. Streaks of lightning covered the entire sky like a flash flood. Along with the flickering of lightning, a majestic voice that seemed like the will of heaven and earth resounded. "By the will of the heavens and the immortal emperor's decree, today, the Mayfly extermination will descend upon the world." That the decree of the immortal emperor, every word was like a thunderclap. It was extremely frightening. The entire hidden immortal continent seemed to be shrouded by this voice. As long as it was a human or a Confucian cultivator, they could hear it clearly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the immortal emperor's voice finally stopped. The dark clouds and lightning that filled the sky also gradually dispersed, revealing the clear sky and the blazing sun in the sky. "Good." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "His Majesty can be considered to be swift and decisive this time." He didn't slack off. Princess Zixia hesitated for a moment, then probed, "Actually, as far as I know, His Majesty can be considered a diligent and good immortal emperor. However, he is too rigid and cares too much about his face in many places. Moreover, in the immortal palace, public and private matters sometimes can't be separated clearly." Xiao Hua knew that Princess Zixia wanted to ease the tension between him and immortal Emperor Go Chen. He smiled and tightly grasped Princess Zixia's hand, saying, "Don't worry, my princess. For your sake, I won't make things too difficult for him. Since ancient times, Confucians and Taoists have been at odds. Now your fortune gate can create a new world. It really isn't easy." Princess Zixia was still somewhat worried, but this is only on the surface. Our Confucian cultivators have been in charge of the hidden immortal continent for who knows how many years. The Confucian cultivators have been in conflict with the Taoist sect since ancient times. It's only because the 4 great clans are dissatisfied with the military that the Confucian cultivators haven't really made a move against the Taoist sect. This time, regardless of the outcome of the world-exterminating ephemera disaster, your Taoist sect's future is worrying up. Xiao Hua nodded, indicating that he understood. The world-exterminating ephemera disaster was unavoidable, so there was no need to mention anything. However, if the world-exterminating ephemera disaster was avoided, whether it was the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sect, or the demonic beast race, they would definitely be unprecedentedly united. The Fortune Gate's disciples would also suffer heavy losses in the world-exterminating ephemera battle. Under such circumstances, the iron-willed immortal emperor would absolutely not care about what the Fortune Gate had done before. He would definitely unite with the 4 great clans to raise his butcher's knife against the Fortune Gate. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the Fortune Gate could integrate with the Confucian cultivators in the world-exterminating war, forming a noble friendship in war, and laying a solid foundation for future peaceful coexistence. Of course, Xiao Hua understood that Princess Zixia's thoughts were the thoughts of ordinary people. It was the thoughts of all the cultivators of the 3 continents who didn't know about Xiao Hua's secret. Other than Xiao Hua, who couldn't give birth and couldn't recognize directions, was he an ordinary person? Not to mention how many people would fall in the world-exterminating war, how many souls would be collected by Xiao Hua's space, and how many talented Fortune Gate disciples would be born on the Xinhua continent. However, with the current Fortune Gate disciples on the Xinhua continent, Xiao Hua wouldn't be afraid of the Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect who had experienced the baptism of war. Not to mention the demonic beast race's #1 great sage, one of the Buddhist sect's 3 great Buddhist lords, Maitreya Buddha of the world, and the Immortal Palace's Scholar Palace's Master of Literature, were all Xiao Hua's avatars. Of course, Xiao Hua wouldn't tell Princess Zixia his true thoughts. He wouldn't make things difficult for Princess Zixia, and he wouldn't let Princess Zixia fall into injustice. He nodded and said, "I have considered your thoughts, but don't worry, as long as I'm on the 3 continents, no one can bully my Fortune Gate's disciples. If anyone dares to touch a finger, I will cut off one of their arms. Darling Xiao is so domineering. Princess Zixia gave him a thumbs up and praised. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Faint, what kind of domineering is this? His Majesty's command, the whole world prostrates, that's domineering. This concubine likes darling Zhao's domineering attitude. I don't like other people's domineering attitude. Princess Zixia blinked her eyes and replied. Hearing Princess Zixia refer to the immortal emperor as someone else, Xiao Hua's heart warmed, and he felt as if the whole world was covered in a layer of light. However, before he could speak, waves of inexplicable fluctuations surged out from the distant horizon and rushed into the heavens and earth. Although these fluctuations were very faint and strange, they were like sharp swords that pierced through Xiao Hua's heart. These fluctuations were released when the world-exterminating ephemera swarms attacked. Not good. Xiao Hua's expression changed, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, a cold sneer appeared on his face. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Princess Zixia also hurriedly released her golden pupils. Unfortunately, the range of her divine sense couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's. Therefore, she withdrew her golden pupils and hurriedly asked Xiao Hua. It was also at this time that Princess Zixia saw the cold sneer on Xiao Hua's face. Duanmu family? Princess Zixia looked at the ground and immediately came to a realization. She frowned and said, Xiao Hua, is the Duanmu family under attack? That's right. Xiao Hua was still using his divine sense to observe the situation in front of him. He nodded and said, that muscular man with arrogant eyebrows. Is the Duanmu family's patriarch Duanmu Tianji, right? Yes. Princess Zixia naturally knew about the grudge between Xiao Hua and the Duanmu family. She lightly gritted her teeth and replied, Duanmu Tianji's original name was Duanmu Tianjiao. When he was young, his talent was heavenly and he looked down on everyone. His father had high expectations for him, so he took on the name Tianjiao. When he was 20, Duanmu Tianjiao changed his name to Duanmu Tianji, the same name as the Nangong family's patriarch, Nangong Tianji. Although he boasted that he was a Tianjiao and showed off his abilities too much, everyone knew that Duanmu Tianji was arrogant and wanted to compete with the four great families. Chapter 47:16. No wonder. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, although this guy's Confucian cultivation method can't compare to the orthodox 5 qis unifications, it can be considered to be a unique way to temper his true qi to another extreme. He really is a genius. Sigh, even a secondary first-class Confucian family's family head is a literary star. Aren't there too many literary stars in hidden immortal continent? Princess Zixia rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and explained, our Confucian 100 schools of thought, from a 9th-class family to a 1st-class family, all have countless years of heritage. To become a 3rd-class family, the family head must be a literary star. Even a 9th-grade origin energy literary saint cannot be. Otherwise, it can only be a 3rd-class family. This Duanmu family is a 1st-class family, only below famous families like Confucius and Mencius. Naturally, they also have a lot of heritage. It might take a lot of effort to get a half-saint literary star, but getting a quasi or void saint literary star is not a problem. Xiao Hua was somewhat flabbergasted. He asked curiously, this Xiao has seen a half-saint literary star before. It seems that the patriarchs of the 4 great clans are all half-saint literary stars. But what is this quasi-saint literary star and void saint literary star? The sage pen points to the literary star. Sage is the key. Half-saint is naturally half-saint, but that sage is also a real sage, a sage whose name is engraved on the literary star. Quasi-sage is the Confucian cultivator who is second only to the sage and can only engrave their name on the literary star. They can also point to the literary star, but that literary star is an illusion, different from a real literary star. Illusionary divine is the illusion of a real sage. They can also point to the literary song, but this literary song is half a literary song or an incomplete literary song. Hee, I understand now. Xiao Hua smiled. In the future, it is hard to find the art of teaching, so the Confucian 100 schools of thought found another way, using their own method to become a literary star. Damn it, this literary song. Is it a real literary song? Art of teaching? Princess Zixia was stunned, somewhat confused. Obviously, she did not know that the art of teaching was needed to become a literary star. I spilled the beans. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore. I keep feeling that doing this is somewhat opportunistic. Sighed the human race. Princess Wuxia sighed. They just like to take advantage of opportunities and cultivate properly. If they can become a literary star, then they'll be a literary star. If they can't, then they'll just become a literary saint with a 9th grade origin power. Everyone wants to fight for the title of a literary star and leave their names in history. However, these void saint literary stars and quasi-saint literary stars are recognized by the heavenly court. Oh no! Xiao Hua was originally about to mock the heavenly court, but suddenly his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Duanmu Tian is in danger. As he spoke, he took out the Kunlun mirror without hesitation. With a shake of his hand, he sent Princess Wuxia into the Xinhua continent. He even called out, XNXN, hide first. Princess Wuxia didn't even have time to reply before she was taken away by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's figure flickered as he teleported into the distance. Thousands of miles away from Xiao Hua and Princess Wuxia, there was a continuous valley. The valley's scenery was beautiful, and hundreds of flowers were blooming. Layers of beautiful flowers covered the ground like heavenly weaves. It was truly a paradise on earth. However, at this moment, this beautiful field was completely surrounded by tens of millions of world-exterminating mayflies. These mayflies were densely packed, and the small ones were several inches long while the large ones were thousands of feet long. They were crazily devouring the ground and attacking groups of cultivators. On the ground, more than half of the beautiful scenery had already been devoured. In the sky, millions of cultivators were also in imminent danger. Every moment, there would be miserable screams and cultivators' corpses would fall with the wind. At this moment, the sun was really scorching hot, like a fireball hanging directly above the valley. However, this bright sunlight couldn't block the dazzling brilliance of the imperial equipment amidst the mayfly swarm. Rumble. From one of the mountain peaks, a massive pillar of boundless energy shot out. Popping sounds could be heard as numerous mayflies, some dozens of meters tall, began to grow larger. However, they couldn't devour the boundless energy, and instead exploded into dust. After the vast chi pillar, a strange thing that was thousands of feet long flew out from a gap between the strange insects. This thing had a human face and a snake's body. Its entire body was crimson red, and there seemed to be the sun and moon revolving between its slightly closed eyes. Wasn't this the torch dragon god demon puppet that the Duanmu family had obtained from the godfiend blood pool? As soon as this torch dragon god demon puppet appeared, it immediately had a kind of power that was like a stormy sea, and it rushed out in all directions. However, this power didn't rush out for more than a few miles. Wong wong. The whole sky rumbled again, and tens of thousands of mayflies tore through the void and surrounded this power. They even began to devour this seemingly invisible power. GG. From the place where the torch dragon god demon puppet had rushed out, a sharp screeching sound rang out. A huge black shadow followed it like a shadow, chasing after it. A tail that was even more vigorous than a python's pierced into the void, and the hind legs that swept up the shadow ignored the distance between them. With a schwa sound, it had already caught up to the back of the torch dragon god demon puppet. Roar. The torch dragon god demon puppet seemed to have come to life, and it roared furiously. Its huge snake tail stirred up the air in midair, and it smashed towards the black hind legs of the mayfly. Boom. A huge sound rang out and light splashed in all directions. Not only did the torch dragon god demon puppet break the hind legs of the mayfly, it also punched the mayfly's eyes, and that huge body also rolled in midair. However, it was also at this time that the tip of the tail that had stabbed into the void appeared out of thin air, and it pierced towards the neck of the torch dragon god demon puppet. The tip of the tail was extremely strange. When the torch dragon god demon puppet discovered it, it was already less than 100 feet away. The tip of the tail was so sharp that it had already pierced the surface of the god demon puppet, and layers of wrinkles appeared. Needless to say, if the torch dragon god demon puppet was stabbed, it would definitely suffer a great loss. At this critical moment, the torch dragon god demon puppet's slightly closed eyes opened in the soil. The left eye was a sun and the right eye was a moon, and at the same time they emitted a bright light. A golden pillar of light and a silver pillar of light covered the space where the tail was at the same time. Schwa. At the place where the light intersected, the entire space suddenly became strangely still, and that tail actually stopped moving. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the torch dragon god demon puppet's entire body fell from the sky, and smashed into the root of the tail. Boom. The god demon puppet was so hard that even the shell of the mayfly couldn't bear it, and that tail was instantly shattered. It was also at this time that the two pillars of light that had just enveloped the space turned into fireflies, and fell down one after another. GG. That 1,000 feet large mayfly hissed, and its body emitted a dark green and gray mist, and it began to gradually hide in the air. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a distorted silhouette of light that was like a piece of paper squeezed out from the encirclement of the strange insects. A furious roar came from the silhouette of light, and then the 10 fingers of 2 giant hands transformed into pillars of light that caught the tumbling 1,000-feet-long strange insect. Boom boom boom. The silhouette of light seemed to fill up like a bubble as Duanmu Tianji's child body materialized. The countless pillars of light crashed into his child body, and at the same time, a rosy halo of light passed through his arms and into Fuyu's body. Wong wong. The strange insect's body suddenly swelled, but in a moment, that mist shrouded it again, and the mayfly's body slowly shrank. Damn it! Duanmu Tianji roared, and a multicolored light appeared on his sub-body. This multicolored light was like clouds and also like waves. If one looked carefully, it also looked like a jade lotus. The vast chi in the air was like a heavenly river, and almost endless. It fell into his sub-body. Naturally, the multicolored light on the sub-body's arm rushed into the mayfly's body like a torrential river. In half a cup of tea's time, the 1,000-feet large mayfly's body shrank and expanded several times, and finally, with a boom, it exploded and turned into ashes. Phew. Duanmu Tianji breathed a sigh of relief, and with a flick of his sleeve, he killed hundreds of small mayflies that pounced at him. Looking at the torch dragon god-demon puppet in the distance, he shouted, "Jianqi, the god-demon puppet you refined is indeed not bad. It can actually defeat a 9th-grade essence energy strange insect." Reporting to family head. Duanmu Jianqi's voice came from the god-demon puppet, and that voice was very arrogant. With this disciple's cultivation, I'm far from being able to unleash the power of this god-demon puppet. If you refine it, it can definitely surpass the 9th-grade essence energy. I don't care about external things. Duanmu Tianji waved his hand and laughed. Moreover, you're too naive. If it can surpass the 9th-grade essence energy, the immortal emperor would have already found trouble with my Duanmu family. Hee. Duanmu Jianqi laughed mischievously. Even if it can't surpass the 9th-grade essence energy, I'm afraid it won't be a problem to conquer the entire hidden immortal continent. Of course, this is also because the strange insect is powerful, otherwise there would be no need to. Before Duanmu Jianqi could finish speaking, Duanmu Tianji's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand and pointed. Quick, Jianqi, there are several 1,000-feet large mayflies coming out from the void. Duanmu Tianji hadn't even finished speaking. His figure shook, and he transformed into a ray of light that charged towards the swarm of mayflies. However, he hadn't even flown 300 m away when a black shadow that was a few tens of thousands of meters in size suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The black shadow had appeared so suddenly that it seemed as if it had been there since the ancient times. Not good. Seeing that this mayfly was several times larger than the one he just defeated, Duanmu Jianqi knew that things were not good. Without waiting for the mayfly to make any moves, a 5-colored light shadow immediately appeared around his body, and the torch dragon god-demon puppet once again used its strongest technique. 2 light pillars intersected and enveloped the mayfly. However, the torch dragon god-demon puppet's technique already contained a trace of the law of time, so how could an ordinary human cultivator calmly use it? Not only did the 2 light pillars become much dimmer, but the area they covered also shrunk a lot. However, even so, it seemed that the several 1,000-feet large mayfly was still stiff in the sky. Roar. The torch dragon god-demon puppet roared and opened its mouth, and a huge amount of noble chi immediately crashed into the mayfly's body. At the same time, the puppet's huge snake tail also fiercely smashed toward one of the mayfly's eyes. The torch dragon god-demon puppet's move immediately attracted Duanmu Tianji's attention. Seeing such a powerful aura pressing down like a mountain, Duanmu Tianji was greatly shocked. He couldn't care about the several 1,000-feet large mayflies under him, and his body suddenly expanded, and his hands reached out to stab into the body of the several 1,000-feet large mayfly. However, Duanmu Tianji only reached out 1,000 feet, and he hesitated again. After all, it was already difficult for him to kill the several 1,000-feet large mayfly just now, and he was confident that the true chi in his body wasn't enough to make this several 1,000-feet large mayfly explode. In a moment, Duanmu Tianji made a decision. He waved his hands and a dark golden thread of light flew out from his body. It streaked across the sky, and directly landed on the mayfly's neck. Seeing the dark golden thread of light wrapped around the mayfly's neck, Duanmu Tianji's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. Because he clearly knew the power of this dark golden thread of light, he could guarantee that even if Nangong Tianji was entangled by this thread of light, on this hidden immortal continent, there would only be one patriarch called Tianji left. Unfortunately, Duanmu Tianji still thought too much. The several thousand feet large mayfly that even Xiao Hua the North Star and the other supremes couldn't deal with, was actually killed by the golden thread of light? When the thread of light flickered, the mayfly's neck was immediately flattened, and not incomparably hard. Duanmu Tianji had a bad feeling because the mayflies he encountered before all had hard shells. How could they be so soft? Not good. Duanmu Tianji's heart was somewhat flustered, and he hurriedly wanted to use other divine abilities, but at this moment, swoosh! A layer of obscure ripples appeared on the surface of the several thousand feet large mayfly's body. This ripple landed in the air, pa pa pa. The light pillars in the air were immediately shattered, and at the same time, those light pillars connected to the torch dragon god demon puppet immediately rolled back, and rushed towards Duanmu Jiji. Roar! The torch dragon god demon puppet's body radiated brilliance in all directions, and it raised its head to howl. Swoosh! Like a light smoke, a black shadow swept out from the void, and swept across the neck of the torch dragon god demon puppet. Clang! An obscure sound suddenly appeared, and several sparks flew out from the surface of the torch dragon god demon puppet's body. Although cracks appeared on the surface of the torch dragon god demon puppet's body, the legs of the mayfly, which surpassed the 10th level of elemental energy, actually didn't shatter the torch dragon god demon puppet. Puff! It was also at this moment that Duanmu Jiji, who was inside the torch dragon god demon puppet, had already made his move, and a blood-colored pillar of elemental energy rushed out and attacked the mayfly. Unfortunately, just as the pillar of elemental energy was shot out, the hind leg that was originally blocked by the torch dragon god demon puppet suddenly trembled, and a shadow appeared from the sharp hind leg, and directly entered the body of the torch dragon god demon puppet. That hard body actually didn't have any resistance at all. With a miserable cry, Duanmu Jiji's several hundred feet large subbody was hacked out of the torch dragon god demon puppet by the shadow of the torch dragon god demon puppet's hind leg. Moreover, just as Duanmu Jiji's subbody appeared, it was immediately split in half, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh that fused with the subbody turned into fragments. Facing the torch dragon god demon puppet, Duanmu Jiji, who had lost the protection of the torch dragon god demon puppet, was simply no match for the torch dragon god demon puppet. Not to mention Duanmu Jiji at the same time, just as Duanmu Tianji was about to backhand his subbody to activate another divine ability, the tip of the torch dragon god demon puppet's tail silently poked out from the void inside his subbody, and instantly destroyed Duanmu Tianji's subbody. Seeing the subbody collapse with a loud bang and the colorful pillar of light scattered in all directions, Duanmu Tianji resolutely abandoned his subbody and flesh, and wanted to escape from his mutated primordial spirit. Swoosh! The other hind leg, which was previously hidden in an unknown place in the void, suddenly crossed the horizon. As a faint shadow swept past, all of the 5 colors were split in half. Oh, how can it be so powerful? Duanmu Tianji was incomparably shocked, and after an extremely unwilling voice rang out in the 5 colors, it abruptly stopped. Then the several thousand feet large torch dragon god demon puppet opened its mouth greedily, and in an instant, it covered the space near the 5 colors, and even the void was being devoured by it. As it devoured, the body of the torch dragon god demon puppet swelled up again. Damn it! While the torch dragon god demon puppet was leisurely enjoying itself, Xiao Hua's figure had just appeared in the distant sky. While he was cursing inwardly, he saw that under the body of the several thousand feet large torch dragon god demon puppet, in the valley that was surrounded by millions of torch dragons, the several thousand feet large torch dragon god demon puppet was almost invincible. Every time it flew, dozens of Duanmu family disciples would be killed. After these disciples were killed, another 1,000 feet large torch dragon god demon puppet came over to devour them, and waves of energy waves that soared to the sky wreaked havoc in the valley. The smell of blood rushed to the 9 heavens. Swoosh! Just as Xiao Hua approached, the originally calm sky suddenly split open, and a stinger fell from the sky. It was actually another several thousand feet large torch dragon god demon puppet that had been hiding in the void. Xiao Hua's figure flickered, barely dodging the sneak attack. He immediately took out the Kunlun mirror, and a light pillar rumbled as the lightning reverend and venerable Yun flew out. Xiao Hua threw a medicinal pill to each of them, and without stopping, his figure blurred as he charged towards the swarm of torch dragons above the valley. Boom boom boom. In just a short while, several explosions sounded from the swarm of torch dragons. The several thousand feet large torch dragon god demon puppet was killed by Xiaohua. Then Xiaohua charged out again, shaking the Kunlun mirror once more. Groups of Fortune Gate disciples flew out to meet the swarm of torch dragons. Looking at the lightning reverend, he had already turned into lightning and disappeared into the void, barely dodging the torch dragon god demon puppet's stinger attack. Boom. As expected, the several thousand feet large torch dragon god demon puppet was unable to withstand the heterogeneous true energy contained in the medicinal pill, and exploded in an instant. The Thunderbolt Immortal didn't stop for even a moment. He raised his hand and took out the sword gourd that he had refined again. As the Thunderbolt Immortal raised his hand and pointed at it, shwa! Dozens of green and red spirit exterminating origin light soared into the sky and landed on the strange bugs that were hundreds of feet long. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A series of light sounds rang out, and as expected by Xiaohua, the spirit execution vital light, which had been refined with the essence of the torch dragon god demon puppet's hind legs and stinger, easily killed these several thousand feet large torch dragons. Good. The lightning reverend laughed and was about to clap his hands, but the corpses of the several thousand feet large torch dragons that had been killed had only fallen 1,000 feet, and mist gushed out from their bodies. The torch dragon god demon puppet's body shrunk rapidly, and when it had shrunk to several hundred feet, a fresh skull was born again. Chapter 47:17. Fuck. The lightning reverend was dumbfounded. This. How can we live like this? Why can't we kill these strange insects? Kill. The lightning reverend was enraged. He sent out the soul-punishing light to kill the mayflies again. Fortunately, the lightning reverend was patient. He killed the mayflies several times before they were reduced to the size of black dots. Even so, the mayflies were still alive. Looks like I can only use my true energy to make them explode. Only then did the lightning reverend, who had lost his head from anger, wave his hand again. Several lightning bolts fell, and the true energy contained in the lightning bolts exploded the mayflies. At this time Reverend Yun, who had killed another mayfly, flew over and mocked. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already tried, but you don't believe me. What's wrong? I don't believe it. Seeing that Reverend Yun had unleashed a vast dragon energy that caused one after another mayflies to explode, Lightning Reverend straightened his neck and retorted. Reverend Yun didn't want to argue with this idiot. He smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, then go tell the mayflies. I don't care." Then Reverend Yun swung his dragon tail and attacked another mayfly. After Xiaohua, the Lightning Reverend, and Reverend Yun killed the mayflies, they stopped and stood in midair. The three of them looked like they were watching the battle, but in fact Xiaohua had already released his Netherworld origin force to collect the souls of the Jianghu family's disciples. Something's not right. Xiaohua, who was collecting the souls, suddenly trembled. He exclaimed, "Why aren't there any mayflies' souls? I clearly saw more than a dozen mayflies being killed, but where the Netherworld origin force swept over there was nothing? Could it be that the mayflies don't have souls? Impossible, right? Every living being has a soul." Reverend Yun was also stunned. Perhaps these mayflies are from the upper realm, and fellow Taoists can't collect them? Impossible. The Lightning Reverend immediately retorted, "When we were in the ruins and on the desolate continent, we also collected souls from the upper realm. Currently, on the Xinhua continent, many of our Fortune Gate's outstanding disciples are probably reincarnated from the souls we collected back then." Perhaps. Xiaohua pondered and said, "It's because the mayflies don't have souls, all the living beings they devoured and killed can't enter reincarnation? Ask fellow Taoist Wu to come out and see." The Lightning Reverend laughed. True. Xiaohua nodded. Taoist Wu, ever since he come out he has been in seclusion. It's time for him to come out. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua's mind entered the space, the witch priest's figure turned into a dark green bone flower. Waves of obscure and strange green seal script appeared around him like flowers blooming and withering. It was obvious that he had reached the key point of cultivation. Taoist to come out. The moment Xiaohua came out, the Lightning Reverend and Reverend Yun understood. Reverend Yun looked around and said, "Fellow Taoist, if there's nothing else, I will also go cultivate." "I will go too." The Lightning Reverend was unwilling to be left behind. "If I don't cultivate, I'll be overtaken by that strange thing." The Lightning Reverend threw the sword gourd to Xiaohua and followed Reverend Yun back to the Xinhua continent. The number of mayflies besieging the Duanmu family was much more than the number of mayflies besieging the High Cloudside Hall. This time, the battle had gone on for more than 10 days before it came to an end. At this time, the valley was no longer able to take its original shape. The small red mayflies had swallowed a layer of the ground, and the newly exposed land was dyed a reddish-brown by the blood of the Duanmu family's disciples. In less than 10 days, half of the Duanmu family's disciples had fallen. Even among the Fortune Gate's disciples, although Xiaohua had sent out disciples with a cultivation of grade 4 and above, 20% of them had fallen in this great battle. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaohua could store their souls into his space, he would be heartbroken. As dusk fell, the land was dyed red with blood. Although there were still some mayflies that escaped aimlessly into the void, the Duanmu family and Fortune Gate's disciples were too tired to chase after them, thus they let them escape into the void. Xiaohua's heart ached. He raised his hand, and a giant lightning hand several hundred li wide appeared. Rumbling noises resounded as the giant lightning hand fell into the void. Puff 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 puff. Sounds like firecrackers during the new year echoed in the void. Junior Duanmu Qingyu greets Master Xiao Lei. After Xiaohua retrieved the giant lightning hand, an old man with white hair and beard flew out from the valley. He landed in front of Xiaohua and bowed respectfully. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over him, and he immediately knew that this blood-stained Duanmu Qingyu was a literary saint with a cultivation of 9th grade essence force. You're welcome. Xiaohua helped Duanmu Qingyu up and said in a low voice, I'm late. Sigh, there's nothing to be late about. Duanmu Qingyu sighed, if it weren't for Master Xiao Lei's arrival, if it weren't for the Fortune Gate's disciples' help, my Duanmu family would have been annihilated. My Duanmu family will never forget the Fortune Gate's grace to my Duanmu family. Shame appeared on Duanmu Qingyu's face as he continued, to think that my Duanmu family and Master Xiao Lei. It's all in the past, there's no need to mention it. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, stopping Duanmu Qingyu's confession. Now the three mainland's survival is at stake, our grudges should be put aside. Senior. Even as he spoke, another cultivator flew out from the group of disciples in the valley. As soon as he landed in front of Xiaohua, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Junior was wrong just now. Senior, please forgive me. Wasn't this the Duanmu Liangxing who had chased after Xiaohua in Song Longzi's cultivation dwelling? However, the current Duanmu Liangxing was no longer as carefree and elegant as before. Not only was his scholarly robe in tatters, even his left arm was missing. Clearly it was chopped off by Fuyu's hind leg. Xiaohua hurriedly helped Duanmu Liangxing up, smiling as he said, You were merely following the sect's orders, you can't be blamed for this matter. Senior. Tears flowed down from the corners of Duanmu Liangxing's eyes. Perhaps it was because of the sect's changes, or perhaps it was because of his injuries, but he said in a melancholic tone, Junior has never seen a cultivator as magnanimous as Senior, repaying evil with good. Master Xiao Lei is the Buddhist sect's Namo merciful great Guanyin Bodhisattva. Duanmu Qingyu hurriedly added, if Senior isn't merciful, how could there be a merciful person in the three mainlands? Yes, that is indeed the case. Duanmu Liangxing hurriedly said with a smile. Master Xiao Lei. Duanmu Qingyu continued, you've given my Duanmu family a new lease on life. Now that my Duanmu family's patriarch has just fallen, why don't Master Xiao Lei take over my Duanmu family? Hearing Duanmu Qingyu's words, Xiaohua immediately waved his hand and said, This is your Duanmu family's matter, this Xiao will not interfere. Moreover, my Fortune Gate's disciples are tired, this Xiaohua still has to bring them back to the West Sea. Alright. Xiaohua reached out and picked up the torch dragon god puppet that had fallen into the valley. He asked, This Xiaohua is very interested in this thing, I wonder if your Duanmu family is willing to part with it? Of course. Duanmu Qingyu didn't even think before saying, My Duanmu family was saved by Master Xiao Lei. Not to mention a god-demon puppet, even if Master Xiao wants anything from my Duanmu family will give it to him. Many thanks. Xiaohua put away the torch dragon god puppet and nodded at Duanmu Qingyu and Duanmu Liangxing. Farewell, Master Xiao Lei. Duanmu Qingyu and Duanmu Liangxing hurriedly bowed to send Xiaohua off. The group of Duanmu family's disciples also bowed gratefully and shouted in unison, Farewell, Master Xiao Lei. Although the setting sun dyed the land red with blood, their grateful voices and thoughts penetrated through the blood-red sky and reached Xiaohua's ears. Seeing that Xiaohua had left, the Fortune Gate's disciples who were already in formation immediately flew off after him. In less than a cup of tea's time, only the Duanmu family's disciples were left on the valley. Yeah. Duanmu Qingyu looked at Xiao Hua and the Fortune Gates experts' backs for a long time and sighed. If there were no mayflies, the hidden immortal mainland situation would be clear. Now that the mayflies have appeared, who will rule the world in the future? Duanmu Qingyu's last sentence was actually the last sentence in the four great families' demand for Gaoqin's return. Duanmu Liangxing's body trembled slightly when he heard it. He understood that the Duanmu family was one of the people who had agreed to surround immortal Emperor Gaoqin at the Longevity Town. However, his gaze swept over the Duanmu family's disciples, and he understood even more clearly that the past was also the past. It was all gone. After flying for half a day, Xiao Hua stopped. The Fortune Gates disciples behind him also hurriedly lined up and waited. Xiao Hua's expression was complicated as he looked at these Fortune Gates disciples. An indescribable feeling of regret rose in his heart. He understood in his heart. These Fortune Gates disciples belonged to the Xinhua continent, and had nothing to do with the three mainlands. What world-extinguishing mayflies, what Taoist and Confucian wars, to them? They were nothing. However, because of themselves, because of the kindness in their hearts that others could not understand, they were forced to get involved. The soaring Dragon Mountain range was like this, Chaomu Cliff was like this, and today's Duanmu family battle was also like this. Although these Fortune Gates disciples lived on the Xinhua continent, Xiao Hua felt that they had the right to know and the right to choose. After all, this was not a simple battle but a life-and-death battle. Those who came out from the Xinhua continent did not have the chance to return alive. In the past 10 days of fierce battle, nearly 20% of the Fortune Gates disciples were killed by the mayflies. This was something Xiao Hua had never encountered before. Thus, Xiao Hua's gaze swept over the injured Fortune Gates disciples and he said, "Disciples, you have worked hard, this old man has something to say." Then Xiao Hua explained the current situation on the hidden immortal mainland, the Fortune Gate situation, and the world-extinguishing mayflies' power in full detail. In the end he said, "This old man is indeed a little selfish. After all, the three mainlands and four seas have billions of lives, this old man cannot bear to see them go extinct. Therefore this old man wants to save the world with my own strength. Unfortunately, the three mainlands cannot be compared to the previous. That mainland, this old man's strength was too weak. This old man had no choice but to borrow the strength of my Fortune Gates disciples to bring all of you out from the Kunlun immortal domain. Sect Master." Before Xiao Hua could finish, the several hundred disciples in front of him had already shouted, "We were Fortune Gates disciples in life, and Fortune Gates ghosts in death. Everything we have is given to us by Sect Master. We are willing to follow Sect Master to exterminate the mayflies. We can die without regrets." Xiao Hua's eyes were brimming with tears as he looked at these adorable disciples and smiled faintly. In the past, when this old man was alone, it was extremely easy for this old man to say such bold words, but now this old man has the Fortune Gate and the people I love, so there are many more concerns. Judging others by my own standards, this old man also knows your situation. Today this old man has made things clear so that you can make a choice. You have your own lives in the Kunlun immortal domain on the Xinhua continent, and you also have your own loves and pursuits. This is your own right. This old man will not force you to sacrifice your lives for this old man's interests. Therefore, when you return to the Xinhua continent, convey this old man's words to the Fortune Gates disciples, so that they can understand and make a choice. If you are willing to follow this old man and fight for the unrelated human race, dragon race and demonic beast race, then be prepared. The next time there is a bloody battle, this old man will invite you out of the Xinhua continent to fight. If you are unwilling, then you can do whatever you like, this old man will not force you. Sect Master. The group of disciples still wanted to speak, but Xiao Hua smiled faintly. He took out the Kunlun mirror and sent all of them into his space. Life and death matters were easy to talk about but extremely difficult to do. Moreover, Xiao Hua knew that these eager disciples were sincere in their thoughts, but if they returned to the Xinhua continent and thought about it again, and then discussed with their relatives and friends, there might be a different outcome. After accepting these disciples, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then invited Princess Zixia out. Princess Zixia looked around and hurriedly asked, "Xiao Hua, what's the situation?" "The Duanmu family should be crippled." Xiao Hua's expression was cautious as he explained the situation. Hearing that Duanmu Tianji had also died, Princess Zixia frowned slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Hua, Duanmu Qingyu is right, you should go down. The 100 Confucian family's foundation is far from what you can imagine. What you saw was only the Duanmu family's superficial casualties, but what about the Duanmu family's private forces? They might not have suffered any losses. Of course, Duanmu Tianji's death really surprised me. Perhaps he was too careless. However, for any Confucian family, the patriarch is a representative, a leader, but the family's strict ancestral laws are enough to ensure the family's normal existence. Xiaohua should go and help Duanmu Qingyu one more time in the future. It will also be beneficial to the fortune gate. Princess Zixia didn't blame Xiaohua. Instead, she spoke tirelessly and gently reminded him. Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to go to the Duanmu clan. It's just that the hidden immortal continent is filled with danger. A mere Duanmu clan is nothing in my eyes. Of course, I also admit that I don't know Confucian families as well as you, and I didn't expect that the Duanmu family, which lost so many disciples, might not be damaged. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, and the Duanmu family might have other foundations. However, the crisis is beyond my expectations. I am too lazy to think too much about these trivial matters." A monster bug king surpassing the 9th grade of essence force? Princess Zixia keenly sensed Xiaohua's misgivings and asked considerately. "That's right." Xiaohua nodded solemnly. Previously, I and the other exalts felt that since it surpassed the 9th grade of essence force, it had already surpassed the laws of heaven and earth of the 3 continents, and it must be a monster bug king. Even if this monster bug king exists, it is extremely rare. In fact, this rare is also our pessimistic thinking. In my opinion, maybe 1 or 2 would be enough. However, from the situation of the Duanmu family's attack today, this monster bug king might be an ordinary monster bug. In the future, it will be normal to see a monster bug king in a swarm of bugs. According to Xiaohua, a monster bug king seems like even His Majesty, the golden-winged great rock, and the Dipankara archaic Buddha are unable to kill it. Princess Zixia's expression changed and she said in shock, Then wouldn't the 3 continents really have no way to survive?" "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "As of now, this monster bug king can only be exterminated by this Xiao's pills. This Xiao naturally wouldn't be stingy with these pills, but what if I run out of pills? Then it will only be a hopeless situation. There is no way out to other worlds and there are no flaws in the immortal formation. The monster bug king. Even the exalts of the various sects are no match for it." Princess Zixia's face turned pale and she groaned, "Our 3 continents have really fallen into a hopeless situation. The hopeless situation is already in front of us, but we haven't fallen into it yet." Xiaohua bit his lips lightly and said, "We still have time to think of a solution. From the current situation, for some unknown reason, these mayfly monster bugs haven't attacked us en masse, and instead they are attacking some blessed lands. His Majesty the Immortal Emperor has already issued an edict, and our human race and monster race have already started to take the initiative to attack. Perhaps we can seize the initiative. What makes this Xiao the happiest is that the mayflies don't seem to be particularly interested in ordinary humans. Unless there are special circumstances, they won't attack ordinary people. Bugs are bugs." Princess Zixia nodded and said, "They only choose to devour true qi that they are interested in. However, it is precisely because of this blindness that ordinary people are also likely to be accidentally injured." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, because when he was in the immortal town, the apocalyptic warning had swept across the sky, and the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm and the 4 Seas had first received news about the world-destroying mayflies, and many of those news were about ordinary people. However, judging from the recent situation, the number of casualties among ordinary people had decreased again. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua understood that it wasn't that the monster bugs didn't kill ordinary people, but that ordinary people didn't have any means to resist. When the world-destroying mayflies attacked, other than being silently killed, there was no other outcome. It was far less vigorous than when the cultivators resisted the mayflies. Perhaps because of this, Xiaohua and the other cultivators didn't notice. Chapter 47:18. The weak are always at a disadvantage. There's nothing we can do about it. Xiaohua forced a smile. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Right, you said that the Duanmu family has 3 burrows, and this place is only the foundation of their sect. What about the 4 great families? How's the foundation of the 4 great families? How's the foundation of the 4 great families?" Princess Zixia smiled bitterly and shook her head. "You can only ask Dongfang Qianghao, Shimen Jianzhong, Nangong Tian and Baiming Chui Qin. Moreover, even Dongfang Qianghao doesn't know about the Shimen family's foundation. As for their sect, the hidden immortal continent naturally has one. My immortal palace also knows about it. However, both His Majesty and the Empress know that it's only a bluff. Their true foundation is definitely not there. Otherwise, in the longevity town, His Majesty was surrounded, the golden-winged great rock was surrounded, and the Dipankara archaic Buddha was surrounded. Why didn't they do anything? On one hand, it was Xiao Hua's deterrence. On the other hand, it was the threat of Fuyu. More importantly, no one knows where the foundation of the four great families is. Although the military school occupied the immortal palace and became righteous, all the forces are on the surface, hanging high above the 100 schools of Confucianism. Although the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators and the four great clans are the subjects of the Qing clan, they are also in the dark. The forces of Confucian cultivators are really tangled and complicated. Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh. Fighting with the heavens is endless fun. Fighting with the earth is endless fun. Fighting with humans is even more so. Princess Xixia said uninterestedly, the human race sometimes prefers to fight with humans. I don't care about Confucianism anymore. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I'm more concerned about how to save the common people. My sect master, cultivators are also humans. Princess Xixia said with Xiao Hua's tone, if you don't save these cultivators after the cultivators are exterminated, will it be the common people's turn? As long as the cultivators don't die, the common people can be saved. That's true. My princess is still the best. Xiao Hua nodded. Anyone who has the mind of a leader would know. Only you. Princess Xixia rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and curled her lips. In your heart, you only care about the ordinary people who are looked down upon by others, who are like ants. And to be honest, most of them don't even know who you are. You might be a Mahayana cultivator of the Taoist League and a paragon of the human race, but you're only famous among cultivators. Of the billions of ordinary humans on the hidden immortal continent and the Western Paradise, less than 20% have heard of your name. When I was young, my family lived in a small village called Lu Town. That village wasn't big and there weren't many people in the village. I lived with my grandmother, father, mother, and 2 older brothers. At that time, my greatest wish was to eat a meal of red braised meat. As far as I knew, the furthest place was Lu Town. Not to mention who was the supreme master of the human race, I didn't even know who was the county magistrate of Lu Town. However, this didn't affect my happy life. Therefore, I don't ask the ordinary people of the 3 continents to know who I am. I also don't need them to worship me like the people of Shao Empire. They have their own lives. As long as they are happy, I am happy. I don't need them to know my name. I hope that I am the son, I am the heir, and let them live without worries. Xiao Hua. Princess Xixia was deeply moved. Only now did she truly understand the man she loved deeply. Only now did she truly understand her own shallowness. Only now did she truly understand the shallowness of the teachings she received in the immortal palace. She also truly understood why Xiao Hua could become the Namo great compassionate great Guanyin Bodhisattva, and not someone else. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders confidently and said with a smile, My princess, you don't need to be moved by me. I am just a child of a farmer's family. I only have these superficial pursuits. Princess Xixia happily hugged Xiao Hua's arm and said with a smile, The great Tao is simple. Your superficial pursuit is also the most mysterious happiness in the world. No way, I was just casually talking. Xiao Hua said proudly, I can't have such a high level of thinking, right? Of course. How can there not be? Princess Xixia said with a smile, You are the supreme expert of the human race. Your words. 1,000 people will have 1,000 different interpretations. They will pick out the most noble interpretation. To interpret it. Perhaps what you are thinking is just the most ordinary interpretation. Then it seems that I will have to speak less in the future. Xiao Hua replied. You can in the future but not now. Princess Xixia said with a smile, You have to tell me about your childhood. But, Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile, My memories are already fragmented and incomplete. Why is that? Princess Xixia's expression changed greatly. She was very puzzled. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I still don't know what exactly happened. It seems like my soul was searched by someone. Who is so daring? Princess Xixia's face turned cold. How can such a great taboo be casually used? Even if Xiao Hua is magnanimous and doesn't care about it, I won't let him off. This is Xiaoyu continent's matter. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to take revenge. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Let's talk about this later. Only Xiao Hua is kind-hearted. If it was me, I would definitely tear him into pieces. Princess Xixia also knew that this matter couldn't be done, so she said fiercely, However, a moment later, Princess Zixia squeezed Xiaohua's hand and said, "Xiaohua, tell me. It'll help you recover your memories." Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and released the Pegasus flying carriage. He said with a smile, "Let's talk as we go. My Xiaohua is the best." Princess Zixia lightly kissed Xiaohua's cheek and happily jumped onto the flying carriage. "Don't be impatient, don't be impatient." Xiaohua hurriedly said, "My princess, there is still one more thing." "What is it?" Princess Zixia asked, puzzled. "I want to see what kind of strength the innate 5-element flags can deal with." Xiaohua explained, "That day at the Jade Pool, Dongfang Qionghao's 5-element flags couldn't deal with a mayfly that surpassed the 9th level of origin energy. But what if it can deal with a mayfly below the 9th level of origin energy? The 4 great clans will definitely be able to rely on it. They might withdraw their forces and not go all out. Of course, the hidden immortal continent might also use the innate 5-element flags to protect the last of the human race. If it can't, then it can't. At least I will know if you have the ability to protect yourself." Princess Zixia covered her mouth and laughed. "Xiaohua is too impatient. There are no mayflies here. Moreover, even if I can deal with mayflies, the size and strength of the mayflies are different. Also, I can refine the Shenyuan water control flag, but the patriarchs of the 4 great clans might not be able to refine the 4-element flags. There might not be a conclusion." That's true." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Let's talk as we go. Because I saw the godly demon puppet of the godly demon Shuizhe, I felt that I could sweep through the 3 continents with it. But today, seeing that the godly demon puppet can't deal with the mayflies, I thought of the innate 5-element flags." Since that's the case, Princess Zixia suggested, "Xiaohua shouldn't place too much hope on the innate 5-element flags. After all, these are only 5 innate Dharma artifacts. It's impossible to protect the 3 continents, and the people you care about the most. It's even more impossible." "That's right." Xiaohua sighed and also jumped into the flying carriage. He laughed bitterly and said, "I'm like a person who fell into the water. I want to grab every single strand of water plant. I don't want to give up any chance." Actually, Princess Zixia leaned her head on Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "There are countless cultivators in the 3 continents. The one who shouldn't panic the most is you. But you are more anxious than any of them." "I'm just worried for nothing." Xiaohua moved his shoulder to let Princess Zixia lean on him more comfortably and answered helplessly. Princess Zixia liked Xiaohua's thoughtfulness. She took the initiative to pull Xiaohua's hand from her back and waist and said with a smile, "Tell me about your childhood stories." Xiaohua nodded. He released the netherworld origin power and absorbed the wandering souls in the hidden immortal continent into the dark side of the space. At the same time, he found fragments of his scattered memories and told Princess Zixia stories from the distant past. Time always passes quickly and happiness is always shallow. No one can stop the footsteps of time, and no one can be satisfied with their own happiness. Along the way, with Xiaohua accompanying her, there were laughter, memories, sweetness and warmth. Princess Zixia didn't want the flying carriage to reach Xiao Empire so quickly. However, there is always an end to the road. One day, Princess Zixia was leaning on Xiaohua's solid shoulder and listening happily. Suddenly, she felt Xiaohua's body move slightly. Princess Zixia was immediately alarmed. She hurriedly stood up and asked, "What's wrong?" "What I'm afraid of has come." Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. His face was as calm as water as he looked ahead and said angrily. However, it was only for a moment. His eyebrows were the same again, and his face became even more strange. He asked curiously, Why is she here?" "What are you talking about?" Princess Zixia was puzzled. However, she didn't use her golden pupils. She knew that her cultivation was far inferior to Xiaohua's. "Why are you talking about it so randomly? Who do you think she is?" Xiaohua replied snappily. "Naturally, she is afraid of the mayflies." Princess Zixia said, "If the mayflies besieged Xiao Empire, it wouldn't be strange. Along the way we also encountered many mayflies attacks. However, who is that she you mentioned in the end?" "What do you think?" Xiaohua said and took out the Kunlun mirror. Damn it. Seeing Xiaohua take out the Kunlun mirror, the pure and beautiful Princess Zixia immediately understood something. She scolded angrily, "Why is there no end to it? Does she want people to give her face or not?" Xiaohua activated the Kunlun mirror and pulled the Thunderbolt Spiritual Master out of the space. Seeing that Xiaohua called him out, the Thunderbolt Spiritual Master's face was filled with unhappiness. He muttered, "Fellow Taoist, don't favor one and discriminate against the other. Taoist witch's strength has already surpassed I. Why don't you pull him out? Why do you make I come out for everything? Your own matters naturally have to be dealt with by yourself. Xiao Hua snappily pointed forward and said, she has already chased you all the way to Xiao Empire. Do you still want I to wipe your ass? Oh, who dares? The Thunderbolt spiritual master immediately became arrogant. His divine sense rushed towards the distance like a wave. However, when he saw who it was, his imposing manner immediately dissipated. However, a moment later he coldly snorted again. His figure turned into lightning and rushed into the sky. He shouted, fellow Taoist, don't worry. Today I will give you an answer. I don't believe that I can't shake her off. Damn it. Xiao Hua knew that the Thunderbolt spiritual master was inhumane. He hurriedly shouted, you must not take her life. If I don't kill her, how can she leave? The Thunderbolt spiritual master coldly replied. It can't be. Princess Wuxia was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth wanting to say something. After all, the root of this matter was the Thunderbolt spiritual master's immoral character. However, Princess Wuxia was afraid of hurting the relationship between Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt spiritual master, so she kept her mouth shut. She then hurriedly shouted, darling Xiao, quickly, don't let the Thunderbolt spiritual master take sister's life. The sky above Xiao Empire was also filled with world destruction mayflies. Fortunately, these world destruction mayflies were not as big as the ones that had attacked the Duanmu family. Most of them were less than 10 zhang, and only a few were several hundred zhang or even several hundred zhang. Even so, the number of world destruction mayflies was too large. The Fortune Gate disciples guarding Xiao Empire were far from enough to block all the world destruction mayflies. These disciples would fly to the east side to kill the world destruction mayflies, and when the sky was clear, they would immediately fly to the west side to defend. It was a chaotic scene. Fu Jiwen was an inner disciple appointed by Xiao Hua to guard Xiao Empire. He was supposed to be in charge of dispatching the world destruction mayflies, but now there was no one to deal with the several hundred zhang world destruction mayflies. He could only use the small heaven and earth pagoda to deal with the world destruction mayflies. The several hundred zhang world destruction mayflies had the strength of an 8th grade essence force cultivator, similar to Fu Jiwen. Moreover, the surface of the world destruction mayflies was tough, and Fu Jiwen's heaven and earth pagoda could not break through them. Every time a world destruction mayfly's stinger or hind leg slashed through the void, Fu Jiwen could only dodge or use the heavenly book's runes to block. He was already at a disadvantage. In Fu Jiwen's right hand, there was a variant true chi pellet given to him by Xiao Hua. He could kill the several hundred zhang world destruction mayflies at any time, but Fu Jiwen did not dare to do so. Because when he saw the swarm of world destruction mayflies, he had a feeling that there were more powerful world destruction mayflies hiding in the void. He could still block the 8th grade essence force world destruction mayflies, but if the 1000 zhang world destruction mayflies appeared, he would lose his medicinal pellet. That would mean that he, the Fortune Gate's disciples, and the Xiao Empire citizens would all be killed by the world destruction mayflies. Fu Jiwen's thoughts were not wrong, but his hesitation had thrown the battle into chaos. The disorder exhausted the Fortune Gate's disciples. Gradually, the world destruction mayflies broke through the Fortune Gate's disciples' defenses and landed on the ground's matured seeds and soil. Damn it. Fu Jiwen had already seen this and cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to leave the battle, a swoosh sound was heard as the world destruction mayfly's stinger pierced through the void, shattering the talismans around him. Fu Jiwen was alarmed and hurriedly calmed himself down. Puff. The stinger pierced through his sleeve. Fortunately, it did not injure him. Sweat dripped down Fu Jiwen's forehead, but he did not dare to hesitate and teleported again. Just as he left the original spot, a swoosh sound was heard as the world destruction mayfly's hind leg chopped down. Just as Fu Jiwen was stuck between a rock and a hard place, a cold snort sounded from somewhere in the Xiao Empire. Then a four-colored cloud rose into the sky, and a beautiful woman in plain clothes flew into the sky under the protection of another beautiful woman. Although this woman was wearing plain clothes, it was unable to conceal her peerless elegance. Her every movement exuded an indescribable elegance and grace. Looking at this woman's thin lips and sorrowful almond-shaped eyes, wasn't she Princess Qingqing? Then the woman beside Princess Qingqing was naturally Yu Xiajing. Princess Qingqing's figure landed on the ground, and a golden light flickered in her eyes. She looked at Fu Jiwen for a moment, then called out, Fu Jiwen, I'm indebted to you for taking me in these past few days. Today I'll help you. Then Princess Qingqing shouted, Fortune Gate's disciples with 7th grade origin energy, listen to my command. Form a long snake formation and increase the distance between each other as much as possible. Make sure that the world destruction mayflies with 6th grade origin energy and below can pass through, and only block the world destruction mayflies with 7th grade origin energy. Princess Qingqing was clearly using the deafening divine ability of a Confucian cultivator. Her voice reverberated in the air above the Shao Empire, as if she was giving orders to every Fortune Gate's disciple. Unfortunately, Princess Qingqing was still Princess Qingqing. Although she had a noble status, none of the Fortune Gate's disciples obeyed her command. Damn it! Princess Qingqing was slightly angered and shouted, Fujiwen, if you don't want the Shao Empire's people to die in the mouths of the world destruction mayflies, then hurry up and follow my command. I know my cultivation is not as good as yours, but I know how to arrange troops. Alright. Fujiwen thought for a moment as he dodged the world destruction mayflies. He gritted his teeth and said, Disciples, listen to Princess Qingqing's command. Yes. Receiving the order, the Fortune Gate's disciples with 7th grade origin energy quickly formed a long snake formation, increasing the distance between them and the world destruction mayflies. This is a good disciple of the Lightning Gate. Princess Qingqing's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. She hurriedly ordered, Disciples with 7th grade origin energy will form the first layer of defense. The rest of the disciples with 6th grade origin energy will form the second layer of defense. 20 li away from the first layer, 2 or 3 people will block the first layer of defense. The second layer of defense will only block the world destruction mayflies with 5th grade origin energy and will not be affected. Those with 5th grade origin energy will form the third layer of defense, and it will be the same as the first 2 layers. Princess Qingqing explained the formation in a few words, and the Fortune Gate's disciples obeyed. They formed a 5-layered defensive formation, blocking all the world destruction mayflies in the air. What was special was that the entire formation was orderly, and there was no longer any panic like before. Chapter 47:19. What do you think? Princess Qingqing asked Fujiwen with a smile. What could Fujiwen say? However, he was almost out of breath from the mayfly's attack, so how could he have the time to care about her? However, right when Princess Qingqing was feeling complacent, a tail stinger that seemed like a sword that could hold up the sky suddenly shot out from high up in the sky, and it shot towards Princess Qingqing with lightning speed. This stinger easily pierced through the Fortune Gate disciples' 5-layered defensive formation and landed on top of Princess Qingqing's head. Wherever the tail landed, the space within 1,000 feet was shrouded. The sharp wind tore the void apart, and the power of the spatial fissure mixed with the sharpness of the tail. Princess Qingqing was sucked into a spatial vortex, and layers of spatial fragments drifted towards her like snowflakes. Although the snowflakes were beautiful, they were also fatal. Leaving aside the fact that Princess Qingqing's flesh and blood would inevitably be reduced to dust, even if the stinger struck Princess Qingqing would definitely perish. Your Highness, Yu Xiaojing was shocked. She wanted to rush over to save Princess Qingqing, but her cultivation was too shallow. How could she compare to the 9th grade origin energy mayfly? Princess Qingqing did not show any signs of panic. Instead, she raised her head to look at the pitch-black void and the stinger of space fragments. Not only did she not activate her subbodies, she did not even use any of her scholarly cultivator's divine abilities. Her eyes were glazed over as she muttered, I'm finally going to die. If I die, will that enemy feel sad? Damn it. Fujiwen naturally wanted to save the several hundred Zhang-long mayfly, but he did not expect that the mayfly would attack Princess Qingqing instead of him. At this point, even if he wanted to throw out the pill, he would not be able to save Princess Qingqing from certain death. However, at this moment, a thunderous rumble resounded in the sky. It was as if a huge horned dragon had appeared in the sky and struck the void. The void was torn apart by the lightning, and a several hundred Zhang-long mayfly appeared. The lightning was like a miraculous elixir, enlarging the mayfly's body in an instant. The stinger on the mayfly's tail swelled at the same time. Layers of grayish-white mist emerged from the gaps between the rust spots on the mayfly's body and quickly spread throughout its entire body. After obtaining the power of lightning, Fuyu naturally didn't have the time to care about a tiny ant like Princess Qingqing. Instead, he focused all of his attention on devouring the lightning essence. Rumble. 2 hands of lightning, each over 100 feet in size, flew through the air. One of them struck Fuyu while the other clenched its fist in midair. Not only did it shatter the spatial rift, but it also grabbed Princess Qingqing. Seeing such a crude action and the familiar aura of thunder, Princess Qingqing's heart couldn't help but wet. She gritted her teeth and didn't let her tears fall. She even used her hands to hit the lightning hand that was grabbing her body. Unfortunately, the lightning hand was as hard and emotionless as the lightning sage's heart. No matter how hard Princess Qingqing tried, she couldn't shake it. Boom. After several bolts of lightning, the mayfly, which was only at the lower 9th grade of essence energy, exploded from the force of the lightning as expected. Go. At the same time, high in the sky above the Shao country, countless Fortune Gate's disciples rushed out in groups. Since the mayflies dared to attack the Shao country, how could Xiao Hua allow them to live? As for Princess Qingqing, the light in front of her flickered and she was already outside the area where the mayflies were killed. After the lightning hand disappeared, the lightning sage's ashen face appeared in front of her. Yo. Princess Qingqing only managed to say one word before she couldn't say anything else. The grievances that she had been suppressing turned into hot tears that flowed down her cheeks. Tears might be able to move Xiao Hua, but in the lightning sage's eyes, they were merely tears. They were meaningless. He coldly asked, "Why did you come here instead of staying in the immortal palace and being your princess?" Princess Qingqing bit her lips until they were bleeding. She only managed to say one word before she didn't know what else to say. However, when she used her sleeve to wipe away the tears on her face, she raised her head and revealed a stubborn and cold face. However, on this cold face, a pair of sorrowful eyes were especially striking. Princess Qingqing's voice was filled with grief and indignation as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Didn't you see everything during the Jade Lake Conference? I have already confessed to the world in front of all the sovereigns. I have already given you my chastity. How can I still have the face to stay in the immortal palace? How can I dare to stay in the immortal palace? After the Jade Lake Conference, I lost the title of princess. If it wasn't for Mother secretly letting me go, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to come to the Shao country. I would have already been sentenced to death by His Majesty." Chastity? What is chastity? The lightning sage asked indifferently. Princess Qingqing only managed to say one word. She was so angry that she couldn't say anything else. How could she say that her chastity had been humiliated in front of a man? She gritted her teeth and continued, "Princess Zixia merely lost half of her heart and was suppressed by His Majesty in the Longevity Town for several hundred years. Now, I've lost the chastity that Confucian cultivators value the most. I've lost the face of the immortal palace. If I don't escape, the only thing left for me is death. If you want to die, so be it. What does it have to do with I?" The lightning sage's expression remained unchanged. Princess Qingqing's heart instantly turned cold. She really didn't understand. With such a beautiful appearance, she had to lower herself to beg this person. Although she didn't say it out loud, but did he not understand? Could it be that he was so heartless? "I do want to die." Princess Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "But even if I die, I want to die in front of you. I want to tell you that I'm dying for you. I want you to feel uneasy for the rest of your life. I want you to never forget me for the rest of your life." Hee, impossible. The lightning sage laughed coldly and said, "What's so good about you? How can I not forget you?" Princess Qingqing had never met such a heartless man in her life. She was truly speechless. It was as if the word warmth didn't exist in this man's words at all. Leiting. Princess Qingqing finally abandoned her strong shell and begged a man for the first time in her life. When this concubine left Jade Lake, Imperial Mother secretly told this concubine to be gentle to men, to be true to men, to be docile to men. But I've always wanted to be strong. I've never known the word gentle. I know I'm not good, but apart from you, no one else wants me. I don't have a home, I don't have any relatives. If you don't want me, then I can only die. Lightning, I'm begging you. Scram. The lightning sage rolled his eyes and slapped Princess Qingqing's face. This slap didn't just cause Princess Qingqing's face to swell, it even sent her body tumbling in the air. "Your Highness." Yu Xiaojing cried out in pain from afar. She wanted to fly over. "Stop." Although Princess Qingqing couldn't stand properly, she still coldly called out, "This is a private matter between me and Lightning. You don't have to interfere." "But," Yu Xiaojing anxiously said, "but this lightning sage has a heart of stone. Your Highness, you'll die in his hands." "Ah, die. At this point, do you think I'm afraid of death? I'm more than happy to die in Lightning's hands." Princess Qingqing laughed and flew over. She looked at the Thunderclap immortal with tender eyes and said gently, "Thunderclap, I never thought that I would love a man so deeply. I also never thought that I would fall in love with a Taoist cultivator. But when this love came, only then did I know. Scram. Before Princess Qingqing could finish, the lightning sage waved his hand and sent her flying. However, Princess Qingqing still climbed up and struggled to fly in front of the lightning sage. She still said, I knew I'm a woman. I need a man to protect me. I was heartless and cold-blooded because I didn't understand love. I'm afraid of the feeling of being loved. I'm also afraid of being given to the 4 great families as a gift by His Majesty. Scram. The Thunderbolt Immortal was somewhat impatient. This time he actually lifted his foot and kicked Princess Qingqing several hundred feet away. He continued to say, I've never seen a woman as cheap as you. I don't want you anymore and you're still pestering me. If you come over again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blood was dripping from the corner of Princess Qingqing's mouth, but she still forced a smile and flew over. Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing knelt in the air and cried, Don't lower yourself like this. He'll really kill you. Lightning, I know you don't love me and I know you don't like me. She definitely won't let me appear in the fortune gate. Princess Qingqing was full of smiles. Her beautiful face was flushed with blood, and it was incomparably beautiful. But the world is so big and there's no place for this concubine anymore. If you don't like this concubine and think that this concubine is like a mosquito disturbing you, then do it. Dying in your hands is 1,000 times better than dying on His Majesty's immortal beheading stage. I beg you do it. I don't want to live in this heartless world anymore. Hee hee. The Thunderbolt Immortal sneered. He grabbed Princess Qingqing's slender neck with one hand as if he was grabbing a chick. He said, Do you think I don't dare to do it? Even if you are a princess, if I kill you, old man Gaochen won't even dare to fart. Princess Qingqing felt like she couldn't breathe. Her vision darkened and she saw stars. She knew that the lightning sage really wanted to kill her. However, when she saw the Thunderbolt Immortal's sinister smile, Princess Qingqing actually felt relaxed. Strangely, she didn't feel any hatred. Her face was flushed and blood was flowing. Her bloodshot eyes were still rippling with happiness. It was as if being able to be with the Thunderbolt Immortal at the last moment of her life was also a happy thing. In the distant sky, Princess Wuxia was anxious. Previously, when the lightning sage knocked Princess Qingqing down several times, she still had a cold smile on her face. She knew that this was Princess Qingqing's trick. However, in the end, when she heard Princess Qingqing's words and saw how Princess Qingqing was unafraid of death and how the lightning reverend was about to kill her, she suddenly understood that she might have been wrong about Princess Qingqing. In this world, if there was only one force that could change people, that would be, well, Princess Qingqing's feelings for the lightning sage. Might really be true love. Darling Xiao, hurry. Princess Wuxia couldn't help but shout, Big sister is going to die. Don't worry. Although Xiao Hua's heart was burning with anxiety, he could clearly feel that the Thunderbolt Immortal's emotions were fluctuating and changing like a stormy sea. If nothing unexpected happened, the Thunderbolt Immortal had also reached the crucial moment of his human nature. What do you mean don't be anxious? Hurry. Princess Wuxia made a prompt decision and roared, Stop the lightning sage immediately. Xiao Hua had never seen Princess Wuxia so angry. He didn't dare to be negligent and was about to send a message to the lightning sage in his mind. It was also at this moment that something strange happened. The blood at the corner of Princess Qingqing's mouth slowly dripped onto the lightning sage's wrist. The lightning sage was stunned. His hand stopped, and then he dipped a finger into the blood and put it in his mouth. After a moment he frowned and said, Why is your blood so salty? Or why are you crying? Why is my heart so chaotic when I see you cry? Why does my heart feel like it's being twisted by a knife? Princess Qingqing naturally couldn't speak. She struggled a few times and opened her mouth to cry a few times. The Thunderbolt Immortal loosened his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Princess Qingqing collapsed in the air and coughed with all her might. She raised her head and cried out, Thunderbolt, why didn't you kill me? If I kill you, my heart will ache. I won't kill you. The lightning sage actually replied woodenly. Princess Qingqing couldn't say another word. Tears of happiness gushed out of her eyes. This man named Lei Ting didn't say the word love, but his words were much more expressive than the word love. Lightning. Princess Qingqing whispered, I know you're the same as me. I'm infatuated with power, and you're infatuated with cultivation. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have cultivated to the Grand Ascension stage in the hidden immortal continent. So, you and I don't understand love. Actually, your heartache means you love me. The lightning sage raised his hand again. It looked like he was going to slap her, but he withdrew his hand halfway. It seemed like he would also feel heartache if he did this. The lightning sage was at a loss. He turned his head and looked at Xiaohua for help. Boom! A five-colored rainbow bridge appeared in the distance. Xiaohua held Princess Zixia's hand and stepped on the rainbow bridge with a smile on his face. Congratulations, fellow lightning sage. Congratulations, fellow lightning sage. Xiaohua flew closer and raised his hand with a smile. You finally know what love is. The lightning sage shook his head slightly, seemingly embarrassed. He replied, Fellow Taoist, you're making fun of me. I don't seem to understand. It doesn't matter. With Princess Qingqing by your side, you'll understand sooner or later. Xiaohua replied with a smile. As for Princess Zixia, she looked at Princess Qingqing with a complicated expression. She stared into Princess Qingqing's eyes, and Princess Qingqing walked over without backing down. Qingqing. After a while, Princess Zixia said, I don't know if what you said just now is true. I also don't know if this is all part of His Majesty and Imperial Mother's plan. I only want to say that Xiaohua and the Fortune Gate don't have any ambition to dominate the world. I'm here. I beg you to let the Fortune Gate go. This kind of self-injury trick is really meaningless. Although Princess Zixia said beg, her tone was very unyielding. How could it sound like she was begging? Princess Qingqing's tone softened when she saw this. She replied, Xinxin, I've been fighting with you since we were young. If you like something, even if I don't like it, I'll take it. I'd rather throw it away and destroy it than let you have it. To be honest, I don't regret everything that happened before. I also don't want to apologize to you. However, today at this moment I can tell you that I'm sincere. I truly love lightning. I beg you, can you give me a way out? Let me and lightning have some space, some chance? Princess Zixia was very helpless. From a woman's intuition, she could feel that Princess Qingqing's words came from the bottom of her heart. There were no lies. However, from her many years of fighting with Princess Qingqing, Princess Zixia very rationally told herself that Princess Qingqing was definitely not a gentle woman. How could she easily lower her head? She looked helplessly at Xiaohua, then looked at the lightning Taoist whose face was as solemn as a mountain. Her heart was extremely conflicted. However, after a while, Princess Zixia said, Since you've said so, Xiaohua and I will respect lightning Taoist's choice. At the same time, we also want to see the true love in your heart. However, little sister has to say the ugly words first. If you have any other plans or ideas, I absolutely won't allow it. The Fortune Gate is the Tao sect's Fortune Gate. It is the Fortune Gate of Xiaohua Lightning Taoist, and all of the Fortune Gate's Fortune Gate. The Fortune Gate will not allow Confucian cultivators to meddle with it, nor will it allow any conspiracy to exist. It's just a Fortune Gate. I really don't care about it. Princess Qingqing replied without backing down. If Lightning Taoist wasn't here, I wouldn't even bother to set foot here. Moreover, you can rest assured that I only want to stay by Lightning Taoist's side. Even if you want me to interfere with the Fortune Gate's matters, I won't care. I hope everything you've said is true. Princess Zixia warned meaningfully. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will definitely regret it. Don't worry, Princess Zixia. I've already done many things that I regret. At this point, I absolutely won't regret it. Princess Qingqing said as she quietly flew closer to the Lightning Taoist. The Lightning Taoist impatiently said, Don't come so close, I'm not used to it. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Chapter 47:20. Yes, this concubine understands. Facing Princess Zixia, Princess Qingqing maintained a cold expression, not giving her any face. However, seeing the Lightning Taoist, a smile appeared on Princess Qingqing's face, and her figure stopped. Fellow Taoist Lightning. Xiaohua said, If you keep Princess Qingqing, then you can't return to the Kunlun Immortal Grounds to cultivate. Have you made your decision? No. Princess Qingqing hurriedly said, I can't delay Lightning Taoist cultivation. I'll stay in Shao country. Since when is it your turn to decide this daddy's matters? Lightning Taoist glared at Princess Qingqing. Princess Qingqing immediately lowered her head, like a wronged wife, not daring to say anything. Lightning Taoist said to Xiaohua, I have been thinking of something recently, so I won't cultivate for now. Let's go to the Western Sea to kill the mayflies. Looking at the Thunderbolt Immortal, who was annoyed at being disturbed just a moment ago, now having such a change in attitude, Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Sure. Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing quietly flew over, her face pale. The scene just now had scared her to death. Don't call me princess anymore. Princess Qingqing glanced at Princess Zixia and said, I'm no longer a princess, call me young miss or Ching Ching. Yes, young miss, Yu Xiaojing replied in a low voice. At this moment, in the sky above Shao country, countless mayflies rushed out from the cracks in the void that appeared from time to time. They were like locusts that were commonly seen in the countryside as they rushed towards the ground. The citizens of the Shao Empire had long sensed the danger, but they did not wait for death. Instead, they called out to Jinren Shao as if they were praying for protection. Then they rushed out from various houses and brought the firewood, grass and other things to the fields. As they lit these things up, they waved their wooden sticks, clothes and other things, blocking the mayflies just like how they hunted and drove away locusts in the past. Seeing such a familiar scene, Xiaohua couldn't help sighing. The prayers of millions of Shao country's citizens made him feel a warm current flowing to the crystal-like godhead behind his head. What adorable citizens are! Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror, preparing to release more Fortune Gate disciples. However, Princess Zixia only faintly smiled as if she was provoking Princess Qing Qing. She arrogantly said to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let's see what I can do." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said with a smile, "I'd like to see what your highness is capable of." Hearing Xiaohua call her Your Highness the Princess, which was the complete opposite of what Princess Qing Qing had just said, Princess Zixia faintly smiled. Raising her hand, she took out the Xinyuan water control flag. As she gently waved it, countless water-green jade talismans flew down like dandelions. In an instant, they covered 1,000 miles of the Shao Empire's territory. And in that area, there were several inches of mayflies that were extremely rampant. Good. Seeing that Ying Luo had separated the mayfly from where it landed, the mayfly first flew around like a headless fly before lunging at Ying Luo in a frenzy. It actually swallowed the light that even the Son of Heaven's sword in the Heaven and Earth pagoda could not break through. Xiaohua had just praised it when his expression changed slightly. The mayfly's power was not beyond his expectations. At the side, Qing Qing coldly snorted and said, "The innate 5-element flag is only SOSO." "Shut up." The thunderbolt immortal roared, "Did I let you speak?" Qing Qing faintly smiled and did not speak again. Looking at that smile, even if the thunderbolt immortal scolded her, he was still talking to her. This made her really happy. On the other hand, Yu Xiaojing, who was watching from the side, felt that it was not worth it for Qing Qing. "It's all right." Princess Zixia looked at Xiaohua's worry and laughed softly. "Ying Luo is not an appearance. It's not the foundation of the Xinyuan water control flag. These mayflies can't hurt me." Xiaohua pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, "What I'm worried about is not the Xinyuan water control flag. After all, this is the most powerful innate spiritual treasure I've ever seen. What I'm worried about is whether the mayfly that swallowed this Ying Luo will advance again. Moreover, the area that this Xinyuan water control flag can protect is still too small." Princess Zixia embarrassedly shook her head. "My cultivation is still shallow. This is all I can do. If I want to protect the entire Shao Empire, I still need to cultivate for many years." Xiaohua smiled and said, "You've already done very well. With this Xinyuan water control flag, I believe. Even if a 9th-grade mayfly comes, you won't be harmed." Princess Zixia urged her true chi to investigate and exclaimed, "Darling Xiao, these mayflies are really swallowing the Ying Luo, and they're doing it very quickly. Don't Confucian cultivators often say that there's strength in numbers?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "These mayflies are much more numerous than ordinary humans. Although their strength is minuscule, when gathered together they can't be underestimated. This is the strongest defensive treasure of the human race. If you're not careful, I'm afraid that they'll break through it." "I understand." Princess Zixia urged the Xinyuan water control flag. Layers of Ying Luo flowed like water waves, driving away all the mayflies from the Ying Luo. When the mayflies swooped down to swallow again, they actually couldn't do it. Good. Seeing Princess Zixia's intelligence, Xiaohua couldn't help but clap his hands and say, "People often say that running water never rots, and it seems to be true." Hearing Xiaohua's praise, Princess Zixia somewhat proudly glanced at Qing Qing. However, Qing Qing's heart wasn't on Princess Zixia's side at all. Instead, she lowered her head and stole glances at the Thunderbolt Immortal, as if he was the only person in her world. Could it be? I was really wrong? Princess Zixia couldn't help but feel apologetic in her heart. Putting aside Princess Zixia's guilt, Xiaohua looked at the already stable situation and raised his hand to take the Kunlun mirror in his hand. As the light trembled, the divine power puppet Little Gold flew out. As soon as Little Gold came out, a dragon-shaped phantom rushed into the sky, and even a bit of the world-destroying mayfly's aura appeared. "Little Gold, go." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Kill a few mayflies." "Yes, master." Little Gold's voice appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Then, with a flash of golden light, it rushed into the swarm of insects. Little Gold was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. After it flew in, it waved its antennae as if it had seen something, cutting the mayflies in two. It was very brave and fierce. Unfortunately, after a short while, Xiaohua frowned again. Because the mayflies that were cut in two by Little Gold quickly turned back into two low-level mayflies, and they didn't seem to be killed. In other words, Little Gold couldn't really kill the mayflies. "Come back, Little Gold." Xiaohua called out in his heart, and he was quite disappointed. Because in Xiaohua's memory, Little Gold had swallowed Dragon Siren and also swallowed the essence of mayflies, and because of this, it had mutated. If even it couldn't kill the mayflies, then the other spiritual pets wouldn't be able to either. After Little Gold returned to the space, Xiaohua took out the Ice Worm King. The mayflies that Xiaohua had encountered before were all extremely powerful, and he hadn't had the chance to test them out one by one. Now was the perfect time to test out Princess Zixia's Xinyuan water control flag, as well as these spiritual pets that had been separated by yin and yang. As soon as the Ice Worm King appeared, it immediately sealed the space within a radius of several hundred feet. Unfortunately, other than the thumb-sized mayfly that exploded, the other mayflies all rushed to devour the frozen space, and their size even increased. Seeing that his two most powerful spiritual pets were useless, Xiaohua was a little disappointed. I'm afraid it won't work." Xiaohua put the Ice Worm King into the space, and then let out Little Thunder and Little Silver. Unfortunately, as soon as Little Silver came out of the space, its nose sniffed the air, and its fat body immediately curled up into a ball, and it didn't go forward at all. Although Little Thunder was powerful, with every movement it made, it was still inferior to Xiaohua's Hand of Lightning, and naturally couldn't kill the mayflies. Forget it. Xiaohua was completely disheartened. In his heart, he already somewhat understood that these mayflies were from the previous generation. Even if one of his spirit pets had the ability to restrain them, it was still impossible for it to exterminate hundreds of millions of mayflies. After putting away Little Thunder and Little Silver, Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then once again took out the spirit grasses from the spirit world, some spirit wood from the chaos divine world, and other things from other spaces to try. Unfortunately, all of his attempts failed one after another. Nothing could stop that black hole that could kill mayflies and devour everything. In the end, Xiaohua simply stopped trying and stood in the air, watching over the situation. With Xiaohua and the Thunderbolt Master overseeing the situation, and with the support of Xinhua Mainland's Fortune Gate's disciples, the mayflies besieging the Xiao country were gradually eliminated. Looking at the mayflies throwing themselves at the ground and the seeds that had already been planted, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile wryly. He clearly knew that his grain seeds must have attracted the attention of the mayflies. Unfortunately, Xiaohua no longer had the chance to regret. If he didn't have these seeds in the past, the Xiao country and the burial Immortal Mainland's common people would have starved to death. Now the seeds had spread all over the burial Immortal Mainland, and they had become the targets of the mayflies. Several days later, the mayflies were finally exterminated. Fujiwen's face was full of shame as he saluted Xiaohua, saying that he had failed Xiaohua's trust. Xiaohua comforted him with a smile. In the face of a great calamity, it was enough to protect the Xiao country's common people's lives. What burden was there to speak of? Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and asked the Thunderbolt Master to recall the Xinhua Mainland's Fortune Gate's disciples into the space. He then said to Fujiwen, "What do the Xiao country's people say about leaving?" At the mention of this matter, Fujiwen answered with a wry smile, "Master, people often say that it's hard to leave one's homeland, and it's true. This disciple has already sent many people to spread the benefits of the Kunlun paradise, but most of them feel that the Xiao country is the paradise of the burial Immortal Mainland, and are unwilling to leave. Moreover, this disciple has also told them how powerful the strange insects are, but they believe that with Master's protection, they will definitely be able to exterminate the strange insects." Blind trust. Xiaohua suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier, and he sighed. "Xiaohua, this matter is your fault," Qingqing suddenly said from afar. "Shut up." Before she could finish, the Thunderbolt Master angrily said, "I didn't ask you to speak." Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "What did I do wrong?" Qingqing looked at the Thunderbolt Master, not daring to speak. "Speak." The The Thunderbolt Master simply spat out a word. Yes. Qingqing hurriedly said, the Shao country is named after your surname, and these people are also your people. You didn't explain the situation clearly to them, but let your disciple. What is this? This kind of matter of showing one's face and winning over people's hearts, anyone would run to the front, even His Majesty the Immortal Emperor would not be an exception. You, on the other hand, only let your disciple do it. Whether or not your disciple was sent by you, whether or not he used your name, those people will know. They only know your name devoutly. Moreover, what is the Kunlun paradise? It is useless to just talk about it, these vulgar people will not understand. You have to take out the real situation of the Kunlun paradise for them to see, even if it is an illusion. And you are right. Xiaohua nodded, this Xiao has learned. What are you talking about? Princess Zixia said unhappily, what do you know? Darling Xiao first went to the Jade Pool gathering, then went to Dragon Island, Great Sage Hall and Lane Temple. For the sake of the life and death of the billions of people in the 3 continents, how could he have time to come to the Shao country? Of course I don't know what Taoist Xiao is talking about these days. When Qingqing heard that Xiaohua actually went back and forth to several holy lands, her heart was also shocked, and her respect for him gradually grew. However, she still insisted, I am just talking about the facts. Qingqing's temper was like this. She could lower her proud head for a man, for an unprecedented love, and give up her noble life, but she could not suddenly change. Princess Zixia naturally understood. Although her tolerance was not as broad as Xiaohua's, seeing that she did not refute, it seemed like she was trying to be tolerant. Xiaohua waited for a while, and when he saw that Lightning Taoist had accepted the Fortune Gate's disciples, he was about to ask for the Kunlun mirror when he saw Prince Lan, Li Xiang, and Xiong Yi flying over to greet him. Xiaohua looked at the 3 people coming over, then glanced at Fujiwen. Fujiwen shook his head slightly, then nodded indifferently, making Xiaohua a little confused. However, he did not have time to ask as Prince Lan and the others had already flown over. After greeting, the 3 of them apologized, saying that they were not good at ruling the country. Xiaohua frowned and helped the 3 of them up, saying, when did the 3 of you become so unscrupulous? Master has never blamed the 3 of you, so why do you blame yourselves? Princess Qingqing has already said that this matter is Master's fault. Master did not pay enough attention to the Shao Empire. When Lightning Taoist returns, Master will personally persuade him. Yes, disciple knows his mistake. The 3 of them looked relaxed and stood at the side, waiting for Xiaohua to make a move. But a moment later, Prince Lan seemed to have thought of something and slapped his forehead, then flew out in a hurry. He took out a jade eye and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Master, this is from Taoist Qing Su. He said that the Grand Mist Ancestor has something to tell Master. There is a restriction on this jade eye, so disciple cannot see it, so disciple does not know what it is. Disciple had almost forgotten about it these few days because of the strange insects. Please forgive Master. Xiaohua's heart tightened, but the expression on his face did not change. He nodded and received the jade eye. When he raised his hand and tapped on the jade eye, a burst of light flashed, and the restriction placed on the jade eye by the Grand Mist Ancestor was broken. After Xiaohua placed the jade eye on his forehead and used his divine sense to examine it for a moment, he squeezed out a smile and nodded towards Prince Lan as he said, Master understands. Your jade eye has really solved a big problem in Master's heart. Being able to do something for Master is disciple's responsibility. A smile appeared on Prince Lan's face. It was a very happy smile. It seemed that helping Xiaohua was his top priority. Princess Zixia naturally did not know about Prince Lan's matter. She was worried that the Grand Mist Ancestor had some kind of scheme, so she asked in a low voice, Darling Xiao, the Grand Mist Ancestor. What did he say in the jade eye? He is a very shrewd person. You must be careful. Just take a look. Xiaohua chuckled and was about to pass the jade eye to Princess Zixia. However, Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he put away the jade eyes and smiled. It seems like this Xiao is not the only one who is obsessed with the world-exterminating ephemera. As a member of the Tao Gate, the Grand Mist Ancestor is also obsessed with this matter. He has found a way to get rid of the strange insects and has invited this Xiao to discuss it with him. If there is anything, we can discuss it at the Fortune Gate. Why do we have to go to the Sky-Bearing Palace? Princess Zixia frowned. She did not understand why Xiaohua kept the jade eye and did not want to show it to her. Xiaohua smiled and answered, I feel that human nature is kind. Even if we scheme and quarrel over trivial matters, we should focus on the important matter. However, in the face of this calamity, The human race must prioritize the overall situation and eliminate the world destruction mayflies. Thus, I choose to believe in fellow Taoist primordial chaos and that he has the humanity of a human. As he spoke, he looked at His Highness Lan and praised, Your Highness Lan, you've done well. If Master and the Grand Mist Ancestor succeed, you will take the most credit. Disciple does not dare to take credit. Prince Lan hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple was merely passing on the message. In fact, Taoist Ching Su wanted to pass the Jade Eye to Senior Brother Fu, but Senior Brother Fu happened to be away, so he passed it to Disciple. It doesn't matter who it is. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Eliminating the world-destroying ephemera is the most important thing. As he spoke, the lightning Taoist had already returned. Xiao Hua took the Kunlun mirror and flew into the sky above the Xiao country. He then raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! Several bolts of lightning shot into the sky, covering the sky within 1,000 li. The Xiao country citizens had just escaped from the strange insect's attack and were still in a state of shock. Seeing the lightning in the sky again, they trembled with fear. However, when they saw the thunderstorm, which was like a horned dragon, slowly transform into Xiao Hua's figure, the crowd of people couldn't help but burst into tears. One after another, they kneeled on the ground and called out, Taoist Xiao, my people. Xiao Hua's voice is like thunder rumbling in the sky. I am Taoist Master Xiao. Today, I have an important matter to tell you all. Xiao Hua explained the matter of the world-exterminating ephemera in a concise manner. In the end, he waved his hand and the Kunlun mirror fell into the air. Wang. The Kunlun mirror let out a rumbling sound, and a huge beam of light shot out from the Kunlun mirror and landed in the sky above Xiao Empire. Then, the situation of Xinhua continent turned into a light projection that appeared in the space of a few thousand miles. Mountain after mountain, mountain after mountain, piece after piece of fertile land, cluster after cluster of mountain flowers, a peaceful scene of men plowing and women weaving slowly appeared in front of the stunned citizens of Xiao Empire. After a full hour, Xiao Hua finally pointed his hand, and the light projection gradually shrunk and disappeared into the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua smiled and said, My people, this is the Kunlun wonderland that my disciple told you all about. This place. Although it is not as big as the hidden immortal continent, it is definitely bigger than Xiao Empire. This is a magic tool that I carry with me. In other words, once you enter the Kunlun wonderland, you will be by my side. I can protect you all at any time. Now, the hidden immortal continent is being attacked by the world-exterminating strange insects, and I have yet to find a way to destroy them. I hope that you all can enter the Kunlun wonderland temporarily to avoid the disaster. After the world-exterminating strange insects are destroyed, I will ask for your opinion. If you all want to stay in the Kunlun wonderland, then you can live and reproduce there. If you still want to return to the hidden immortal continent, then I will send you all back. Don't worry, I will definitely respect your choice. Thank you, Taoist Xiao, for your mercy. We will follow the guidance of Nanwu Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva, for sending us to the Wonderland. The Xiao Empire citizens no longer had any objections. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky to express their gratitude. I still have to go overseas to find a way to kill the world-exterminating strange insects, so I can't stay here for long. Seeing this, Xiao Hua added, I ask my Fortune Gate Second Master, Lightning Taoist, to send you all into the Kunlun Wonderland. Xiao Hua then nodded at Lightning Taoist. Lightning Taoist also transformed into a lightning giant, and with a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. He said, I will follow the sect master's orders. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Thank you, Lightning Taoist. The Xiao Empire's citizens thanked him again. Alright, you all pack up your belongings. Lightning Taoist said, 10 days later, I will send you all into the Kunlun Wonderland. Don't worry, I can take away your houses and belongings. Hearing this, the Xiao Empire citizens were even more delighted. After kowtowing, they hurriedly left. Subsequently, Xiao Hua and Lightning Taoist withdrew their Dharma images and descended. Xiao Hua looked at Lightning Taoist and Qingqing and said, Fellow Taoist, I still have to rush back to the Western Sea. I'll leave the Xiao Empire to you. And? Lightning Taoist nodded. Go ahead. I is here. Fu Jiwen, Prince Lan, Li Xiang, Xiongyi, you all will also assist your martial uncle Lightning in the Xiao Empire. Xiao Hua ordered. Yes, disciple understands. All the disciples bowed. Prince Lan then asked, Master, if the Xiao Empire citizens are going to the Kunlun Wonderland then, what about our Xiao Empire? Are we going to give up? Are we going to give it to Confucian cultivators for nothing? Fu Jiwen, what do you think? Xiao Hua turned to ask Fujiwen. Fujiwen thought for a moment and smiled. No matter what, the Shao Empire is our Fortune Gate's foundation. We've given up on the soaring Dragon Mountain range, but the Shao Empire can't be given up for the time being. Moreover, didn't Master say so earlier? After the insect plague is over, the Shao Empire's citizens will return. We have to protect their homeland. Not to mention the world exterminating strange insects are everywhere. There's no difference between killing them in the West Sea and in the Shao Empire. Disciple feels that we should stay here. And you're right. Our Fortune Gate's disciples are also setting up transmission arrays all over the hidden immortal mainland. They also need a place to stay, and the Shao Empire is the best choice. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and raised his hand. Since that's the case, all of you stay here and let your martial uncle Lightning accompany you. Many thanks, Master. Fujiwen was overjoyed. With the Lightning Taoist by his side, what kind of strange insects would he be afraid of? Prince Lan was happy and nodded at Xiong Yi and Li Xiang. Xiao Hua didn't stay for long. After exchanging a few words with the Lightning Taoist, he led Princess Zixia to the flying carriage and left. However, after flying for several tens of thousands of li, Princess Zixia couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Darling Xiao, Grand Mist Ancestor, what method did he find to kill the mayflies? This concubine is really curious." Xiao Hua sneered and raised his hand to pass the jade eye to Princess Zixia. Princess Zixia activated her golden pupils. A golden light appeared in her eyes. That golden light fell on her jade pupils. After a moment, Princess Zixia cried out in alarm, "How is this possible? Even the Dragon Island, Great Sage Temple and Thunder Temple said that there's no spatial passage to the outside world in the 3 continents. How did the Grand Mist Ancestor find it?" Not only that. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, the Rainbow Sea God Seashell, Senior Su, and Fairy Xingyu also said that the 3 continents are strange. The space around them is very tight. If one doesn't enter from the outside world, it's impossible to leave from the inside. Although Fairy Xingyu didn't say it clearly, she vaguely revealed that this might be the reason for the immortal array. Even these powerful experts couldn't find the passage, so how could the Grand Mist Ancestor find it? Oh, that's right, look further back. Princess Zixia continued to look, and a puzzled expression appeared on her face. She asked curiously, 10,000 Demon World? Metal, wood and magnetic? What does that mean? Of course, it's outside the soaring cloud-side hall. The Grand Mist Ancestor wanted me to bring him in. Xiao Hua explained, I raised a condition, and one of them was for him to give me the 5 elements magnetic. Of course, that was just a joke and he remembered it in his heart. So, he used the metal and wood magnetic as bait, saying that the 10,000 Demon World has it. Moreover, he knows the spatial passage from the 3 continents to the 10,000 Demon World. He lured me into his trap. Then you in the Shao country. Princess Zixia's thoughts were quite meticulous, and she immediately thought of Xiao Hua's strange behavior. Xiao Hua's face turned cold and he said, of course I don't want to see the Grand Mist Ancestor scheming against me when the 3 continents are in danger. I'd rather believe that he does know some ancient secrets, and that this secret spatial passage does exist. I'm even willing to believe that the Grand Mist Ancestor said that the 10,000 Demon World's metal and wood magnetic is real. Therefore, I'm willing to take this risk for this belief. Moreover, there's another secret. My Fortune Gate is not a paradise, that disciple named Prince Lan. After Xiao Hua finished talking about Prince Lan's attack on Jianghu, Princess Zixia's eyes narrowed and she nodded, Darling Xiao, you're casting a long line to catch a big fish. But at this point this big fish has no special value, why don't you pull in the net? Yes, I'm just about to pull in the net. Xiao Hua laughed, but there are many ways to pull in the net. If the Grand Mist Ancestor really wants to join hands to kill Fuyu, and this spatial passage is real, I'll let Prince Lan commit suicide, leaving him a good reputation. If the Grand Mist Ancestor hands over the disciples who attacked Jianghu, I can reluctantly let bygones be bygones. If this news is false, the sky-bearing palace has no value in the 3 continents. Although I don't want to create a rift between the sects, I can't hold back since they're already forcing me. But you're risking your life, it's not appropriate. Princess Zixia said worriedly. But compared to the lives of the sky-bearing palace's disciples, this risk is worth it. Xiao Hua laughed. Moreover, don't you understand my strength? How can I fall into the Grand Mist Ancestor's trap? Your strength is not bad, I know this. But the Grand Mist Ancestor's schemes are too deep, I'm afraid you're not his opponent. Xiao Hua chuckled, I still have the Kunlun mirror. Even if there are 3 Grand Mist ancestors hiding inside, they won't be a match for me. Then why did you give the Kunlun mirror to the lightning Taoist? Princess Zixia became anxious when she heard Xiaohua's words and shouted, "Quick, stop the Pegasus, go gather the Xiao Empire's people, these 10 days won't make much difference." Seeing that Princess Zixia was worried, Xiaohua laughed. "Xiao Empire is a test for Prince Lan, this Kunlun mirror might be a test for the lightning Taoist and Princess Qingqing. Princess Zixia understood when she heard Xiaohua's words. She raised her finger and pointed at Xiaohua's forehead. "I didn't expect my sect master to be so scheming. But your scheming is wasted. If my sister can't even resist this little temptation, how could she have fought with me for so long in the Immortal Palace? The past is the past, the present is the present." Xiaohua laughed. She had everything before, naturally she wouldn't care about this temptation. But now she has nothing, maybe she'll swallow this little temptation. Impossible. Princess Zixia shook her head. "I feel that this time my sister has really fallen in love. Damn, this lightning Taoist is so unromantic, how did my sister fall in love with him?" Hearing Princess Zixia say damn, Xiaohua was dumbstruck and Princess Zixia came to her senses, her cheeks flushed red and she glared at Xiaohua fiercely. Love is so inexplicable. Xiaohua shrugged with a helpless look and said, "I think. You know it too." Princess Zixia rolled her eyes and a crafty smile appeared on her face. "I've already heard the story of Lu Town and Guizhuang House, and I've also helped Xiaohua recover a lot of his memories. I wonder if Xiaohua can tell me about the matters of Xiaoyu continent now? This time. Xiaohua won't lose his memories, right?" Xiaohua nodded and said seriously, "I'll let you know about these things sooner or later, and I also want you to tell me about your life in the Immortal Palace. But now that the world-exterminating mayfly is so powerful, and your strength is limited, I want to take advantage of the time now to tell you about the 5-cheese unification technique." "Okay." Princess Zixia was overjoyed when she heard this and said, "Xiaohua, the 5-cheese unification technique you gave me is really profound, and I've already comprehended enough in these hundreds of years, but every time I take a step forward, I find that there are still many things I don't understand. Previously, when the Master of the Scholar Palace was here, I wanted to ask him to explain it to me, but then too many things happened and I didn't have time. You and the Master of the Scholar Palace are good friends, and this 5-cheese unification technique was also given to him by you, so he will definitely explain it to you in detail." Xiaohua's plan succeeded, and he released his divine sense to look into the distance, then raised his hand and said, "Let's go, let the Pegasus flying carriage land on the mountain in front, and I will explain the 5-cheese unification technique to you while we wait for the lightning immortal to arrive." Seeing Xiaohua release his divine sense, Princess Zixia slightly curled her lips, as if she already knew what Xiaohua was thinking. Xiaohua waited for dozens of days and seeing that Xiaohua was a bit anxious, Princess Zixia said in a low voice, "Let's stop here for now, Xiaohua, go to Xiao country to take a look and don't let any accidents happen." There's no need." Just as Xiaohua was about to reply, his brows relaxed and he said with a smile, "The lightning immortal is already here." Sure enough, not long after, the lightning immortal's figure appeared in mid-air. What was special was that when the lightning immortal just appeared, he actually involuntarily glanced behind him, as if he was afraid of being discovered. "Fellow Taoist," Xiaohua asked curiously, "is someone chasing you?" "Damn it, no one is chasing me." The lightning immortal muttered, "Isn't it that Qing? She keeps an eye on I every day as if I will run away. Today I finally managed to get her to go and only then did I manage to escape." "It can't be," Xiaohua said in surprise. "Qing's strength is only around the 6th grade of essence energy, right? Isn't it easy for you to avoid her?" That. The lightning immortal was embarrassed to speak again. Princess Zixia curled her lips and said, "You don't have to worry. She definitely won't follow you and she definitely won't ask you about the Kunlun mirror in the future. She knows that you want to return the Kunlun mirror, so she took the initiative to avoid you." "That's not true," the lightning immortal argued forcefully. "The main thing is that it is too troublesome to collect the citizens of Xiao Empire, which is why it took so much time." Kiki. Xiaohua did not say any more. He took over the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, did you collect all the citizens of Xiao Empire?" "About 80%. The lightning immortal shook his head and said, "I heard from Fujiwen that the remaining 20%, no matter how you persuade them, they are not willing to enter the Kunlun immortal realm. I will be in charge of collecting them. As for the rest, you should ask Fujiwen." "All right." Xiaohua kept the Kunlun mirror and said, Fellow Taoist, when you return, tell Fujiwen that this is Ai's order. Tell him to prepare to reel in the net, and wait for Ai's order to come, and let him catch them all in one fell swoop. No problem. After hearing Xiaohua's words, the Lightning Immortal urged, Fellow Taoist, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Seeing the Lightning Immortal acting like a thief, how is this the bearing of a Taoism's Mahayana? Xiaohua helplessly laughed a few times and said, There is nothing else, you should quickly return. Farewell. The Lightning Immortal raised his hand to bid farewell and hurriedly left. Princess Zixia at the side was also shocked. She also looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and asked curiously, Darling Xiao, this Lightning Immortal. Is he? I'm afraid so. Xiaohua said with a smile, however, this is his matter. You and I should just watch from the sidelines. We can only leave it to fate. Princess Zixia knew that she could no longer stop Princess Qingqing. She was extremely disgusted but also happy. The feeling was so complicated that even she herself could not explain it clearly. After taking the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua kept the Pegasus flying chariot. He held Princess Zixia's hand and rushed towards the East Sea with lightning escape. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, whether it was the dragon race or the oceanic race, they all moved their bodies and quickly traversed through the serene blue crystal-like seawater. Some even impatiently teleported, looking busy and nervous. However, at the core of the Dragon Palace, inside the main hall that flickered with treasure light, it was quiet again. There were more than 100 dragon generals wearing dragon armor and holding dragon weapons. They surrounded the main hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Waves of chaotic water rippled from all directions, but they were immediately annihilated by the dragon generals with a wave of their hands. Not to mention that the noise could not reach the main hall at all. Boom! A loud rumble sounded from several hundred zhang away from the main hall. The nearby dragon generals were all startled. They involuntarily raised the dragon weapons in their hands, wanting to surround the main hall. However, when they saw a huge water halo appear amidst the rumble, and then a tricolored halo spread out one after another, a dragon general wearing dragon armor hurriedly flew out from the halo. The dragon generals had a look of realization on their faces. Most of them flew back, leaving only one dragon general at the front to block him. Reporting to the great general. The dragon general flew out of the halo and hurriedly shook his dragon head. In his dragon claws was a dragon shell. He reported, There is a message from the West Sea Dragon Palace. As he spoke, the dragon general handed the dragon shell over. The great general took the dragon shell and nodded without looking at it. He said, Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work, great general. The dragon general said politely. He turned around and flew back into the halo. His dragon body faded for a moment. The great general turned around and was about to fly back to the main hall. A dragon general beside him smiled bitterly and said, Great general, why is it the West Sea again? How can it not be the West Sea? The great general replied helplessly, The West Sea today is no longer the West Sea of the past. After saying that, the great general did not dare to delay. He urged his dragon body to enter the main hall. However, at this moment, boom, there was another sound of water. Not far from the halo that just appeared, another tricolored halo appeared. The palace guard grand general stopped, but his dragon body didn't move. The dragon general who just spoke swayed his dragon body and blocked the light ring. Another dragon general hurriedly flew out from the light ring. As soon as he saw this dragon general, he looked up at the palace guard grand general and shouted, Palace guard grand general, urgent report from the West Sea. Bring it over. The great general was too lazy to move. After he gave the order, the dragon general waved his dragon claw, and the long bay in his hand flew into the great general's dragon claw at lightning speed. Then the dragon general hurriedly returned. Damn the fortune gate. The great general looked at the two dragon shells in the dragon claws and cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to enter the main hall. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Give it a recommendation vote, collect it, tip it, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 47-21. Boom. Another dragon general came to deliver a message. Fuck, is there an end to this? The palace general was really angry. He knew very well that any ordinary battle report from the Four Seas would be handled by specialized civil officials of the Dragon Palace. Anything that could be sent directly to the palace could be said to be extremely urgent. These messages were extremely rare. Ever since the Fortune Gate's Jianghu had taken over the West Sea Dragon Palace, The East Sea Dragon Palace's Crown Prince Ao Xiang had been sending urgent messages one after another. However, it was rare to see so many of them today. Reporting to the Great General. The moment the Dragon General appeared, he immediately reported. Before he could finish, the Great General interrupted him and asked, "Is it another message from the West Sea Dragon Palace?" The Dragon General was stunned and hurriedly shook his head, reporting to the Great General, "It's not the West Sea Dragon Palace. It's an urgent message from the hidden Immortal Continent's Bestial Battle Arena." Bestial Battle Arena? The Great General was surprised and scolded, "What urgent message from the Bestial Battle Arena? At this time? Why are they still in a mess? Why can't you see the importance of this matter? How can you casually send a message to His Majesty the Dragon King?" The Dragon General wasn't in a hurry. After the Great General finished speaking, he respectfully said, "This subordinate understands. Many thanks for the Great General's guidance. However, the message from the hidden Immortal Continent's Bestial Battle Arena is Chuanzong's message." See, the Great General was shocked and suppressed his anger. However, he frowned and said, "That's not right. Even though Chuanzong wants to seek scriptures from the west and has to pass through the East Sea, he can't have reached the East Sea from the Longevity Town so quickly, right?" "Yes, the Bestial Battle Arena sent the message. Chuanzong is still 10,000 miles away from the East Sea," the Dragon General hurriedly explained. 10,000 miles, ah. The Great General didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How long would it take for Chuanzong to reach the East Sea from 10,000 miles away? Why would they send an urgent message? Did they eat too much seaweed and have too much? But Master Shao has already spoken in the Longevity Town. The Dragon General continued to explain, "Anyone who dares to hurt Chuanzong will have their entire family exterminated. Right now, the Fortune Gate is like the sun in the midday sky, and their 10,000 li territory has already entered the Beast Battle Arena's sphere of influence. They want to report to His Majesty Dragon King, to let the Eastern Sea be prepared to go there without any mishaps. Xiao Longshi's only nephew is too important." "Alright, I got it." The Great General knew that the Beast Battle Arena was right to be cautious. He nodded and gestured for the Dragon General to turn back. After waiting for a moment and seeing that there were no more halos, he entered the Great Hall. Although the hall was large and countless precious items were shining brightly, the moment the Great General entered the hall, his gaze immediately landed on the dragon throne that was overflowing with treasure light. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Ao Qian, was seated on the dragon throne. Hundreds of dragon images of various colors formed from dragon aura flew around the dragon throne. Waves of aura that caused the dragon tribe to prostrate, feel shocked, and apprehensive spread from the dragon throne, enveloping the entire hall. Reporting to His Majesty Dragon King. The Great General's body trembled, and his voice was a little hoarse as he stood inside the hall. "Yes." Ao Qian withdrew his gaze from the dragon scroll in his hand. He lifted his head and glanced at the hall guardian Great General. The dancing dragon figure immediately roared and returned to the dragon throne. The frightening aura in the hall was completely swept away. An urgent message from the Western Sea Dragon Palace. The palace guarding Grand General moved his body and entered the Great Hall. He respectfully presented the 3 dragon shells. 3 urgent messages from the Western Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Qian was stunned, and he was a little annoyed. Is Jianghu courting death? Seeing that Ao Qian was angry, the Great General hurriedly explained, "There are 2 of them, and the other one is related to the Fortune Gate." Ao Qian nodded, took the 3 dragon shells, and placed them on the dragon table in front of the dragon throne. Seeing this, the Great General turned to leave, but Ao Qian suddenly said, "Ao Yuan, do you think Jianghu is causing such a big ruckus in the Western Sea Dragon Palace?" The Great General was stunned for a moment, and then he replied, "In this general's opinion, I'm afraid he doesn't know." "What?" Ao Qian did not pick up the dragon shells but asked with interest. The Great General hurriedly replied, "Xiao Longshi is the benevolent Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although this general is not interested in those bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect, this general knows that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit is very difficult to obtain. Since Xiao Longshi can obtain the Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit as a Tao sect cultivator, he must be truly benevolent." Ao Qian coldly snorted and said, "He is benevolent to the secular world, but to the Immortal Palace, the 4 great clans, the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas, and the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. He is not benevolent at all." Yes. The Great General hurriedly smiled and said, "This general does not know these things, I'm just casually speaking." "Oh, it's fine, go ahead." Ao Qian came to a realization and said with a smile, "This king has suffered too much from Xiao Hua, so I might have misjudged him. Just answer me truthfully." Yes. The great general knew Ao Qian's temperament, so he did not hide anything and told him his thoughts. Finally he said, "Moreover, in front of the longevity town, Xiao Longsher did not hesitate to fall out with the Immortal Palace for the sake of the world-destroying strange insect, and asked the Immortal Palace and the 4 great clans to stop fighting. At that time, when this general received the news, I was extremely surprised and felt that Xiao Longsher was making a mountain out of a molehill, and even felt that he had other intentions. However, from the current battle reports of the 4 seas, Xiao Longsher's words were not alarmist. This strange insect really has the ability to destroy the world. Therefore, this general feels that Xiao Longsher really wants to save the world. He wants the 3 continents, the 4 seas and the 3 rivers to work together to overcome this crisis. Your Majesty, take a look at the latest news. Xiao Longsher first went to the Dragon Island, then to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and then to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Although there is no more news, Xiao Longsher must have gone to the Great Holy Hall. The Fortune Gate's disciples moved to the West Sea, but Xiao Longsher did not care about them at all. As for Jianghong's actions in the West Sea Dragon Palace, Xiao Longsher definitely does not know about it. You have a lot of confidence in Xiao Longsher. Ao Qian smiled and said, "Why don't this king write a letter for you to guard his Fortune Dao Palace? Who knows? He might even arrange a West Sea Dragon King for you." When Ao Yuan heard this, his face changed and he hurriedly prostrated himself in the hall and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life." Ao Qian did not even look at Ao Yuan. With a wave of his dragon claw, a dragon shell fell into his hand. Ao Qian then took out a dragon stratagem from the dragon shell. When Ao Qian read the message in the dragon stratagem, his face turned cold and he said, "Did you read the message from the West Sea Dragon Palace?" "This general does not dare, this general did not." Ao Yuan replied in fear. Ao Qian snorted again as if he was sending a message. Holy Zhang's clans Jing Qing and his wife Ao Xian were involved in the conflict between the West Sea Dragon Palace's 2nd Prince Ao Yu and 3rd Prince Ao Ying. They plotted to kill Ao Yu and Ao Ying, and they deserve to die. However, considering that Ao Yu and Ao Ying were the masterminds, and Jing Qing and Ao Xian were the accomplices, the Saint Jiang clan leader personally came to the West Ocean Dragon Palace to apologize and compensate them. Especially since they were killing the strange insects today, they could preserve some of their strength to resist the strange insects. Jing Qing and Ao Xian also swore a dragon oath that they were willing to fight to the death and kill the strange insects to atone for their sins. The West Sea Dragon Palace's 1st Prince Ao Qian agreed to pardon Jing Qing and Ao Xian temporarily to atone for their crimes. The East Sea Dragon Palace's 1st Prince Ao Xiang seconded the motion, and the Dragon Island's dragon envoy abstained. But the Fortune Gate's Jianghong had resolutely refused, insisting on killing Jing Qing and Ao Xian. She had stated that if Jing Qing and Ao Xian were not killed, it would serve as a warning to the other forces that wanted to encroach on the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. It would not serve as a deterrent, and if the other forces rebelled, it would affect the Fortune Gate's mission of exterminating the strange insects in the Western Sea, as well as the Fortune Gate's disciples' safety. Therefore Jing Qing and Ao Xian were killed. Look. Ao Qian threw Long Su onto Ao Yuan's face and said angrily, "This is the disciple of Nanwu Great Merciful Bodhisattva. Without Nanwu Great Merciful Bodhisattva's approval, would Jianghong dare to do this? The West Sea Dragon Palace is my Dragon Palace of the 4 seas, not the Heavenly Abode River's Dragon Palace, and not the Fortune Gate's Dragon Palace. The words of my East Sea Dragon Palace's 1st Prince and West Sea Dragon Palace's 1st Prince can't even compare to the words of a Heavenly Abode River's Dragon Clan." Ao Yuan didn't dare to say anything, but he was cursing in his heart. Jing Qing and Ao Xian had plotted to kill Ao Yu and Ao Ying, so they deserved to die. The West Sea Dragon Palace's Crown Prince Ao Qian was weak and couldn't bear to kill his elder sister Ao Xian. Perhaps Ao Qian himself wasn't clean, and the East Sea Dragon Palace's Crown Prince Ao Xiang had other plans in his heart. What Jianghong did was fair. It was just that Ao Qian couldn't bear to see the Fortune Gate make a move, so he flew into a rage. Seeing that Ao Yuan didn't dare to say anything, Ao Qian snorted coldly and picked up another Long Su. When he saw Long Su's message he roared angrily, "Jianghong, you're really courting death. Xiao Hua, this king and you are irreconcilable." Ao Yuan's eyes turned rapidly, and he regretted telling Ao Qian the truth in his heart. Sure enough, Ao Qian threw Long Su onto Ao Yuan's face again and roared, "Read it with this king." "Yes, your majesty." Ao Yuan picked up Long Su and looked at it. There was a complicated expression on his ugly dragon face as he read it word by word. After Jing Qing and Ao Xian were killed, the rest of the dragon clan were sent back. The West Sea Dragon Palace's crown prince Ao Qian was afraid of chaos in the West Sea, so he had sent the second crown prince, third crown prince, fourth crown prince, and seventh crown prince to patrol the West Sea. Now that there was a mistake, Ao Qian recalled the other crown princes and ordered the patrolling general to appoint 8 inspectors to patrol the sea. This was originally the West Sea Dragon Palace's internal affairs, but Fortune Gate's Jianghu requested that the West Sea Inspector's patrol area be reduced to 800,000 li radius around the West Sea Dragon Palace, and the rest of the sea be patrolled by Fortune Gate's disciples. Jianghu's suggestion was rejected by the East Sea Dragon Palace's Crown Prince Ao Xiang, West Sea Dragon Palace's Crown Prince Ao Qian, and the Dragon Island's Dragon Envoy abstained. Reading until here, Ao Yuan was puzzled. He raised his head and looked at Ao Qian. Ao Qian sneered, "What's wrong? Continue reading." "Yes." Ao Yuan shuddered and continued reading. "Proposal rejected." Jianghu sneered. At this time, bad news came from the south and east of the West Sea. In the east of the West Sea, strange insects attacked, killing 2 West Sea inspectors. In the south of the West Sea, the St. River Dragon tribe encountered the West Sea patrolling sea tribe, exterminated 20,000 West Sea tribe members and fled to the South Sea. Continue reading. Ao Qian impatiently swung his dragon tail, shattering a giant coral in the hall as he snarled. Ao Yuan dared not delay and continued reading. Jianghu flew into a rage, leading the West Sea Dragon Palaces. Fortune Gate's dragon tribe, and sent a message to the West Sea's Fortune Gate's disciples to board lightning boats and chase after the St. River Dragon tribe at the border of the South Sea. At that time, the Fortune Gate's disciples had just stopped the St. River Dragon tribe, and under Jianghu's order, the Fortune Gate's disciples massacred the St. River Dragon tribe. At the same time, the Fortune Gate's disciples besieged the millions of strange insects in the east of the West Sea, killing more than 100,000 of them. Jianghu returned to the West Sea Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Island's dragon envoys doubted the West Sea Dragon Palace's ability to patrol the sea, and suggested that the West Sea Dragon Palace withdraw their forces to stabilize the Dragon Palace's safety. Under Jianghu's iron fist, the dragon envoys agreed. See? Ao Qian roared, "The West Sea's Dragon Palace is no longer the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, but the Fortune Gate's Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Paradise River's Dragon Palace." "Yes, your majesty." Ao Yuan did not dare to say more, and quietly placed Long Su on the table as he responded in a low voice. "My great general." Ao Qian coldly said, "You don't understand at all. How could the St. River Dragon tribe attack the West Sea tribe while fleeing? How could the Fortune Gate's disciples stop the St. River Dragon tribe in such a timely manner? This was all planned by Jianghu in advance." Strange insects, where are so many strange insects? The 2 inspectors who were killed by the strange insects. If I'm not mistaken, they were all killed by the Fortune Gate's disciples. Without Xiaohua's instructions, who would dare to create such a big storm in the West Sea? Ao Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock, "Your Majesty, it can't be." "What can't be?" "Absolutely." Ao Qian glared at Ao Yuan and said, "Do you think Xiaohua is the merciful bodhisattva of Nanwu that you speak of? Do you think he's the selfless bodhisattva? If so, how could the South Sea Dragon Palace be split in half? The West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury, how could it be taken by Xiaohua? He's a naked robber, a sanctimonious hypocrite." As he spoke, Ao Qian waved his hand and picked up the last dragon shell, and took out the dragon su inside. After he looked at it, he swung his hand and smashed it on Ao Yuan's face, shouting, "Fortune Gate, it's the Fortune Gate again. Didn't you say this wasn't news from the Fortune Gate? Isn't this Chunzong Xiaohua's nephew?" "Yes." Ao Yuan was a little dizzy, and he held the dragon su and read, "Reporting to your Majesty Dragon King." "Read my ass." Ao Qian shouted, "What's there to read?" After this damn traitor obtained the Thunder Sound Temple's Buddha fruit, he actually slapped the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord. If he didn't have such a good uncle, he would have been slapped to death by the Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord. Seeking scriptures from the West. Why would he go to the West Sea's peak to obtain scriptures? He's a spy planted by Xiaohua in the Buddhism Gate. You want? This king understands now. No wonder Xiao Hua wanted to place the Fortune Gate's foundation in the West Sea. So, he wanted Chun Zong to go to the Fortune Dao Palace to obtain scriptures. He wants to become the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord. No, it can't be. Ao Yuan said in disbelief. Xiao Hua himself is the Nanwu merciful Bodhisattva of Nanwu. How could he become the current Buddha Lord? Moreover, how could the current Buddha Lord change hands? Even the Nanwu Maitreya Buddha changed hands. How could the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord not change hands? Ao Qian said angrily. Moreover, that six-eared macaque also covets the Dipankara archaic Buddha Lord's position. That just as Ao Qian was venting his anger, a voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, there's an urgent report. Where did this urgent report come from? Ao Qian shouted angrily. Could it be from the Fortune Gate? Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon general outside the hall helplessly replied. Boom. Ao Qian waved his dragon claw and slammed it on the dragon table in front of him. The dragon table was instantly shattered into pieces. Ao Yuan trembled and prostrated himself like an obedient little loach. The dragon general outside the hall heard the commotion and didn't dare to enter. Ao Yuan, bring it in. After a while, Ao Qian suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. Yes. Ao Yuan didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly got up and walked out of the hall, taking the dragon su from the dragon general's hand. However, just as he turned around and entered the hall, he felt a little confused. He didn't know why the dragon su wasn't placed in the dragon shell. Ao Yuan timidly handed the dragon su to Ao Qian and prostrated himself on the ground, waiting for Ao Qian to throw the dragon su on his face. However, after Ao Qian finished looking at the dragon su, Ao Yuan didn't expect the dragon su to fall on his face. Instead, Ao Qian was surprised. Why did Xiao Hua go to the hidden immortal mainland? Shouldn't he be in the Great Sage Hall? Yes, Your Majesty. What's going on? Ao Yuan followed Ao Qian's words and replied. Quick. Ao Qian suddenly shouted, Ao Yuan, prepare my East Sea Dragon Palace's welcome. The Fortune Gate's Xiao Hua is coming to my East Sea Dragon Palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Ao Yuan didn't realize what was going on. He just agreed and didn't move. Ao Qian shook his hand and threw the dragon su to Ao Yuan's face. He roared. This king said, quick, quick, quick. Xiao Hua is outside my East Sea Dragon Palace. He's coming to my East Sea Dragon Palace. Ah? How is that possible? Ao Yuan was awakened by the dragon su and exclaimed in shock. Isn't he in the Great Sage Hall? Then a tricolored halo rushed out from Ao Yuan's dragon body. With a boom, he rushed out of the hall and roared, everyone set up the welcoming formation. Master Xiao Hua is coming to the East Sea Dragon Palace. At this time, Ao Qian had no time to care about Ao Yuan's inappropriate words. He frowned and whispered, what is Xiao Hua doing in my East Sea Dragon Palace? Is he forcing this king to hand over the West Sea Dragon Palace? Or does he want this king to? No, this king absolutely can't yield to Xiao Hua's despotic power. This king must unite with my two brothers and fight to the end. Unfortunately, Ao Qian still thought too much. After he and the East Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Queen eagerly invited Xiao Hua and Princess Zixia to the hall, when he nervously asked why Xiao Hua came to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Xiao Hua's answer almost made Ao Qian fall off his dragon throne. This Xiao wants to borrow the East Sea Dragon Palace's teleportation formation to go to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua was very surprised by Ao Qian's politeness. Of course, if time permits, this Xiao also wants to talk to fellow immortal Ao about the world-exterminating strange insect. Could it be? Fellow immortal Ao has other matters? Before Xiao Hua came, Ao Qian was hysterically angry and cursed Xiao Hua, but when he really faced Xiao Hua, the supreme of the human race, he still smiled and said, politely, no, this king doesn't have other matters. This king will let the palace's great general Ao Yuan activate the teleportation formation. Then Ao Qian raised his eyes and looked at Ao Yuan, who was standing respectfully at the side of the hall, but his dragon eyes were staring at Xiao Hua without blinking. His eyes were full of piety. He said in a low voice, Ao Yuan. Yes, Your Majesty. Ao Yuan hurriedly withdrew his piety. He looked down and answered seriously, this general will open the teleportation formation for Guanyin Bodhisattva. Damn it. Ao Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he didn't know that Ao Yuan grew up with him and was absolutely loyal to the Dragon Palace, he would really suspect that this guy was a heavenly dragon spy sent by the Buddhist sect. After Ao Yuan left, Ao Qian put on a smile again and asked hypocritically, Dragon Master Xiao, this king heard from Brother Wang that you went to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Did you go to the Great Sage Hall? Does the Great Sage Hall have any information about the spatial realm? Or do they have a way to kill the strange insect? Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said with a smile, this matter involves the secrets of some spatial realms. It's very important. Fellow Immortal Ao, can you ask the other dragons to leave the hall? Ao Qian was shocked. His first thought wasn't about the secrets of some spatial realm that Xiaohua wanted to talk about, but whether Xiaohua had come to ambush him. But after a moment he couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and ordered the dragon generals guarding the hall to leave. Your Majesty. The Dragon Queen of the East Sea Dragon Palace said gracefully, this concubine has an extremely beautiful coral in the back hall. This concubine has always wanted to give it to the East Sea Empress. Now that there's Princess Zixia, this concubine feels that Princess Zixia is more suitable than the East Sea Empress. This concubine will bring Her Highness to take a look. If Her Highness likes it, this concubine will give it to Her Highness. Seeing the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace being so tactful and flattering, Princess Zixia smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you, Dragon Queen. After the Dragon Queen and Princess Zixia left, only Ao Qian and Xiaohua remained in the hall. Xiaohua didn't hide anything. He told Ao Qian about the origins of the world-destroying mayfly, the separation of the 4 great continents, the immortal formation in the West Sea, and part of the situation on Dragon Island, the Great Sage Hall, and the Thunder Temple. Finally he said, actually at this moment, I've already fallen into a desperate situation. Our 3 continents have also fallen into a desperate situation. Apart from fighting to the death, there's no other way out. Unless a god from the upper realm, or an immortal descends and takes away the world-destroying mayfly. How is that possible? Ao Qian was dumbstruck when he heard this. His previous plan of taking the initiative to reprimand Xiaohua in a roundabout manner had already turned into smoke. He said in disbelief, Dragon Master Xiao said that our 3 continents were originally the 4 great continents? The Dawn Rain continent you came from was one of the 4 great continents? And the West Sea has a great formation set up by the immortal realm? Looking at Ao Qian's astonishment, Xiaohua didn't explain further. Instead, he nodded indifferently and waited for Ao Qian to digest it. That's not very possible. Ao Qian shook his head and said, although this king is the Dragon King of the East Sea, this king is extremely familiar with the East Sea, West Sea and even the 4 great seas. It's not like this king hasn't followed Ao Hong to the West Sea for inspection. It's impossible for there to be any immortal formation there. This Xiao said earlier that this Xiao came from the West Sea through an immortal formation. Moreover, this Xiao also saw the world-destroying mayfly in the eye of the West Sea. Xiaohua said with a smile, that day in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, the golden-winged Great Peng also said that he had once chased a flood dragon to the west. He also didn't believe that there was any immortal formation there. However, fellow Immortal Ao, an immortal formation is an immortal formation. It's not something we can know about. Believe it or not, the immortal formation is there. There won't be one more and there won't be one less. Ao Qian pondered for a moment and said with a frown, if it's as Master Long said, the only thing that can easily kill the mayfly is the heterogeneous true qi of the Dawn Rain continent. However, because of the immortal formation, the heterogeneous true qi can't come over. At the same time, our 3 continents don't have any spatial passageways that lead to other realms and then to the Dawn Rain continent. Therefore we can only fight with our backs against the wall? Besides fighting with our backs against the wall, does fellow Immortal Ao have any other methods? Xiaohua asked. Ao Qian sighed and said, after the meeting at the Jade Pool, this king returned to the Dragon Palace. Not only did this king ask the Dragon Clan to find the spatial passageways, but he also sent a message to the Dragon Palaces of the other 3 seas. Unfortunately, as Master Xiao said, there were no records of this at all, and there were no traces of immortal formations. However, this king didn't expect the world-destroying mayfly to be so powerful. So, where did Master Xiao get this information from? Of course it's from the one in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Xiaohua said with a smile. Oh, if that's the case then it's right. Ao Qian understood and said with a bitter smile, it seems like we can only fight with our backs against the wall, but what are our chances of winning? Ao Qian was the first to ask about their chances of winning. Xiaohua fell into deep thought, and his brows were tightly knitted. After a long while he said solemnly, Only 10%. 10%? Ao Qian's dragon body suddenly flew up from the dragon throne and covered the entire hall. He exclaimed, if it's 10% then wouldn't it be inevitable that the world will be destroyed? Yes. Xiaohua nodded. Other than the soaring cloud-side palace, fellow immortal Ao has probably not fought with the strange insects for more than half of the time, right? Indeed. Ao Qian suddenly felt a little ashamed. He had always been in the East Sea, guarding the dragon palaces of the Four Seas, fearing that the Dragon Island and the Fortune Gate would invade, so he didn't pay much attention to the strange insects. I've encountered several world-destroying mayflies along the way. Xiaohua explained, fellow immortal Ao is from the dragon race, so you must know that the world-destroying mayflies are insects. The insect race's greatest advantage is their large numbers, and the world-destroying mayflies reproduce too quickly. Moreover, on the 3 continents, the world-destroying mayflies have no natural enemies, and the Pegasus can reproduce without any restrictions. This is incredible. What's more, up until now, the world-destroying mayflies can only be killed by spiritual qi that exceeds the Pegasus tolerance limit. Oh, that day at the Jade Pool, the mayfly that was on the verge of the 10th grade was forced to advance to the 10th grade by this Xiao's spiritual energy. And this time, this Xiao actually saw 2 mayflies that surpassed the 9th grade on the hidden immortal continent. Aside from this Xiao's unique medicinal pills, even this Xiao has no way to kill these mayflies. So, my previous idea of the strange insect king might not be correct. If the lowest level world-destroying mayflies devour enough spiritual qi, they can evolve into the king of strange insects. Tens of millions of world-destroying mayflies that exceed the 9th grade. Ao Qian didn't even dare to think about it. He was speechless. AI, that's right. Xiaohua sighed and said, I'm at my wit's end. I'll return to the West Sea and prepare to join hands with my Fortune Gate's disciples to fight these world-destroying mayflies. As for whether we live or die, let's leave it to the heavens. Then, Ao Qian opened his mouth and asked, Master Xiao said that the immortal formation is powerful, but aren't these world-destroying mayflies even more powerful? If we can lure these world-destroying mayflies to the immortal formation. Unfortunately, Ao Qian stopped abruptly. After all, even he couldn't find the immortal formation, so how could the cultivators of the 3 continents lure the world-destroying mayflies to the immortal formation? Who knew where the immortal formation would come from? Fellow immortal Ao is right. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, I've also thought about this before. However, if we can't find the immortal formation, it won't be easy to find the world-destroying mayflies either. However, fellow immortal Ao's idea isn't unreasonable. This is probably the end of the world-destroying mayflies. After the world-destroying mayflies destroy the 3 continents, more world-destroying mayflies will appear, and they won't have any spiritual energy to devour. In the end, they will definitely find the immortal formation, and they will definitely devour it. The result of devouring it is that the immortal formation will open, and the foreign true energy will rush into the 3 continents and kill all the world-destroying mayflies. At that point, the 3 continents might start anew, or the 4 continents might be in a different state. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and the cycle of life and death is all in this. Your Majesty. Outside the hall, there was a commotion, and Ao Yuan's voice sounded, the transmission channel is ready. It's ready? Xiaohua immediately stood up and said, Fellow immortal Ao, what I said needs to be kept a secret for now. After all, if this matter spreads, the people's hearts will be unstable. Yes, this king understands. Ao Qian hurriedly stood up to send him off. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, Ao Qian was unwilling and hurriedly called out, Master Xiao, please wait. What's the matter? Xiaohua stopped and looked at Ao Qian. Ao Qian chuckled, took out 3 dragon su and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, This is some information that this king received. Master Xiao, when you have nothing to do, take a look. Sometimes the children play a bit too much. As their parents, we should still take care of them. Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He took the dragon su and looked at it for a while. He waved his hand and handed the dragon su to Ao Qian, saying with a smile, Since it's the children's own choice, then let the children play by themselves. As their parents, we should still worry about some world destruction matters. If we keep putting our eyes on these petty things, our own vision will also become small for no reason. Seeing Xiaohua so protective, Ao Qian was unbearably angry. It's a pity that his 4 Seas pearl is still in Jianghang's hands. He doesn't dare to take the risk of the East Sea Dragon Palace being split into 2 by Xiaohua again to vent his anger. Since that's the case, Ao Qian restrained his anger and said with a smile, "Then let the children play by themselves. When the time comes, it won't be good for us as their parents." It's fine, it's fine." Xiao Hua glanced at Ao Qian. This Xiao never cares about this kind of matter. It's completely the children's own idea. It has nothing to do with this Xiao's face. Seeing Xiao Hua deny it so cleanly, Ao Qian smiled slightly and raised his dragon claw, saying, "Dragon Master Xiao, this way please." Princess Xixia was naturally waiting outside the main hall. Seeing a string of coral beads overflowing with light hanging on Princess Xixia's white neck, it really makes Princess Xixia even more beautiful. Xiao Hua was also overjoyed. He raised his hand and took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Princess Xixia, saying, "Xixia, there's a saying in the human race that it's impolite to come and go. There's no harm in returning this pill to the Dragon Queen." "Yes, it's indeed so." Princess Xixia took the pill and said with a sweet smile, "Just now, this concubine thought for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable gift to return. Thank you, Xiao Lang." Saying that, Princess Xixia handed the jade bottle to the Dragon Queen and said, "Dragon Queen, this is a pill refined by Xiao Lang. Please accept it." "No need, no need." Seeing Xiao Hua take out a pill, the Dragon Queen of the East Sea Dragon Palace was somewhat puzzled. She was very instinctively polite. But Ao Qian, the lord of the East Sea Dragon Palace, was already surprised. He hurriedly said, "Since it's a gift from Dragon Master Xiao, you might as well take it. Now this thing is very precious." "Yes, thank you, Princess Xixia. Thank you, Dragon Master Xiao." Hearing Ao Qian's urging, the Dragon Queen's heart trembled. She hurriedly took the jade bottle and thanked them. "Dragon Queen, you're too polite." Princess Xixia smiled slightly and accompanied Xiao Hua to fly into the transmission array. When the transmission array was activated and Xiao Hua and Princess Xixia disappeared, the Dragon Queen asked curiously, "Your Majesty, this pill. Give it to me." Ao Qian stretched out his dragon claw and asked the Dragon Queen for it. The Dragon Queen was even more confused, but she still gave the jade bottle to Ao Qian. Ao Qian took the jade bottle and felt at ease. He said coldly, "Xiao Hua is really cunning. He obviously has a lot of such pills in the Kunlun immortal realm, but he still pretended that he didn't have them." "Your Majesty, what is this pill? Why is it so precious?" the Dragon Queen asked. "Ai, this is a lifa." Ao Qian waved his hand and led the Dragon Queen back to the main hall. As he walked, he said, "It's not that this king doesn't want to leave it to you, but if this king has no use for this pill, what's the use of it?" Not to mention Ao Qian's explanation to the Dragon Queen about the pill's ability to kill the world-extinguishing mayfly, Xiao Hua had used the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's transmission array to come to the Western Sea Dragon Palace. The moment he stepped out of the Western Sea Dragon Palace's transmission array, Xiao Hua saw Jianghong's uneasy gaze. Jianghong understood that since Xiao Hua could come from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qian would definitely tell Xiao Hua about her actions in the Western Sea Dragon Palace. Jianghong was even more aware that her little schemes and arrangements could be seen through by Ao Qian. She had killed the Saint River Dragon clan for the Fortune Gate, but also for the Paradise River. This kind of slaughter was not something Xiao Hua liked to see. Every time Xiao Hua saw Jianghong, there would be some contradictions in his heart. He also knew that although some people looked weak on the surface, their hearts were incomparably strong. They fought for power and their competitive nature was deep in their bones. It was not something that could be bent by some powerful suppression. For example, Princess Qingqing had a competitive personality. Even if she had lost the title of Princess Immortal Emperor, she would never lower her head to Princess Xixia. Forget it. Xiao Hua opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he felt relieved in his heart. The world is about to be destroyed, why blame her for no reason? Everyone is fighting for that opportunity, and Jianghong is just one of them. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua swallowed his words and left, ignoring Jianghong. Behind Jianghong, the dragon envoy, Ao Xiang, and Ao Qian hurried over and respectfully saluted. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. This old man has urgent matters to attend to and needs to rush back to the Fortune Gate. I won't stay in the Western Sea Dragon Palace any longer." "Yes, Junior will send Dragon Master Xiao off." Seeing Xiao Hua's cold face towards Jianghong, Ao Qian and Ao Xiang were happy and hurried to send Xiao Hua off. "No need. Just watch over the Western Sea Dragon Palace. Don't let anything happen." Xiao Hua stopped the two Dragon Palace's crown princes from seeing him off. Behind him, Princess Xixia was keenly aware of Xiao Hua's displeasure and Jianghong's uneasiness. She smiled faintly and pulled Jiang Hong's hand, saying, "Let's go, send me off." "Yes, master's wife." Jiang Hong's heart was in a mess, so she boldly replied. But in the next moment she was shocked again. She understood the Immortal Palace's etiquette very well, and she knew she had caused trouble. Who would have thought that when Jiang Hong raised her head to apologize, what she saw was Princess Zixia's bashful smile and reproach. Jiang Hong's heart skipped a beat, but she swallowed the words of apology and hurriedly accompanied Princess Zixia out of the Western Sea Dragon Palace. Outside the Dragon Palace, Princess Zixia raised her hand and took the coral bead from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Empress from around her neck. She put it on Jiang Hong's neck with a smile and said, "This was given by the Dragon Empress at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I don't like such luxurious things, so I didn't want to accept it, but since it's the Dragon Empress's kind intentions, I can't refuse. On the way here, your master mentioned the Western Sea Dragon Palace, saying that it's not easy for you to guard this place. This coral bead is a gift to you. In the future, don't be too impatient when doing things. Remember that you are a Fortune Gate disciple. Don't damage the Fortune Gate's face and don't harm the Fortune Gate's disciples' lives." "Yes." Jiang Hong's eyes became hot, and she hastily answered in a low voice. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over Jiang Hong, then turned to look at the Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace in the distance and said, "You did well." "Yes, master." Jiang Hong's anxious heart was immediately put down and she sweetly answered. "But," Xiao Hua warned again, "if you can avoid harming lives, don't harm lives. You still don't understand the karma of life and death. It's too troublesome, even Vairocana is afraid of it." Jiang Hong's heart trembled and she hurriedly said respectfully, "Disciple understands. Disciple will remember master's teachings, and no matter how stupid disciple is, I will never harm my Fortune Gate's disciples." Xiao Hua didn't dare to give Jiang Hong any more face, nodding his head and preparing to leave the Dragon Palace. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe, vote, donate, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 47-22. At this time Jiang Hong hurriedly said, "Master, Martial Uncle Xiao Bai has come out from his training. He came to Lu Yi to send this disciple a message, asking you to come here when you return to the West Sea. Moreover, Lu Yi and the other Fortune Gate disciples have found an island to settle down on. I wonder if Master knows the location." Jiang Hong took out 2 jade eyes and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced at Jiang Hong. Martial Uncle Xiao Bai naturally referred to the little white dragon, who was personally appointed by Xiao Hua to be the West Sea Dragon Palace's palace master, and also supported by the 7-colored sea god Seashell. Similarly, the little white dragon had the West Sea Fire Dragon soul, and now, it also had the West Sea Dragon Palace's dragon throne. The only unsatisfactory thing was that the little white dragon's cultivation was lower than Jiang Hong's. When Xiao Hua mentioned this matter in the Thousand Demons Sacred Land, he did not hide anything. Xiao Hua did not believe that Jiang Hong did not know about this. However, listening to Jiang Hong's tone, there was no dissatisfaction or jealousy. "Disciple." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then said, "This time Master went to the Dragon Island and reached an agreement with the Dragon Island's 9th elder. Ao Zhan will lead the Hui tribe's dragon clan to the West Sea, and even the 4 seas to fight against the world-destroying mayflies. After the battle, if Ao Zhan does not fall, he can enter the Dragon Island's Dragon Palace and become the Dragon Island's 10th Dragon Clan elder, officially taking over as the Hui tribe's patriarch. Must assist him more." "Yes, disciple understands." Hearing Xiao Hua call her disciple and confirm Ao Zhan's position, Jiang Hong was delighted and bowed respectfully. Xiao Hua did not say anything else. He picked up the 2 jade eyes and glanced at them, then handed them to Princess Zixia. Princess Zixia understood. After looking at the jade eyes, she waved at Jiang Hong and flew out from the seabed with Xiao Hua, heading in a certain direction. After Xiao Hua left, the smile on Jiang Hong's face disappeared. She turned around and saw Ao Xiang and Ao Qian in the distance. Her sharp gaze actually forced the 2 Dragon Palace's crown princes to shrink their heads. The jade eyes the little white dragon left to Xiao Hua contained the name and map of a sea. Under Princess Zixia's lead, Xiao Hua found it without much effort. It was early in the morning and the wind was calm and the waves were calm. Reefs that looked like bamboo shoots emerged from the surface of the sea. White or gray seabirds were flying in the air. Some seabirds seemed to be tired and stopped on the reefs. They lowered their heads and used their beaks to peck at the sea creatures and insects on the reefs. School after school of silverfish seemed to be migrating. They surged from one end of the sea like a silver undercurrent, instantly covering the entire sea. Caw-caw. Soon, the seabirds following the school of fish in the sky chirped cheerfully as they flew. They either swooped down to look for food, or stopped and landed on the reef to rest. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of death when he saw the scene of a fish leaping and birds flying away. He shook his head with all his might and shook off those pessimistic thoughts. Xiaohua, it's here. Princess Zixia looked to her left and right, then took out her jade pupil eyes to make a comparison, then said to Xiaohua in a soft voice. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. At this moment, a strand of primordial thought swept across the surface of the sea. After it landed on Xiaohua's body, it immediately retracted. Roar. A dragon's roar came from afar. A huge tricolored dragon stretched its body and stepped on the clouds. Huh. Why isn't the little white dragon here? Princess Zixia was a little dazed, but Xiaohua looked at the huge dragon with a frown. Husband? When did you come out of seclusion? Why didn't you tell me? Who knew that the huge dragon's body was still in the air, and it cried out in pleasant surprise. The dragon's body quickly transformed into a beautiful human woman, and she landed in front of Xiaohua. Then she unceremoniously wanted to pounce on Xiaohua. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He hurriedly waved his hand to block the dragon woman and said anxiously, I'm not the little white dragon. The dragon woman didn't listen to Xiaohua's words at all. Instead, she glanced at Princess Zixia, and a sorrowful expression appeared on her face. She cried out, I knew it. If you didn't have a new lover, how could you not come to find me? I've waited here for you for so long, but you actually forgot about the love between us. Damn it. Xiaohua helplessly glanced at Princess Zixia, shrugged and said to the dragon woman, Miss, you've got the wrong person. I'm a human, not the little white dragon you're talking about. The dragon woman looked up and down at Xiaohua, then sneered and said, Xiaohua, don't lie to me. I can clearly count how many hairs you have on your body, so how could you not be Xiaohua? Boom. While they were talking, a rumbling sound came from the distant horizon. A huge Kuan-Ping bird flew over, and as it flapped its wings, waves rose up like a row of mountains. When the bird saw Xiaohua, it was ecstatic and cried out, Xiaohua, you've finally been released by that old shell? Ugh. Xiaohua was really helpless. He was too lazy to explain. He just watched as the bird landed not far away and transformed into a beautiful human woman. Aoshio, I've already told you that Xiaohua is mine. If you dare to snatch him from me again, I'll eat you. The bird woman was very unruly. As soon as she landed, she immediately targeted the dragon woman. He Kuan-Wan. The dragon woman named Aoshio glanced at Princess Zixia and said, I've also just seen Xiaohua. Didn't you see? Xiaohua already has a new lover, so you and I have become old lovers. Who are you? You actually dare to snatch my lover? The woman named Kuan-Wan immediately glared at Princess Zixia. How could Xiaohua let Princess Zixia speak? He hurriedly waved his sleeve, blocking Kuan-Wan, and shouted, I'm shout out strangely. Before Xiaohua could finish speaking, Princess Zixia interrupted and said, Who are you waiting for? I'm Princess Zixia of the Immortal Palace. Ioyo. Hearing Princess Zixia call herself the Princess of the Immortal Palace, Kuan-Wan immediately cried. She pointed at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you heartless thing, you actually hooked up with the Princess of the Immortal Emperor. Do you still want me? Do you still want our child? Princess Zixia glared at Xiaohua and said angrily, Look, you've exposed yourself? You're too fickle, you actually have a family outside behind my back? What? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? Oh. Before Xiaohua could figure out what trick Princess Zixia was playing, he heard a hurricane from another direction, and the waves surged again. A sea beast as tall as a mountain rushed out from the bottom of the sea. When Xiaohua scanned it with his origin sense, he was delighted. It can't be? Could it be? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Sure enough, when the sea beast flew out, its body emitted an obscure fluctuation, and in a moment, it transformed into a woman. The woman was a little shy and said in a shrill voice, Xiaohua, when did you come out? Why didn't you tell me? Could it be that you really abandoned me? Seeing that the mountainous sea beast had transformed into a woman, and the woman was on the verge of tears, Xiaohua couldn't hold himself back any longer. He released his divine sense and roared at the bottom of the sea, Little white dragon, hurry up and come out. If you don't come out, I'll make sure you don't have the ability to find a wife or concubine in the future. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the sea on the side of the reef began to boil, and many bubbles emerged from the bottom of the sea. Then a dragon's roar came from the sea, and a huge dragon rushed out of the sea with a huge pillar of water. Isn't that Little White Dragon? Big Brother? After Little White Dragon's dragon body landed in the air, golden light scattered, and in a moment, it transformed into a human figure identical to Xiaohua. Seeing two identical Xiaohas, Princess Zixia covered her mouth and looked at Xiaohua and Xiaobai in disbelief. Even Ao Xiao Kuanwan, and the last woman looked left and right and exclaimed, "Why are there two Xiaohas?" However, in a short moment, a smile appeared in Princess Zixia's eyes. "Greetings, Princess Zixia." Little White Dragon ignored the three women, and saluted Princess Zixia politely. "Xiaobai, please rise." Princess Zixia did not dare to slight Xiaobai, and hurriedly returned the salute with a smile. "I've heard from Xiaohus that you and he are brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. Moreover, you were suppressed in the Thousand Demons sacred grounds for several hundred years because of him. We're all family, no need to be so polite." "Thank Your Highness." Xiaobai thought for a moment, but did not dare to be rash and addressed her as Your Highness. Then Xiaobai waved his hand and said to the three Sea Tribe women, "Quickly come and greet my big brother. Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao, he is the Fortune Gate's great lord. This is the Immortal Emperor's 9th princess, and she is my big brother's lover." "Greetings, Taoist Master Xiao, greetings, sister-in-law." The three Sea Tribe women hurried over and bowed. Seeing that Princess Zixia was unwilling to say more, Xiaohua raised his hand and helped the three Sea Tribe women up. Looking at Princess Zixia's smiling face, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Could it be that you can tell who is Xiaobai and who is this Xiao? Not to mention these women, even the Mahavairakana revered Buddha wouldn't be able to tell if he didn't have great divine abilities." Others might not be able to tell, but how could this concubine not be able to?" Princess Zixia chuckled. "This Xiao doesn't believe it." Xiaohua glanced at Xiaobai and both nodded. Their figures flickered, crossing each other several times in the air, and landed on the ground with smiles on their faces as they looked at Princess Zixia. Who would have thought that Princess Zixia merely glanced at them, and then said to Ao Xiao and the other two, "Wait and see, who is your husband?" Ao Xiao and the others looked at them, but did not dare to blindly recognize them and shook their heads. Princess Zixia smiled and pointed at one of them, saying, "You are Xiao Lang?" "No way." Xiaohua was really surprised. He flew in front of Princess Zixia and asked, "How did you do it?" Do you even need to ask?" Princess Zixia rebuked, "Could it be that you forgot about the grass?" Even Taibai Jinxing and Nanhua Daji Manjushri couldn't tell who was real and who was fake, but she could. There was no other reason, it was that kind of hatred. "And you and Little White Dragon together, although you two look exactly the same, but because of love, this concubine can naturally easily tell who is the real one." "So that's how it is." Little White Dragon snorted coldly and scolded Ao Xiao and the others, "It seems like you don't care about this concubine at all." Xiaolang, Xiaolang, Xiaolang. The three Sea Tribe women were very anxious, and hurriedly helped Little White Dragon from three directions, saying, "This concubine really loves you. This concubine can't wait to cut off her own flesh for you to eat. What's the use of eating your flesh? Even this concubine can't tell who is the real one, what do I need you for?" Little White Dragon scolded and pushed the three Beastkin women away. Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed and glared at Little White Dragon. He thought of Jade Wave and that conch woman again. Really a disgrace. Little White Dragon scolded and said to the three Sea Tribe women, "Why aren't you leaving? Wait for me to finish talking with Big Brother, then I'll go find you." "Yes, Xiaolang." The three Sea Tribe women happily agreed. After saluting Xiaohua and Princess Zixia, they hurriedly flew away, fearing that any one of them would anger Little White Dragon. After the three Sea Clan women left, Xiaohua wanted to say a few words, but when he thought about how Xiaobai was from the Dragon Clan and was completely different from the Human Clan, he swallowed his words and asked, "Xiaobai, you called me over, is there a reason?" "Big Brother." Little White Dragon couldn't hide the joy on his face and said with a smile, "The restriction in Little Brother's mind has been broken by the old ancestor. Little Brother's memory has been restored." "Haha, congratulations." Xiaohua was also overjoyed and said, "I knew that the seven-colored sea god shell would definitely have a way to break the restriction set by Bei Ming. Yes, the old ancestor said that this restriction is a secret technique of the Shell clan's royal family. Other than her and Bei Ming, I'm afraid that no other demon or human race in the three continents can break it. Little White Dragon nodded. Your origin, Bei Ming's origin, you also know about it? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, the seven-colored sea god Shell must have asked you. Yes. Little White Dragon nodded again and said, however, although little brother's restriction was broken at that time, my memory had not completely recovered, so I didn't tell her about it. And if you can, you should still tell her. Xiao Hua smiled, otherwise she will think too much. Yes, little brother knows. Little White Dragon smiled and took out a jade eye, and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is what little brother remembered about the 10,000 demon realm. Big brother, take it. What do I need this for? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. Little White Dragon thought for a moment and replied, Big brother is right, there is no space passage from here to the 10,000 demon realm, this jade eye is useless. Even if little brother knows the space vein that Senior Bei Ming used to go to the Dawn Rain continent, it is useless. What? Xiao Hua was shocked and said anxiously, from the 10,000 demon realm, there is a space vein in the Dawn Rain continent? Yes. There is a one-way unstable space vein. Little White Dragon nodded. Bei Ming went to the Dawn Rain continent from that space vein. And Xiao Hua hurriedly took the jade eye and looked at it on his forehead for a moment, and nodded slightly. If we can reach this place, we can indeed return to the Dawn Rain continent. Unfortunately. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked and quickly asked, Little White Dragon, do you know about the Gold and Wood Mountain in the 10,000 demon realm? I know. Little White Dragon said, that is one of the more dangerous places in the 10,000 demon realm? Why, Big Brother also knows about it. Damn it. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at Princess Wuxia with confusion in his eyes, and whispered, could it be? This Xiao has wronged the Grand Mist Ancestor? Is there really a secret space passage from the 3 continents to the 10,000 demon realm? What? We can return to the 10,000 demon realm from the 3 continents? Little White Dragon heard this and said anxiously, Big brother, you have to take me to the 10,000 demon realm. You? Why do you want to return to the 10,000 demon realm? Xiao Hua looked at Little White Dragon and asked curiously. This Little White Dragon pondered for a moment and said, Little brother still has some unfinished business in the 10,000 demon realm. Without waiting for Little White Dragon to finish, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't think too much. This space passage is most likely a trap. It won't be too late to tell you after this. Xiao Hua sees it. Okay. Little White Dragon nodded. Little brother actually doesn't have any expectations. I heard that the world-exterminating mayfly is very powerful now. If there is a space passage, the ancestor and the others would have left through it. How could they still be here? But, Big brother, if there is really a space passage, you must tell me. Hearing the Little White Dragon's words, Xiao Hua's body trembled again. He really hadn't thought about this. If there was a spatial passage that led to another world, would the sovereigns of the various sects be like him and choose to fight the strange insects here? Or would he find a way out for himself and escape quietly? In fact, there was no need to guess what others would do. Xiao Hua himself had the idea of putting the Fortune Gate's disciples into his space for protection. How could the other venerables not have such thoughts? Enough. Xiao Hua collected his thoughts and said, you'd better hurry up and cultivate. If you can't improve your strength, how can you be the West Sea's lord? When the time comes, your strength won't even be comparable to one of Big Brother's disciples. Ah, don't worry, Big Brother. Little White Dragon laughed. The next time we meet, Little Brother will definitely give you a surprise. Then Little White Dragon took his leave and dove into the sea. Xiao Hua left with Princess Wuxia as fast as lightning. After Xiao Hua left, Little White Dragon sneakily flew out from the sea and looked in 3 different directions. Humming a little tune, Little White Dragon flew towards one of the 3 directions. That Xiao Hua chuckled as he flew with Princess Wuxia to a place in the West Sea. While flying, he frowned and pondered. After the time it took to eat a meal, Princess Wuxia reminded Xiao Hua, Darling Xiao, you flew in the wrong direction again. Oh. Xiao Hua came back to his senses and smiled. I was a little distracted. I know. Princess Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. In the words of Confucian cultivators, you are worried about the country and the people, and you are also worried about your family. Hehe, Confucian cultivators' words are always brilliant. Xiao Hua nodded. Many small things can be said in a dignified manner. Darling Xiao, you misunderstood Confucian cultivators. Princess Wuxia said in dissatisfaction. Although many Confucian cultivators use literature and ink, falling into the small path, we Confucian cultivators also have many great Confucian cultivators who cultivate righteous spirit and face the world with loyalty. Yes, the Xiao was wrong. Xiao Hua hurriedly apologized. Princess Xixia rolled her eyes at him and curled her lips. This is called sailing according to the wind. Yes, yes, your highness, the princess is right. Xiao Hua nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing this, Princess Xixia smiled slightly and persuaded, Darling Xiao, you don't have to worry too much about Jianghong's matter. The current situation in the West Sea Dragon Palace is unclear. It is also good to let her get involved in it. Her methods are more ruthless, which is exactly what a leader should have. On the other hand, to be honest, you are not a qualified leader but more like a guide. You are better than the sect master as the merciful bodhisattva of Nanwu. I have always been such a person. Xiao Hua didn't refute and replied, I also don't want to be a qualified leader. This is already very good. Princess Xixia also agreed with Xiao Hua's point of view. A person's character can't be changed just because you say so. Jianghong is a natural leader. Although she looked like a weak little girl when she was young, when she grew up, she would inevitably become an all-powerful dragon. So, darling Xiao, let nature take its course. Xiao Hua looked at the smoke rising in front of him and nodded. Yes, things have not reached the final step. Sometimes I think too much. Let's see how Jianghong and Xiao Bai develop in the future. It is too early to say now. What about the 10,000 demon world? Princess Xixia asked. I think. This is the thing you are most worried about, right? Although Little White Dragon has recovered his memory and even gave us the space passage from the 10,000 demon world to the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua's face still didn't relax and replied, but in fact if you think about it carefully, this space passage is useless. It has no use at all. Princess Xixia understood Xiao Hua's thoughts and said, yes, not to mention whether the space passage Grand Mist Ancestor said exists or not, even if it does exist, darling Xiao can go to the 10,000 demon world. But the space passage from the 10,000 demon world to the Dawn Rain continent is only a one-way passage. Once you reach the Dawn Rain continent, you can't return to the 10,000 demon world, so how can you return to the three continents? The Dawn Rain continent's spiritual herbs and other things can't be sent back to the three continents. So, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, the world-destroying mayfly's deadlock is still unsolved. However, at this time I have a glimmer of hope. Princess Xixia said solemnly, I really hope that Grand Mist Ancestor's words are true. At least with this space passage, darling Xiao and His Majesty, or the other sovereigns, may be able to save the world. Yes. If this space passage really exists, even if it is like ants moving house, I will bring as many creatures as possible to the 10,000 demon world. But when he said this, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly stiffened, as if he thought of something. Princess Xixia also woke up. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, the world-destroying mayfly won't go to the 10,000 demon world through this space passage, right? Then Xiao Hua said helplessly, if the world-destroying mayfly attacks the 10,000 demon world and the three continents at the same time, then even if there is a space passage it will be useless. But if because we enter the 10,000 demon world, the world-destroying mayfly is also attracted to the 10,000 demon world, then it will be a big mistake. So, Princess Xixia gritted her teeth and said, even if there is a space passage to the 10,000 demon world, we must be careful, very careful. As she spoke, Princess Xixia looked ahead and pointed with her finger. The Yuanxi Reef Plain is up ahead. If you don't fly in the wrong direction, you will arrive in half a day. Xiao Hua looked at the sky, then at the surrounding sea. He really couldn't understand how Princess Xixia could tell. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Xiao Hua saw Fortune Gate's disciples patrolling the area in front of them with his divine sense. When the Fortune Gate's disciples heard that the sect master had returned, they were overjoyed. They either went to welcome him or returned to report the news. When Xiao Hua arrived at the first Dawn Reef with the patrolling Fortune Gate's disciples, half a day had passed. The first Dawn Reef lived up to its name. It was a large island formed by reefs exposed above the sea's surface. This island was more than 10 times bigger than usual, and it looked like a plain. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over the reef, and he saw rugged mountains and lush trees on the reef. Everything that should be found on land was here, but of different species. Moreover, as the sea breeze whistled, the heaven and earth origin energy within tens of thousands of li rushed towards the reef. It was actually a paradise. Looking at the primitive reef plains, the Fortune Gate's Fortune Dao Palace, Herb Garden, Alchemy Room, and other buildings had all been completed. At first glance, there wasn't much difference from before. Even the capital star array that protected the reef plains was the capital star array that Xiao Hua was familiar with. If it weren't for the salty sea breeze and the lack of the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's lofty peaks, Xiao Hua would have thought that he had returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Welcome back to the Fortune Gates Palace, Sect Master. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to withdraw his divine sense, Celestial Being flew out from the capital star formation on a cloud, followed by Lu Yi, Wang Yifei and the other disciples. Before Xiao Hua left the soaring Dragon Mountain range, he had entrusted the Fortune Gates disciples to Celestial Being and Taoist Yun. Later, Taoist Yun had followed Lu Yi to the West Sea, leaving Celestial Being behind. Later, Taoist Yun had met Xiao Hua at the West Sea Dragon Palace, leaving Lu Yi and the other disciples behind to accompany Xiao Hua to the Dragon Island. Later, Xiao Hua had gone to the Thunder Monastery, and Taoist Yun had stayed in Xiao Hua's space to comprehend the information he had obtained in the True Dragon Palace. At this time, Celestial Being had followed Wang Yifei and the other disciples to the first Dusk Reef Plain. Hehe, thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua bowed. You're welcome. Although Celestial Being had lost his humanity, he still returned the greeting. I am the Sect Master after all. It is my duty to do something for the Fortune Gate. Fellow Taoist, please enter the new Fortune Gate Palace. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded and said to Lu Yi and the other disciples, Master will report to you after entering the Fortune Gate Palace. Yes, Sect Master. The group of disciples answered in unison. Xiao Hua led the group of disciples into the Fortune Gate Palace. Princess Wuxia naturally followed by En and the others, not wanting to pry into the Fortune Gate's affairs. Standing on top of the Fortune Gate Palace, Xiao Hua looked at the prepared jade chair and smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand he took out the Fortune Throne. The dark golden throne landed on the Fortune Gate Palace's high platform. Boom! A thunderous rumble resounded as a seven-colored ray of light shot out from the throne. The ray of light shot out from the top of the Fortune Gate Palace and pierced into the blue dome of heaven. Along with this ray of light, a domineering aura that could pierce through the heavens was emitted from the throne, enveloping everything within 1,000 zhang radius. This was originally an overseas phenomenon that could easily change. Now it was even more turbulent. The tearing dark clouds were like galloping horses, like a horned dragon, and also like a myriad of beasts worshipping them as they danced in the sky. Looking at the Fortune Dao Palace's seat of honor, where the Grand Mist throne was, the void was collapsing as countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy rushed in. Countless illusions were annihilated as the 5 elements origin beasts flew around the throne in a frenzy. Witnessing the phenomenon of the throne and its domineering aura, all the Fortune Gate's disciples were dumbfounded. In a flash, everyone came back to their senses. With Lu Yi in the lead, the group of disciples prostrated on the ground and respectfully said, We greet Sect Master. May Sect Master rule the world and live a long and boundless life. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and raised his hand, wanting to say something. However, when he saw the excitement in the disciples' eyes, he knew that they had seen the future they wanted to see. He smiled faintly and landed on the Fortune Gate Palace's throne. Then he slapped the throne with both hands. Shwa shwa. The 5 elements origin beasts danced to the sides, and another 8 thrones appeared. Just as the 8 thrones appeared, they rapidly condensed into 9 identical fortune thrones that were placed side by side on the Fortune Gate Palace's high platform. Ah! The Celestial Being roared with laughter. He looked around and picked a throne to sit on while Xiao Hua slapped the top of his head. Boom! A pillar of lightning shot up into the sky and merged with the 7-colored ray of light. The originally turbulent blue dome of heaven immediately calmed down. Even the sea within 1,000 li of the pillar of lightning's descent was calm and tranquil. Stand up. Xiao Hua raised his hand and waved, and all the disciples stood up. Sect Master. Louis chuckled and asked, What is that thing you're sitting on? Why does it have a natural domineering aura that makes others submit? Disciple heard Jianghu talk about the dragon throne of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Could it be that this throne is comparable to the dragon throne of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? Xiao Hua nodded and said, This is the primordial chaos throne that I obtained when I participated in the Jade Lake gathering at the Lingyun Side Hall. It is said that it belonged to the ancient Tao Gate and was suppressed under the Jade Lake by the Eastern Sea Empress. I don't know its origin, but it doesn't seem to be inferior to the dragon throne of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas or even immortal Emperor Go Chen's golden throne. After I obtained it, I changed it to the Fortune Gate Palace. Congratulations, Sect Master. Lu Yi and the others were overjoyed and congratulated him. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand saying, Although this thing has an extraordinary origin, it is still a minor Tao. It is incomparable to the grand Tao that you all have comprehended. Don't be fooled by this so-called domineering aura. Focusing on the heavenly Tao is the right path. Yes, this disciple understands. Lu Yi and the others answered and then explained the process of moving to Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. From then on, other than the Xiao country's Fortune Gate's disciples guarding the Fortune Gate, there were also disciples from the three mainlands who were building transmission arrays for the demonic beast race, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. All the Fortune Gate's disciples moved to the Yuanxi Reef Plains, and the Tao Gate's foundation in the West Sea had taken shape. What about the Grand Mist Ancestor's sky-bearing palace? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Reporting to Master. Lu Yi smiled and said, Senior Brother Fu is in charge of the sky-bearing palace. This disciple did not interfere. However, after hearing the news from the Luoyang Merchant Union and Star-Plucking Pavilion, the Grand Mist Ancestor brought some disciples to the West Sea. A few days ago, some of their disciples came to visit, and this disciple sent people to take a look. They chose a small island, and it's quite a distance from our Fortune Gate. It seems. The Grand Mist Ancestor is not planning to stay there for a long time. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the rippling waves in the distance and said coldly, You can defy heaven's evil, but you can't survive the evil you bring upon yourself. I hope the Grand Mist Ancestor will not challenge this old man's bottom line. This disciple also thinks the same. Lu Yi smiled and said, This disciple feels that the most important thing right now is to exterminate the strange insects. Fighting for power is meaningless. Only after we survive the calamity will everything have meaning. You're right. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. When you say it, say it. If you have the chance, you must mention it to Jianghu. Lu Yi's face turned red and he hurriedly bowed and said, This disciple understands. I'm sure all of you know how powerful the strange insects are. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the group of disciples and he asked, What do all of you think? As if they had already come to a conclusion, none of the disciples took the initiative to speak, and their gazes fell on Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and said, Master, this question seems to have been asked many times on different occasions. In the ruins, during the war against the devil race, in the desolate mainland before the calamity, in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Dao Palace, when the Confucian cultivators were pressuring you. You've asked about all of them. Now, the three mainlands are besieged by the strange insects, and when the world is about to be destroyed, you're going to ask again. In fact, before Master came back, we disciples had already discussed it, and all of us said that Master will ask again. Sure enough, as disciples expected, Master will ask again. Master, this disciple doesn't know why Master doesn't believe in disciples' sincerity and loyalty time and time again. Whether it's a test or for Gushijio's sake, Master can rest assured. Since Master is our three mainlands' great merciful Bodhisattva, you have the three mainlands' billions of lives in your heart. Then, Master, as your disciples, even if we don't have your kind of compassion that ordinary people can't reach, we still have the awareness to protect the three mainlands that gave birth to us and raised us. Whatever Master wants to do, we will definitely support, even if we have to shed our blood, even if our bones are crushed, we won't be afraid. But Master, please don't ask this kind of question in the future. Ah! Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. This is this Xiao's disciple, and only this kind of disciple is worthy of the title of Fortune Gate's disciple. Many thanks for Master's praise. Lu Yi and the other disciples bowed respectfully. Lu Yi Wang Bianfei Yu Zhongquan Chang Yuan Zhai Xingzi Gong Shuisen. Xiaohua casually picked a few disciples and said with a smile, The reason Master mentioned it again is not because I don't believe in you, nor is it to test you, but because you don't know what kind of strange insects you're facing. You only know how powerful these strange insects are, but you don't know their origin. Facing these disciples who were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the three mainlands, Xiaohua didn't hide anything. He told them the origin of the red mayflies and the four mainlands matters in detail. There were even many things that Xiaohua didn't tell the Dragon Hall elders and the Thunder Monastery's Vairocana Buddha. After all, they were the backbone of the battle against the red mayflies, so they had the right to know. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Lu Yi and the other disciples turned pale with fright, but in the next moment, they looked at each other with a smile on their faces. They calmly looked at Xiaohua as if nothing had exceeded their expectations. After Xiaohua finished, Lu Yi said, Master, although disciple didn't know the origin of these strange insects, and didn't know they were the red mayflies from the upper realm, disciple hurried to rush to your rescue. However, when this disciple saw Master in such a hurry, leaving your disciple behind in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and making us come to the West Sea from the hidden immortal continent, we already understood that this strange insect disaster is definitely comparable to the danger we encountered in the great desolate continent that day. Therefore what you said was not beyond our expectations. Xiao Hua looked at these disciples, and his heart was filled with emotion. Unknowingly, these disciples were no longer the same as when he first met them. They had long since become figures who could take charge of the three mainlands. Their backbones had already become the pillars that supported the three mainlands. He had truly underestimated them. But Xiao Hua still said, "This time is different from before. When we were in the ruins we could leave and Master could guarantee your safety. On the primitive continent you wouldn't be in too much danger. Even if you were to be killed, Master would still protect you. But this time, I'm afraid we can only stake everything and fight against the red mayflies. Master won't be able to protect you anymore. Since there's no way out, then there's no need to hesitate." Louis smiled. "Of course you can. But the other Fortune Gate disciples." Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed at Louis and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he swallowed the rest of his words. Even though Xinhua continent was in his space on the surface, Xinhua continent was in the Kunlun immortal domain, and the Kunlun immortal domain was the Kunlun mirror space. Therefore, the Fortune Gate disciples on Xinhua continent, or perhaps Lu Yi and the other Fortune Gate disciples themselves, all of them thought that they were part of the three mainlands. They didn't know that they came from an independent world surface. If Xiao Hua were to reveal the differences between the other Fortune Gate disciples, the secret of his space would definitely be exposed. Therefore Xiao Hua hesitated. However, a few breaths later Xiao Hua spoke again, "But the other Fortune Gate disciples are different. You may come from the hidden immortal mainland, the pure land of ultimate bliss, the 1,000 demonic sacred grounds, or the 3 rivers and 4 seas, or the 3 mainlands. But those Fortune Gate disciples grew up in the Kunlun immortal domain. They don't have any concept of the 3 mainlands. The 3 rivers and 4 seas didn't have any grace to raise them. If we force them to sacrifice their lives for an unfamiliar world surface, it would be unfair to them. Master, please rest assured." Lu Yi was not surprised by Xiao Hua's misgivings. He smiled and said, "Because this disciple has already encountered these matters before, this disciple has also considered these matters. When we moved from the Soaring Dragon Mountain range to the Yuanxi Reef Plain, this disciple had already spoken to those senior and junior brothers. If anyone has other thoughts, they can speak to this disciple in private, and this disciple will convey their opinions to Master. But this disciple is also very gratified that not a single disciple has approached this disciple in private. This disciple has also asked a few Fortune Gate disciples in the Kunlun immortal domain. Their meaning is also very clear. Although they don't have any feelings for the 3 mainlands, they have feelings for the Fortune Gate. The Fortune Gate is their home. They are members of the Fortune Gate. Since the Fortune Gate has declared war on the 3 mainlands against the strange insects, they have an obligation to fight side by side with the other Fortune Gate disciples. They are willing to sacrifice everything for the Fortune Gate. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Chapter 47-23. Good. Xiao Hua stood up and nodded. With such a disciple in our Fortune Gate, why should we worry about not being able to exterminate the mayfly race? Of course, Master. Lu Yi suggested, these disciples are different from us. We should be fighting for the 3 mainlands, but they are fighting for the Fortune Gate. Disciple feels that we should give them an extra reward. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he took out a bunch of holy lotus seed embers from Xinhua continent. Then a fist-sized green seal text appeared between his eyebrows. Boom. The green seal text fell into the embers, and the sound of gods and ghosts crying could be heard. The embers turned into countless tiny pieces. Xiao Hua raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, and the tiny particles turned into tiny crystal grains. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the crystal grains landed in front of Lu Yi. This is called the Fortune Immortal Crystal, and it is a reward for fighting the mayfly race. Whether it is the Fortune Gate's disciples from the Xinhua continent or the 3 mainlands, as long as they have great battle merits, they will be given one. The effects of this immortal crystal are profound, and you have to comprehend it yourself. Master will only say 2 things. First, if you can survive the battle and comprehend the Fortune Immortal Crystal, reaching the 9th grade of Origin Force is not a dream. Second, even if you die in the battle, Master has a 40% chance of helping you reincarnate and enter the Grand Ascension stage in your next life. See, not to mention the other disciples, even Lu Yi sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. After all, the Fortune Immortal Crystal was a guarantee for a Grand Ascension stage cultivator. Wasn't the fortune of a cultivator in the Fortune Immortal Crystal? Seeing the shock on everyone's face, Xiaohua immediately knew that he had bragged too much. After all, he was just a human Grand Ascension stage cultivator. He smiled and said, "This is what the Fortune Gate's fourth master said, so he must be confident." Hearing the words of Nanwu Maitreya Buddha, Lu Yi and the other disciples who knew the truth were awakened from a dream. Ecstasy appeared on their faces as they bowed and said, "Disciple thanks the fourth master for his generosity." Gongshu Isin and the others were naturally kept in the dark, but when they heard that the Fortune Gate had such a powerful sect master, they were overjoyed and started thinking about how they could earn the fortune immortal crystals. Swoosh! Xiaohua raised his hand again, and a crystal thread fell between Lu Yi's eyebrows. He said, "The method of activating the creation immortal crystal is quite troublesome. You should comprehend it first. If you haven't comprehended it yet, ask Marshal Uncle David to help you. Yes, as long as the sect master is here they can do it." "Yes, master." Lu Yi did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied, "Disciple will comprehend it now and announce it to the public." "All right." Xiaohua nodded and instructed, "Send out an invitation on behalf of master. Invite the Grand Mist Ancestor to make a trip to the Yushi Reef Plains." "Yes." Lu Yi accepted the order and led the other disciples out of the Fortune Dao Palace, each of them busy with their own tasks. The Celestial asked curiously, "Why is fellow Taoist looking for that bastard Hongmeng?" Xiaohua chuckled, "I will be the touchstone to see if the Grand Mist Ancestor is a piece of gold." Immediately, Xiaohua explained the reason for this matter to the Celestial in his heart. "Damn it." The Celestial did not wait for Xiaohua to finish and immediately shouted, "This bastard must have a bad idea and is preparing to ambush fellow Taoists somewhere. Don't be fooled." "I also thought so before," Xiaohua explained with a smile, "but for the 3 continents I have to try. What if there is really something? Although we may not be able to bring the spiritual herbs from the Dawn Rain continent to the 3 continents, it is still a way to survive." "How is that possible?" The Celestial shook his head. "If there is, why didn't he tell Immortal Emperor Gaochen? Why didn't he tell Virokana? Why did he only tell fellow Taoist?" Immortal Emperor Gaochen, the Golden-Winged Great Peng, and Virokana all suppressed the Grand Mist Ancestor in the past. Xiaohua explained patiently, "The Grand Mist Ancestor will definitely not trust them. Moreover, I am also a Taoist cultivator. If he has secrets he will definitely tell I and go with I to investigate." Speaking of this, Xiaohua laughed again. "Moreover, even if the Grand Mist Ancestor has reached the peak of 9th grade essence force, why would I be afraid of him? Moreover, even if I can't do it alone, don't we still have the Kunlun mirror?" Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved as if he had a trace of understanding. Sure enough, the Celestial also laughed. "How is it? Fellow Taoist has thought of something, right? Is it the 7-colored sea god's 7-colored halo shell world? Perhaps the Grand Mist Ancestor has this idea. He must know the location of a certain void where fellow Taoist's Kunlun mirror cannot be used. Fellow Taoist is alone and has fallen into his evil clutches." Xiaohua smiled. He was abnormally calm, and there was even a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He replied, "Not to mention that the Kunlun mirror can't be used, even if this poor Taoist space is imprisoned, this Xiao can't possibly be alone. Do you think this Xiao is afraid of him?" Either way, this Xiaohua feels that the Grand Mist Ancestor is a kind person who did not come with good intentions. Fellow Taoists should take advantage of the time to consider carefully and prepare for the worst. The Celestial suggested. Xiaohua nodded and said, "I really think so. First, prepare for a rainy day, and make all the necessary preparations to deal with the Grand Mist Ancestor's scheme." Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and he asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you seem to have gained a lot of intelligence recently?" "That's right." The Celestial was also grinning from ear to ear. This Xiaohua has been refining the 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper recently and has made some progress. The day this 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper is the day this Xiaohua becomes an adult. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiaohua congratulated with a smile. However, the Celestial suddenly changed the topic and smiled bitterly. This Xiaohua recently discovered that although this 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper has been completed, this whole body is merely the core of the 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper, and it is not the complete 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper. Its outer shell. I wonder where it is? Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. This 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper is merely the core? That's right. The Celestial shrugged and said, "This is an incomplete 10,000 Extinguishing Heavenly Dipper. Even if this Xiaohua successfully refines it, I estimate that this Xiaohua can only display 40% of its power. Only by finding the outer shell and refining it together with this core will I be able to display 100% of its power. Alright. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, we'll talk about this later. Who knows where the outer shell of the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper is? Right now, let's deal with the world-exterminating ephemera first. Subsequently, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the throne of fortune and pondered over the details of this trip to deal with the Grand Mist Ancestor's secret scheme. At this time, high in the sky of the hidden immortal mainland, within the earth, fire, wind, and lightning that covered even the blue dome of heaven, layers upon layers of awe-inspiring chi pillars rushed out from the void and tore the earth, fire, wind, and lightning apart. One after another, huge sub-bodies with tens of thousands of armor inscriptions cruising around their bodies stood within the astral winds like gods. An intense awe-inspiring aura drifted out from the sub-bodies and intertwined with each other within the astral winds. Like a mountain of books and a sea of books, a strange phenomenon flashed within the shattered earth, fire, wind, and lightning. As the strange phenomenon flickered, strands of clouds surged out and condensed into the shape of dragons and phoenixes in the void. A group of Confucian cultivators' luck was like a belt, enveloping several thousand li of space within this auspicious phenomenon. At the center of this group of Confucian cultivators' luck, Immortal Emperor Gochen was wearing an emperor's robe and holding the supreme heavenly mirror in his hand. He was looking at those sub-bodies with heaven-like auras, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction. My beloved subjects. Immortal Emperor Gochen opened his mouth and countless lightning dragons fell into the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Are you all ready? In front of Immortal Emperor Gochen was the master of the Taiching Palace. He looked around and the golden light in his eyes swept through the astral winds like the sun. On both sides of the master of the Taiching Palace were the master of the Supreme Purity Palace and the people of the Jade Purity Palace. On both sides of the masters of the Two Purity Palace were the master of the Literature Palace, Dongfang Qianghao, Shimen Jianzhong, Nangong Tianji, and Baiming Chou Qing. However, when the clear gaze of the master of the Supreme Purity Palace landed on the edge of the crowd, there was a slightly short but wise and far-sighted Wenxing with a bulging forehead. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion as he opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, your subjects and the others have already prepared everything. However, Your Majesty, have you made your decision? Actually, you are the most suitable person to set up the array and not us. Immortal Emperor Gochen sighed. The supreme heavenly mirror in his hand emitted a bright light that soared into the sky, covering the scattered earth, fire, wind, and lightning. He said, Do you think I don't know? I bear the fate of the Confucian cultivators, and I am the most suitable person to set up the 9 provinces' great array. Moreover, if I control the U province cauldron, I can increase the chance of setting up the array from 30% to 40%. Indeed. The short Wenxing, whose body was extremely large, said calmly, Although this humble subject has inherited the teachings of Confucius and Mencius and has received the blessings of my ancestors, I am different from Your Majesty, who has been bestowed with providence by the heavens. Your Majesty is the most suitable person to lead the formation. Minister Kong, do you think I don't want to replace you? Immortal Emperor Gochen said with a smile, Unfortunately, this 9 provinces great array is the immortal defense array of the heavenly court, and it is not something the Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents can set up. Our strength is limited, and only by working together can Xiaohua set up the 9 provinces great array. Therefore the setting up of the array this time tests the unity of the mind. Naturally, we can't have the same mind, so we can only rely on information. On the hidden immortal continent, is there any imperial artifact that can check every detail better than the Supreme Heavenly Mirror? Therefore, to be able to control the Supreme Heavenly Mirror and let my beloved ministers activate the 9 provinces cauldron at the same time is the responsibility that I should bear the most. Kongqing. The Taiching Palace Master said with a smile, I don't have any intention of looking down on you. I just feel that setting up the array here is related to the peace of the billions of living beings on the hidden immortal continent. This is no small matter and it must be done properly. Taiching Palace Master, you think too much. Kongqing was the current clan master of the Kong clan. Now that he was invited by Immortal Emperor Gochen to set up the array, how could he not know the importance? He said with a smile, The hidden immortal continent is Your Majesty's hidden immortal continent, and it is also the hidden immortal continent of us Confucian cultivators. I also have the billions of living beings on the hidden immortal continent in my heart. Any dispute at this time is for the fate of the Confucian cultivators, for the setting up of the 9 provinces great array, so how could I care about it? If you are ready, my beloved ministers, go to the various places of the 9 provinces. Immortal Emperor Gochen looked at the 9 ninth grade elemental energy literary stars and ordered, wait until you find the location of the 9 provinces great array's core, then stop immediately. I will use the supreme heavenly mirror here to search the earth. When all my beloved ministers are in position, I will use the supreme heavenly mirror to give orders. Once all my beloved ministers see the supreme heavenly mirror's order, immediately activate your divine abilities and nail the 9 provinces great array's core in your hands. Immortal Emperor Gochen was afraid that everyone was not prepared enough, so he carefully explained the method of setting up the 9 provinces great array again. Soon after, all the literary stars activated their divine abilities and went to various places on the hidden immortal continent. Immortal Emperor Gochen flew down from the earth, fire, wind and lightning. He looked at the vast earth covered by clouds and sighed, the heavens are protecting the hidden immortal. Xiaohua did not know whether the heavens were protecting the hidden immortal or not, but he knew that the heavens would not protect the Grand Mist Ancestor anymore. Xiaohua asked Lu Yi to send a message to the sky-bearing palace. Sure enough, in less than 10 days, the Grand Mist Ancestor replied and invited Xiaohua to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm alone. Xiaohua looked at the alone person in his jade eyes and sneered. He muttered to himself, isn't this? Trying to hide something only makes it more conspicuous? Since we are going to explore the space passage to the 10,000 Demons Realm, the more people the better. How can only 2 Dao Gate Grand Ascension stage experts go? It seems like this trip is dangerous. While thinking, Xiaohua stood up and ordered a few disciples to lead the way to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua once again arrived at the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm through the passage between the West Sea Dragon Palace and the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Grand Mist Ancestor seemed to know that Xiaohua would get lost easily, so the place he pointed out was not very far from the North Sea. Xiaohua released his divine sense and found it easily. Xiaohua saw that this was a towering mountain peak, and there were no demons nearby. Moreover, the terrain didn't seem to be dangerous, nor was it a barren place. Xiaohua's figure landed on the mountain peak, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate with his eyes focused on his nose. After another 10 days, a divine sense swept over from the depths of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. When it saw Xiaohua waiting alone, it retracted its divine sense. A moment later, the Grand Mist Ancestor's voice sounded, Daoist Xiao, you are a man of your words. I'm sorry for being late. When Xiaohua heard the Grand Mist Ancestor refer to himself as I, he couldn't help but look down on him. He opened his eyes and saw a black and white streak of light in the distance. He said indifferently, I'm just a country bumpkin. I have all the time in the world. How would I dare to make you wait? I've been waiting here for a long time. The Grand Mist Ancestor naturally heard the sarcasm in Xiaohua's words. He descended and cupped his hands. Daoist Xiao is the leader of the Dao Gate and a hero in my heart. How could you be a country bumpkin? If Daoist Xiao is a country bumpkin, then I can only be a porter. Xiaohua waved his hand and went straight to the point. There's no need to talk about those things. Daoist Grand Mist Ancestor, is what you said in your jade eyes true? Seeing that Xiaohua did not trust him, the Grand Mist Ancestor smiled bitterly. Daoist Xiao, of course what I said is true. I know that I have some shortcomings. I place too much importance on material gains. However, everything I do is the same as what Daoist Xiao is doing. We both want to revive the Dao Gate and let the disciples of the Dao Gate cultivate with their backs straight. Daoist Xiao might not like what I do, but what about Daoist Zhao's actions? Not only do I not like it, but the other Daoist Zhao's actions also don't like it. However, this does not affect Daoist Zhao's position in the Dao Gate. It also does not affect me from becoming the sect master of the sky-bearing palace. Xiaohua only listened quietly and did not open his mouth. The Grand Mist Ancestor continued, now that the strange insect has appeared, the 3 continents have reached a critical moment of life and death. At this time, just like what Daoist Xiao said at the Jade Pool, whether it is the Confucian cultivators, the Dao Gate, the Buddhist sect, the demon race or the dragon race, we should all unite and resist the strange insect together. We should eliminate the omen of the apocalypse. And Daoist Xiao is right. This is my idea. Xiaohua nodded. Therefore, before the matter of right and wrong, how can I lie to Daoist Xiao? How can I ignore the safety of the billions of lives in the 3 continents? The Grand Mist Ancestor smiled. This space passage to the 10,000 demon realm was obtained from a mysterious cave before I was suppressed. However, before I could explore it, I was suppressed by the Buddhist sect, the Confucian cultivators, and the demon race. After I escaped, I forgot about this matter. After the Jade Pool meeting, I heard Taoist Xiao talk about the method to kill the strange insect. Only then did I remember that I had such a secret information. I immediately found this Jade Eye and sent a message to Taoist Xiao. At the same time, I traveled night and day to investigate that place to see if it is true. How is it? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked with concern. Why don't Taoist Xiao guess? The Grand Mist Ancestor pretended to be relaxed as he replied. Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, since Taoist Zhao's Jade Eye is real, and it also records the location of the metal and wood essences, the space passage has naturally been found. Good. The Grand Mist Ancestor clapped his hands and said, Taoist Xiao really has the ability to predict the future. I am truly impressed. You're too kind. Xiao Hua smiled and said, how can this Xiao have such a great ability? This Xiao only said this because I saw Taoist Zhao's happy face and did not look regretful at all. Hee, then I won't hide it from Taoist Xiao. The Grand Mist Ancestor chuckled and said, this Xiao has indeed found traces of the space passage. However, this space passage is quite hidden and you and I can't really find it. Therefore, this Xiao had no choice but to invite another demonic beast to help. Oh? Which demonic beast? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, is there anything in this world that you and I can't find? This demonic beast is the Great Sage Temple's black-armored Pentaceratops. The Grand Mist Ancestor did not hide anything and immediately answered. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, so it's Long Xing Ah. However, this Xiao doesn't understand. What kind of talent does he have to be able to surpass our divine ability? Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. The Grand Mist Ancestor waved his hand and said, this Xiao hasn't finished speaking. Taoist Xiao, please speak. Xiao Hua nodded. Long Sheng agreed readily, but when he heard that this Xiao and I were part of the human race, he went back on his word. After this Xiao persuaded him, he requested to invite another demonic beast. Only then did he agree to join forces with Xiao and me. Chapter 47-24. Who? Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and asked. Of course, it's the nether demonic dragon spider from the Great Sage Hall. Grand Mist Ancestor replied with a smile, 2 great sages from the demon race and 2 Taoist Grand Ascension stage cultivators from the human race. Only then can they trust each other. Ah, I understand now. Xiao Hua smiled at Grand Mist Ancestor and said, fellow Taoist Grand Mist, why are you still lying to me? Grand Mist Ancestor's smile disappeared and he asked awkwardly, Taoist Master Xiao, what do you mean? Fellow Taoist Grand Mist. Xiao Hua pointed with his finger and sighed, you must have looked for the spatial passage according to the Jade Eye after reading it. But you found that the spatial passage wasn't something you could find on your own, so you wanted to find someone to help you. Of course, I'm definitely not your first choice. Although I don't know why you chose the profound armored pentacorn dragon, but since you found it, he wouldn't agree to go with you so easily. He was also afraid that the spatial passage was fake, so he wanted to find someone to help him. Now that the demon race has 2 great sages, fellow Taoist, you're not happy about it. After some thought, you thought of me and sent me a message. In other words, I'm the most likely person to know about the spatial passage, right? So, the Grand Mist Ancestor's face turned even more awkward as his thoughts were exposed. He smiled awkwardly and said, it's not that I want to hide it from you. I just want to find it first so that I can bargain with the Immortal Palace, Thunder Temple, and Dragon Island for better conditions for my Tao Gate. However, I found that the spatial passage requires Dragon Sage's divine ability to get close, so I had to discuss it with Dragon Sage. After that, Dragon Sage said that his divine ability wasn't good enough and he needed Spider Sage's help. Of course, I wouldn't agree to go with the 2 great sages. So, I immediately thought of fellow Taoist. If you and I can find the spatial passage to the demon realm, won't our Tao sect have more bargaining chips? Won't we be able to save the billions of lives in the 3 continents? But, Xiao Hua asked again, why are we the only 4 people who know about such a good thing? If we inform the Immortal Palace, Thunder Temple, or Dragon Island, won't more humans, demons, and dragons come? Won't our chances of finding the spatial passage be greater? The Grand Mist Ancestor was already prepared for this. He replied, there is a reason why I invited you here alone instead of informing the Immortal Palace. Oh, fellow Taoist, please speak. Xiao Hua's tone was filled with surprise, but his heart was also sneering as he asked. First of all, I'm not sure about this space channel and I haven't found it yet, so I can't inform the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect. The Grand Mist Ancestor didn't try to hide the truth from Huang Xiaolong. Secondly, this emperor has selfish motives. After all, the world-destroying strange worm is too powerful. Who knows when our 3 mainlands will be destroyed? I want to leave a way out for my sky-bearing palace and fellow Taoist Zhao's fortune gate. If the Immortal Palace and the Thunder Temple find out about this, how can you and I have a share in this? And fellow Taoist is right. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement. Thirdly, the Grand Mist Ancestor continued, there's devil qi in the space tunnel. If the Immortal Palace and Thunder Temple knew about this, what would they think? They might think that this is our ambush and attack our Dao sect instead. Devil qi? Xiao Hua was taken aback and exclaimed, this Xiao understands now. You went to find the profound armored pentahorn dragon because of the devil qi, right? Not only that. The Grand Mist Ancestor said in a low voice, the space tunnel is located in a demon territory under the profound armored pentahorn dragon. Therefore, this emperor had no choice but to join hands with him. This Xiao understands now. Xiao Hua nodded. When the dragon sage saw the devil qi, he knew that he couldn't pass through it with his own strength, so he wanted to pull the spider sage along, right? The Grand Mist Ancestor clapped. Fellow Taoist Zhao's foresight is amazing. Since there's devil qi. Xiao Hua stroked his chin and thought to himself, this means that it might really be a space tunnel. Even if this space tunnel doesn't lead to the 10,000 demon world but the devil world, the Xiao should go and take a look. After all, there's a devil-resisting valley between the Dawn Rain mainland and the devil world. Xiao Hua looked at the Grand Mist Ancestor and thought to himself, if there's really a space tunnel, then this Xiao has wronged the Grand Mist Ancestor. However, even if this is a trap, the Grand Mist Ancestor wants to use the devil qi to sneak attack this Xiao. Not to mention the devil qi, even if the profound armored pentahorn dragon, the nether devil dragon spider, and the Grand Mist Ancestor join hands, do you think this Xiao is afraid of you? Of course, this Xiao still has to guard against other tricks. Since Xiao Hua had made up his mind, he smiled and said, I dare not say that I have foresight. Fellow Taoist Grand Mist, being able to find the space tunnel to the 10,000 demon world is the main merit. What merit this emperor doesn't dare to ask for. The Grand Mist Ancestor waved his hand and said, this emperor is satisfied as long as this emperor can protect the sky-bearing palace. At this point, the Grand Mist Ancestor lowered his voice and said, also Taoist Xiao, this emperor and Taoist Xiao arranged a different time than the profound armored pentahorn dragon. This time, we are going to the 1,000 demons sacred grounds to search for the space tunnel. Not only is the space tunnel dangerous, we don't know whether it leads to the 10,000 demon world or the devil world. Moreover, the most dangerous thing is the 2 great sages from the Great Sage Hall. Those who are not of our race will definitely have different intentions. They are of the demon race and in their eyes humans are food and ants. Moreover, you and I are in charge of the Dao Gate. If they want to destroy the Dao Gate, they can just kill the 2 of us. Therefore, we have to be on guard. And, is this the reason why fellow Taoist asked the Xiao to come alone? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. The Grand Mist Ancestor smiled faintly and did not answer. Instead, he asked a question, Taoist Xiao is the Dragon Race's Dragon Master, the Immortal Palace's Lightning Master, and also the Thunder Sound Temple's Namo Merciful Great Guanyin Bodhisattva. Of course, you are not afraid of Immortal Emperor Gaochen or Vairocana Buddha, but this emperor has to be on guard. Fellow Taoist Grand Mist. Only now did I realize that you are also on guard against this Xiao. Xiao Hua asked meaningfully. This Xiao does not have any title in the Great Temple, but you actually found 2 great sages from the Great Temple as helpers. When the Grand Mist Ancestor heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Taoist Xiao is thinking too much. This emperor definitely did not have such thoughts. This is definitely a coincidence. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua said disapprovingly, this Xiao is just joking. You and I are both of the human race. Could it be that this Xiao would believe that there is a dragon race and a demon race? Of course. The Grand Mist Ancestor laughed and said, otherwise, why would this emperor invite Taoist Xiao over for help? After saying this, the Grand Mist Ancestor looked left and right again and transmitted his voice, let's discuss how to deal with the danger of the 2 great sages, shall we? Xiao Hua nodded and sat down cross-legged. The Grand Mist Ancestor also sat down on the ground and then took out a jade eye and handed it to Xiao Hua. The jade eye I gave Taoist Xiao earlier was not complete. This is the complete one. Taoist Xiao, please take a look. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and looked at it for a moment. After a while, he returned it to the Grand Mist Ancestor and said with a smile, this is no different from the previous one. It just has more information about the 10,000 demon realm. It is of no help in finding and passing through the space channel. The Grand Mist Ancestor's face was full of black lines. He took the jade eye and said with a bitter smile, Daoist Xiao is thinking too much. A space channel is a space channel. As long as you know the location, it is enough. How can the jade eye record the method to pass through the space channel? Then can this Xiao also understand it this way? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and asked, this space channel is very likely to have nothing to do with the 10,000 demon realm. It is just that the channel and the 10,000 demon realm's magnetism are recorded in the same jade eye? And Daoist Xiao is right. The Grand Mist Ancestor nodded. This emperor also had this guess before. However, this emperor and Daoist Xiao have different thoughts. This emperor does not need any magnetism, nor do I need to go to the 10,000 demon realm. This emperor only needs a space channel to go out of the 3 mainlands. In the future, if Daoist Xiao, this emperor says this emperor, don't laugh at this emperor. If this space channel is real, this emperor will first take the sky-bearing palace's disciples and escape from the 3 mainlands. In fact, this is the real reason why this emperor did not tell the Immortal Palace and Thundersound Temple. There wasn't much disdain on Xiao Hua's face. After all, he also had the same plan. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor's sincere words made Xiao Hua's vigilance decrease slightly. He nodded and said, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Grand Mist. To tell you the truth, this Daoist is not at ease with you. What metal, wood, and magnetism at this time, this Xiao doesn't put them in my eyes. If it were not for the life and death of my Fortune Gate's disciples, this Xiao would not have come here. Good. The Grand Mist Ancestor smiled and said, as long as we have the same goal, it is excellent. This emperor does not ask for any good changes in your eyes. This emperor only asks that we find a good way out for our disciples. The problem is, Xiao Hua changed the topic, the profound armored pentaceratops and nether demonic dragon spiders. Do they know? Their descendants are innumerable. Seeing that he had gained Xiao Hua's trust, a smile appeared on the Grand Mist Ancestor's face. He said, this is something that can't be helped. After all, we need their help. Fortunately, they are from the demonic beast race. Although they have countless descendants, they have never been interested in them. The number of people they want to take away is less than the number of disciples of my sky-bearing palace. The Grand Mist Ancestor said enviously, this emperor does not have Daoist Zhao's Kunlun mirror, so this emperor cannot bring them into the Kunlun immortal realm. This emperor can only bring them one by one. If Daoist Grand Mist trusts this Xiao, you can bring the sky-bearing palace's disciples into this Zhao's Kunlun mirror. When this Xiao finds a safe place, this Xiao will release all of you. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor put his life and the sky-bearing palace's disciples in Xiao Hua's hands? He looked at Xiao Hua and smiled faintly. Daoist Xiao, let's discuss some practical matters. These 2 demonic beast race great sages are definitely not good people. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and began to discuss with the Grand Mist Ancestor. However, half a day later, Xiao Hua lost interest. The more the Grand Mist Ancestor talked, the more he seemed to be prepared to kill the 2 great sages of the Great Holy Hall. After another hour, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Daoist Grand Mist Ancestor, can you still happily discuss with this emperor? Although you didn't say it clearly, this is clearly a plan to kill them, to silence them. The Xiao cannot do it. Daoist Xiao. The Grand Mist Ancestor slapped his forehead as if he had just woken up. He cried out, this emperor forgot that you are the Buddhist sect's Namo Great Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. This emperor's ordinary plan in your eyes is despicable. The Grand Mist Ancestor's tone was full of sarcasm, but Xiao Hua still insisted, no matter what you think, I do not care. If you want to discuss precautions, this Xiao can continue. If Daoist wants to burn the bridge after crossing the river and take the opportunity to kill the 2 great sages in the space tunnel, this Xiao has nothing in common with you. The problem is, the Grand Mist Ancestor really couldn't understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and said angrily, you and I don't plan, but the profound armored pentaceratops and the netherworld demonic dragon spider are planning. Isn't this the reason why the profound armored pentaceratops summoned the netherworld demonic dragon spider? Other people are other people. Xiao Hua sighed and said, this Xiao is this Xiao. What other people think, this Xiao does not care. However, this Xiao has a conscience and this Xiao disdains. The Grand Mist Ancestor snorted coldly and closed his eyes to meditate. It really had the meaning of, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. The Grand Mist Ancestor sneered, and Xiao Hua also sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the matter with Prince Lan, Xiaohua might have trusted the Grand Mist Ancestor and thought that he was looking for a way out for the Sky-Bearing Hall, Dao Gate, and the three mainlands. However, with Prince Lan's betrayal and Changyu's death, how could Xiaohua not be vigilant? In Xiaohua's eyes, the Grand Mist Ancestor's every action was suspicious. Behind this disguise, there was naturally the Grand Mist Ancestor's sinister intention to kill Xiaohua along with the two great saints. The awkward silence between the two Dao Gates Grand Ascension Stage experts directly affected the space within several hundred li of the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds. The sun that was rising in the sky began to turn cold, and faint dark clouds began to gather in the surroundings. Half a day later, a continuous rain began to fall. This time it didn't matter, but a few days later torrential rain poured down. Lines of rain pierced through heaven and earth and completely covered the left side of the mountain peak. The raindrops were like silk, sparkling brightly. Even in the dark night, there was a faint brilliance to them. Naturally, Xiaohua and the Grand Mist Ancestor weren't afraid of the rain. When the rain fell 1,000 zhang away from the Grand Mist Ancestor, it was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier and couldn't fall any further. The space around the Grand Mist Ancestor was only 1,000 zhang away from the Grand Mist Ancestor, and there wasn't a single drop of water on it. Even the mountain peak was abnormally dry. On the other hand, the place where Xiaohua was sitting was filled with water, and the rain lines passed through Xiaohua's body as if they were nothing. Even though the Grand Mist Ancestor didn't open his eyes, he could clearly see the phenomenon of Xiaohua merging into the space around him. However, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, and he didn't take Xiaohua's warning to heart. Another few days passed and the rain didn't stop. Instead, it became even heavier. The sky was filled with dark clouds and they covered the land like cotton wool. Floods erupted on the ground and rumbling sounds began to fill the air. Not to mention the collapsed trees, even the nearby mountain peaks collapsed. Large pieces of rocks were washed down the mountain peaks by the flood, and they formed many mudslides. Seeing this, even though this place wasn't the hidden immortal mainland, Xiaohua still released his divine sense, wanting to see if there were any demonic beasts in danger nearby. But right at this time, boom! A loud explosion sounded, and it was as if a lightning bolt fell from the sky, and it was as if a god had descended from the sky. Xiaohua frowned slightly and looked up. He saw a brilliance like a pair of scissors falling from the sky in the north. As it flew, it cut through the horizon, and the dark clouds that covered the sky were split in half by this brilliance. At the same time, the rain that covered the ground was swept away by this brilliance. After the brilliance disappeared, the sky was filled with resplendent stars, and it looked extremely enchanting. The brilliance streaked across the sky like a meteor, and it was about to arrive in front of Xiaohua and the Grand Mist Ancestor. At this time, Xiaohua could see clearly with his naked eye that under the brilliance, there was a huge black dragon wearing black armor. Wasn't that the profound armored pentahorn dragon? Behind the dragon, there was a cloud of ink-like black chi, and the netherworld demonic dragon spider's body was hidden within it, and they couldn't see it clearly. Swoosh! The profound armored pentahorn dragon stopped in midair, and the sky was filled with the sound of wind whistling. Behind the profound armored pentahorn dragon, waves of starlight mixed with some black dragon chi swayed in the air like the surface of a fan, and rushed into the distance. Wherever the brilliance passed, the dark clouds and falling rain were swept away. The moment the profound armored pentahorn dragon appeared, the torrential rain that had wreaked havoc for many days came to a stop. Seeing the profound armored pentahorn dragon's magnificent appearance, the Grand Mist Ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stood up from the incomparably dry mountain peak. He flew high into the sky and laughed loudly. Haha, people often say that the Dragon Saint is the best at summoning clouds and summoning rain among the dragon race. Now it seems that the name is true. We have been drenched by the rain on this mountain peak for several days, and the moment the Dragon Saint arrives, the heavens and clouds immediately disperse. The profound armored pentahorn dragon's body coiled, and a layer of black halo emerged from its dragon scales. It was like black ink that seeped into the void nearby, and what was special was that within the dragon scales, there were faint dragon patterns formed by devil chi that floated on the profound armored pentahorn dragon's body. The profound armored pentahorn dragon looked coldly at the Grand Mist Ancestor, and asked in a thunderous voice, "Who did you hear that from?" The Grand Mist Ancestor's words were polite, and if it was a human, they would definitely be modest. This way their relationship would be closer, and as a member of the dragon race, the profound armored pentahorn dragon might not be unaware of the human's etiquette, but it just so happened that it did not give the Grand Mist Ancestor any face, and its words immediately tore apart the Grand Mist Ancestor's hypocrisy. The Grand Mist Ancestor opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the profound armored pentahorn dragon did not give him a chance. The profound armored pentahorn dragon's body flickered, and a human figure that was several times bigger than a hill appeared. The profound armored pentahorn dragon cupped its fists at Xiao Hua and said, "Greetings, Dragon Master Xiao." The Grand Mist Ancestor's cheeks bulged, and it was obvious that he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and returned the profound armored pentahorn dragon's greeting. "Greetings, Dragon Saint. I didn't expect to see the Dragon Saint again so soon after we parted at the Jade Lake." Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe, give a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip, and thank all forms of support. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.